Chapter 313. At the mention of this matter, Huang Yuding's liver and stomach hurt. When he bought Qinzai's products, half of it was to do him a favor, and the other half was an investment. At that time, Qinzai's nickname of God of Stocks was not so famous. He invested tens of millions to do him a favor. Wasn't it because he wanted him to help him write songs? According to a bin at that time, Qinzai had readily agreed. Huang Yuding had even been happy for a while. He was indeed a fast shooter, a fast talker. Who knew that this matter would drag on until now? The fast shooter was surprisingly persistent. What do you mean persistent? You're just standing me up. But no matter how unhappy Huang Yuding was, after seeing the return of the investment, he couldn't rush Qinzai. If the return of the investment wasn't good or if it was a loss, then he could just rush Qinzai to write a song with the mentality of, I only invested because I wanted your song. But now, no matter how he looked at it, he was the one who took advantage of Qinzai. The artists in the industry all said that the first batch of people who bought the products were just lucky. In fact, that was indeed the case. Just the profits alone were comparable to Huang Yuding's income for half a year. That doesn't make sense. Qinzai's songwriting speed is famous in the entertainment industry. Yuding, you must have been stood up, a team leader said bluntly. Another team leader kicked him under the table and laughed. Maybe he didn't have time. Look at him opening a company and holding a concert recently. After all, he just took over Tianfeng Film and Television. His focus is not on composing. He thought to himself that he must have been stood up. The fast shooter was so fast that he could finish writing songs in a short time. But he could not say that. He had to consider Huang Yuding's face. At this point, Huang Yuding was already very frustrated. The company did not look like they would change their mind. The album had to continue. Although they would find good songs for him, after all, not everyone in the world was like the fast shooter who was high in production and high in quality. The door to the small meeting room was pushed open. Bin, who had just taken a shower, came in refreshed. Where have you been? Huang Yuding said unhappily. Have you contacted Qinzai? I did. Bin sat down and rejected the cigarette offered by the logistics leader. I just finished running. I don't smoke. What did he say? He didn't finish writing again? Huang Yuding asked casually. He had no hope in his heart. Sure enough, it was difficult to get the work of a fast shooter. Looking at the entertainment circle, it seemed that Su Yunhan was the only one who got the song. That song made her famous and started the second spring of her career. Unable to Fall in Love was already Su Yunhan's signature song. It was precisely because of this that the songs of the fast shooter were so precious. It was not without reason that Qin Bao Bao had become the queen of domestic popularity in just half a year. Any one of her songs could make a small singer famous, and the copyright fees would be enough to eat for half a lifetime. No, he said he's done and will come over later, Bin said confidently. The small meeting room was silent for a moment. Huang Yuding suddenly straightened up and threw himself on the desk. He was ecstatic. He really said that? Yes. Bin nodded. It's rock and roll. Yuding, it depends on whether you can master it. No problem. I can practice. Huang Yuding was very excited. He was a professional singer of love songs. In these years he had reached a bottleneck. From the feedback of Singer, he could see that the audience was tired of his love songs. Therefore he wanted to change his style. It was very risky for a singer to change his style. It was like a company's transformation or a college student's major. Once they changed to the smelly ditch, they could only shout Gigi. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, Huang Yuding decided to ask the famous fast shooter in the industry for a song. The fast shooter's songs must be the best, fast and precise. Spring is coming. That's great. Has Qinzai finally written it? With his title song, even if the sales are not as good as the King's, the popularity will definitely be higher. Yuding, get ready to dominate the charts. Everyone was overjoyed. No one doubted the quality of the song. With the fame of the man's shadow, Qinzai's songs seemed to be able to hit the charts and be popular for a period of time. When Bin announced the news to everyone in the studio, the staff cheered and applauded. The title song is finally available. What rock and roll will it be this time? Will it be a masterpiece like Farewell Song? I don't know yet, but the quality of Qinzai's songs must be guaranteed. It's unexpectedly slow. The fast shooter can't even lift his knife. The fast shooter is not fast enough this time. Bad review. In the hubbub, the door of the studio was pushed open. At the door stood the girl at the front desk with a strange expression, and Qinzai with an even stranger expression. The address of the studio was not far from where Qinzai lived, more than 10 kilometers. It was not the morning or evening rush hour, so it was not a long drive. But he came all the way here to send a song, only to hear such terrible words. The fast shooter was long, the fast shooter was short. It turned out that when the industry talked about him in private, they all called him the fast shooter. Sure enough, this nickname was used for everyone's ridicule. Speaking of which, who gave him this nickname? It seemed to have been around since Singer. It was the crystallization of the wisdom of the netizens. Does anyone still remember my real name? Do you think I won't flip the table? The pretty girl at the front desk tried her best to hold back her laughter. The corner of her mouth twitched. She took a deep breath and held it in. Then she looked at Qinze. The corner of her mouth started to rise uncontrollably again. She said, "Miss Qin, I'll be leaving first." The girl at the front desk covered her mouth, swayed her hips and jogged away. Her high heels clicked. The gossip in the little notebook was too embarrassing. Life was too complicated. The studio suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked in the direction of the door, their smiles frozen on their faces. Ahem. Bin coughed. Everyone immediately turned their heads and went about their own business. Their backs were straight and they were all very serious. They looked like they had nothing on their minds. "Miss Qin, come. Bin came up to Qinze and led him to the conference room. "Do you have a demo? Did you bring the lyrics and music score?" Bin said. Qinze's hands were empty. He was very puzzled. However, it was possible that he had taken a picture of it on his phone. In the conference room, the two team leaders didn't leave. They were looking forward to the good news brought by the fast shooter. After Qinze greeted everyone, Huang Yuding couldn't wait to ask, "Miss Qin, do you have a demo?" "No." Qinze shook his head. Everyone looked at each other. "Oh, I'll remember it in my head. Give me a pen and paper. I'll write it down now," Qinze said. He didn't have a staff at home, so he couldn't write it. The so-called composition was just exchanging songs from the Point store. He just had to copy it. Qinze planned to change Huang Yuding's song to a very exciting rock song. It couldn't be considered a hit, but it shouldn't be a problem for this song to be popular for a few years. Anyway, if the rock sister didn't sing it, he wouldn't sing it either. "Miss Qin, it's really difficult to ask you to sing a song." Huang Yuding was very tired. Qinze smiled and didn't explain. There were a lot of songs in the Point store, but the points were limited. Qinze was like a miser guarding his points, because the system hadn't issued a task for a long time. It had been so long that Qinze couldn't remember how long it had been since he showed his divinity in front of people. The host was a salted fish. He could still be saved. The system was also a salted fish. It was simply a black hole. It was completely hopeless. However, this kind of pace of life was quite good. He had gotten rid of poverty and became rich. His sister didn't need to live under someone else's roof. It didn't matter if the development was slow. One day he would be able to beat the Eastern Greyhound, step on the black cat in the sky, and have a company under his crotch. "Oh, this can't be said, can't be said." Bin called the staff outside to send in a blank staff. She was a curvy workplace beauty with curly hair and an oval face. She blinked at Qinze. "Can I stay and watch Miss Qin write a song? You want to see how fast I am." Qinze muttered in his heart. He grabbed the 2B pencil and wrote. In the air where no one could see, a blue 3D projection appeared. On it was the lyrics and music score of a song. Even the accompaniment music score was included. It was very detailed. Qinze wrote for a while and glanced at it. It was just like plagiarizing the homework of his girlfriend's deskmate. But in the eyes of everyone, the fast gunman was thinking while composing. Every time he raised his head and narrowed his deep eyes inadvertently revealed the brilliance of wisdom, which made everyone deeply amazed. What forgetting to bring the notebook? It was obviously fake. How could anyone have such a good memory and restore the creation of a work without missing a word? The title of the fast gunman was well deserved. In the afternoon of January 26th, in the small conference room, 5 people, including Huang Yuding, witnessed the fast gunman composing a rock song in just 10 minutes. Many years later, when they were old and full of vicissitudes of life, they would hit the wheelchair with excitement every time they thought of this scene. The attention of the curly-haired, oval-faced young woman was not here. She was appreciating Qinze. Qinze was her favorite little fresh meat. Since Qin Baobao uploaded her brother's photo, she began to pay attention to Qinze. That strong figure, sexy muscle curves, and a waist that looked very powerful. It easily stimulated the young woman's G-point. Only a little sister who doesn't know anything will look at the face. The elder sister with rich experience will look at the nose and abdominal muscles of a man. And the hands, well, Qinze has a pair of slender and beautiful hands. Looking at the posture and speed of the pen, he should be very flexible. This is a man with a strong hands-on ability. It's done. Qinzhe put down the 2B pencil in his hand and pushed the 5-line notebook to Huang Yuting. Several people came to see it and were eager to see the creation of the fast gunman. Huang Yuting looked at it for a moment. He tried to sing but he was stumbling. Do you have a piano here? I'll sing it once and it'll be a piece of cake. Qinzhe said. Yes, yes. Huang Yuting was overjoyed. Come with me. Huang Yuting was a singer, and there were various instruments in the studio such as piano, guitar, and so on. After turning a long corridor, there was a piano in the innermost room. It was a pity that there was no electronic piano. This song was suitable to be played with an electronic piano, not a piano. The piano was placed next to the floor-to-ceiling window, covered by a blue curtain. When the curtain was lifted, the bright sound of the piano was spotless and could be used as a mirror. At a glance, one could tell that it was a high-quality product. Under the afternoon sun, Qinzhe sat by the piano. His posture was straight and his whole body exuded an elegant aura. His hands gently pressed the black and white keys, and a loud singing voice floated out from his throat. Love even in death. Not without incisive, not happy. How deep the feelings are, only this is enough to confess. Chapter 3:14. Love even in death. Smile if it's not bitter enough. The heart of the universe is still here. In the instrument room, everyone was startled by Qinzhe's sudden high pitch. Before the piano floated, he was already shouting at the top of his voice. They were not prepared at all. Abin secretly gave Huang Yuting a look which meant, "What do you think of this song?" Huang Yuting shrugged and shook his head. He had just started singing so he was not sure if it was good or not. Besides, rock songs were not easy to judge. Many pop songs were inexplicably popular. The singer himself was dumbfounded. So he had to pass the test of the market. But from the first few verses he felt that it was not bad. The songs written by Qinzhe were good. Love each other as if every day is the end of the world. Every minute and every second is so beautiful that tears fall. Don't care if others are good or bad. As long as you're brave enough to follow me. Qinzhe's voice suddenly became soft. His voice was very sexy and magnetic. Huang Yuting listened and gradually became fascinated. At the same time, the door of the instrument room was not closed. The singing spread into the studio. The employees involuntarily put down their work and looked at each other. Is the voice inside a new song by Fast Shooter? Oh, not bad. It's very nice. I can't hear it clearly. Let's go and take a look. The employees left their positions in 2s and 3s and approached the instrument room. Love even in the end. Not extremely romantic, not happy. Hair will turn white and soil will bury. Yearning will not corrupt. The piano sound gradually dissipated. Qinzhe shook his hands and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Even he found it difficult to sing this kind of high-pitched voice. Huang Yuting looked excited. Abin was enraptured. The two team leaders looked at each other and found that each other's eyes were shining. Love even in death? Good song. Clap, 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 clap. Applause rang out. Huang Yuting and the others heard the sound. They turned to the door and found 7 or 8 employees standing outside. Everyone was smiling and clapping desperately. Boss, there's hope for your title track. This song is so hot. Nice, it's so nice. Someone shouted, long live the fast gunner. Then Huang Yuting found that Qinzhe's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Get lost, all of you. Huang Yuting hurriedly chased them away. Qinzhe was his boss now. If he angered him, what if he stopped selling songs? Speaking of which, he also sympathized with Qinzhe. He felt that he would never be able to wash off this nickname in his lifetime. How is it? Are you satisfied? Qinzhe asked. Satisfied, satisfied. Huang Yuting's handsome face was full of smiles. I feel that if I want to sing, it will be very exciting. This kind of singing is very cool. If it's KTV, it must be a song. As expected of a big shot in the music industry. He had good taste. Qinzhe also thought so. Hence, he did not sell the copyright of this song. When he returned to Tianfeng Film and Television, it would be another source of income. The development of a company could not be like that of an individual. It could not become popular in a short period of time. Instead, it needed to accumulate a foundation and grow slowly. Miss Qin, then let's talk about the song, a team leader said. This song is very good. Although it has not been tested by the market, we believe in Miss Qin's standards. How about this? I will represent the company and buy the copyright of this song. Buy the copyright of this song of mine? Are you kidding me? When did I say that I want to sell the copyright? We can discuss the price. We will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Another team leader added. How much do you intend to pay? Within 3 million. Actually, this price is on the low side. You want to buy the copyright of my song for 3 million? If we don't sell the copyright, we can't discuss this, Qinzhe said. The two team leaders were instantly disappointed. Both parties had signed a contract. As for the copyright, if it was written in the contract that the buyer owned it, then the copyright would be sold as a bundle. If it was not written, then the copyright would belong to the composer. Other than this album, if Huang Yuding's company wanted to use this song to make a profit, they would have to pay. Then Miss Qin, give me your bank account number. I will transfer the money to you now, Abin said. Qinzhe will transfer the money. Qinzhe felt very good. It was the sweet feeling of being a big shot. When he was writing down the bank account number, Qinzhe hesitated for a moment. He remembered the 3 conditions he had set with his sister. Or rather, his sister's unilateral demand. The contents of the 3 conditions were: in the future, all of the little red guy's personal income, excluding the company's profits, would be used as his wife's money and transferred to his sister Qin Baobao's account. Qin Baobao would help Qinzhe manage his wife's money for 10 years. Note, death sentence. If Qinzhe forcibly withdrew the money within 10 years, his sister Qin Baobao had the right to deduct 70% of the total amount. At that time, his sister wrote a small note and seriously asked Qinzhe to sign it. Qinzhe wondered if his sister had been deceived by Ping and Group's saving pocket money trick. That was several months ago. Strange. Why would I think of the past a few months at this time? I should ignore my sister's unreasonable request. Why did I think of it when I was making money? Thinking about it, Qinzhe found that he had already written down the bank account number. It was his sister's bank account number. Qinzhe, Abin took the bank card and hurried back a few minutes later. Miss Qin, did you write something wrong on the bank card? Qinzhe, what's wrong? Abin said, although her surname is Qin, her name shows 3 characters. Qinzhe sighed. That's right. That's my sister's bank account number. It can't be wrong. Just transfer the money. Abin. He took a deep look at Qinzhe and turned to transfer the money. He felt that Abin's gaze was very deep and meaningful. Forget it. Abin is very experienced. He shouldn't be surprised. After transferring the money, Qinzhe said goodbye to Huang Yuding and left his office. Just as he got into the car, his phone rang. It was a message from his sister. I just received a notification. It's not my income. Qinzhe, it's mine. Sister, I love A's the most. Moi. Qinzhe replied, don't give me that. You're the same as our dad. He's a spicy old radish. You're a spicy young radish. Sister, okay, I'll send this message to Dad. Qinzhe, sister, please spare me. Sister, haha. At this time, another message came. It was from his cousin Jianghu. After more than half a month, he finally got the chance to go to the cinema to watch his cousin's movie. High school students didn't have much freedom. Unlike adults, they couldn't watch movies whenever they wanted. Brother, your movies are so good. Many girls in my class are your fans. They want your autograph. Do you want me to introduce you to a few girls? Smirk. Do I need you to worry about me? I heard from my aunt that you don't have a girlfriend yet. I've already changed too. Recently, the campus belle of our school has been flirting with me. She wants your autograph. If I work hard, I'll be able to get it. Get it? Get it? Qinzhe was shocked beyond words. You've slept with a female classmate? Jianghu, don't tell my parents. Smirk. Qinzhe, in this society where relationships were as cold as paper, even a big shot's blanket couldn't give me any warmth. In the future, I won't be able to raise my head in front of my cousin anymore. He remembered that day when he came back from visiting his grandfather's grave. He patted his cousin's head and told him not to be angry with his uncle. Qinzhe said, I've eaten more rice than you've eaten salt. He finally understood the disdain in his cousin's eyes. It wasn't disdain for his father, it was for him. Brother, I've thought about it. When I graduate from high school, I'll be admitted into the film industry and then join your company. I want to make a movie with my cousin too. Why do you want to make a movie with her? I want to kiss her too. You don't know how to spell the word death. Haha, I'm just kidding. Brother, your reaction is so big. You really have a sister complex. I have a sister complex. Does everyone already know about it? Qinzhe was considering whether to kill him. Even if he was his cousin, he couldn't blame him for being merciless if he knew too much. But sister complexes aren't popular anymore. Most of the people in our class have sister complexes. The sister is so good. She's light and soft and easy to push down. Jiang Qing sent a message. That's why you're too young. Qin Zhe silently deleted this sentence. He no longer had the right to lecture his cousin with the tone of an experienced person. By the way, my aunt's family is eating at our house today. My cousin is beside me. She wants to talk to you. A moment later. Cousin, I went to watch your movie with Jiang Qing this morning. Smile. This was from his cousin Zhang Yunxi. How's your studies recently? It's okay. It shouldn't be a problem to get into Fudan next year. The cutoff score for us locals is low. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the University of Finance and Economics. After a pause, Zhang Yunxi sent a message. Actually, I also want to get into the film industry. You also want to make a kissing scene with your cousin? Qin Zhe was shocked again. His cousin's thoughts were too dangerous. She looked very normal. If you really want your cousin, then I'm sorry, but we'll have to draw our swords. No, I want to make a kissing scene with my cousin. You're so cool as a pheasant. I like it so much. Zhang Yunxi sent a shy emoji. Just like the girls in class, I'm now your little fangirl. Oh, that's good. What's good about it? Sister, your thoughts are even more dangerous. My heart is so messy that it's about to go blank. God, did you forget to arrange it for me? Qin Zhe was very confused. Did he have to add, my problematic sister, after, my sister doesn't want to marry? When he thought of his sister, Su Yu's beautiful face appeared in his mind. If there was anyone among his siblings who was suitable to enter the entertainment industry, it would definitely be his uncle's daughter, his beautiful and cute cousin, Su Yu. She had completely inherited his handsome uncle's genes. She was unbelievably beautiful since she was young. Only Qin Baobao could surpass her. If she entered the entertainment industry, as long as her talent wasn't too bad, he felt that he could definitely make her famous with some resources. However, his cousin's singing was average. She was suitable for the film and television industry. If he signed her to Tianfang and made a few movies, she might become popular. It would be easy to raise a celebrity sister. If there was a chance, he could even take her to make a kissing scene. Forget about that, his sister would carry a knife. After receiving Qin Zhe's love, even if you die, Huang Yuding's Huahai Film and Television immediately invested in publicity. First, Huang Yuding posted on Weibo, "Thank you, Miss Qin, for helping us make the album. I look forward to singing your song." Qin Zhe then the studio also posted on Weibo, "After a lot of hard work, we finally invited teacher Qin Zhe. Good songs are hard to come by. Let's look forward to Miss Qin's new rock and roll work." Qin Zhe finally, all kinds of entertainment information were pushed through mobile phones and computers. Qin Zhe, who never writes songs for others, suddenly has a lot of inspiration. It's actually for him. Huang Yuding's album, written by Qin Zhe. Fast Shooter's new work, let's wait and see. At the end of January, Fast Shooter's new song Attacks. Chapter 315. Huang Yuding's album had been promoted on the official Weibo a few days ago. The fans were not surprised, but when they saw the famous Fast Shooter Qin Zhe joining the production, they were excited. Huang Yuding's fans rushed to Qin Zhe's Weibo to comment, "Yo, Fast Shooter, do you have some shady deal with our Yuding? How long has it been since the concert ended? You have a new song again? In the entire entertainment industry, I only admire you. My grandma fell down today, but I held it in and didn't help her. I told my hands that I will only admire you in the future." The commenter above is funny, haha. I wonder what song Qin Zhe wrote this time. Is it rock? Is it rock like Ligu? Actually, Ligu is not really rock. No, there are no strict rules for rock. It was originally non-mainstream music, so it's fine to say that Ligu is rock. Qin Zhe's fans were very proud. Of course, don't you know who our Qin Zhe is? The Fast Shooter's title is not for nothing. The Fast Shooter can be so fast that you doubt your life. The Fast Shooter is the best. He felt that these guys were not fans but haters. Guo Wenju's studio. Guo Wenju was a big shot in the music industry, on the same level as the Heavenly Queen Yang Lina. Oh, Yang Lina was Wales's guest partner on Singer, the one who almost won the championship. The older generation of Heavenly Kings and Heavenly Queens were mostly past their prime. There was little news about them in the entertainment industry, and they only appeared occasionally. Guo Wenju and Yang Lina belonged to the new generation of Heavenly Kings and Heavenly Queens. Of course, Guo Wenju and his studio would never call themselves Heavenly Kings. The times were different and they would be laughed at by fans. I just analyzed it. If it's just one song, Huang Yuding's sales will not exceed ours, the manager said. It's not about the sales, it's about the popularity. Guo Wenju rubbed his temples. Now no one is talking about our album on the internet. It's all over there. It's just a matter of a while. It will stop in a few days. the manager comforted. Guo Wenju looked at him. Reliable? The agent stopped talking. If it were someone else, he would have patted his chest and said, absolutely reliable. But what about a fast shooter? A fast shooter was too scary. For other composers, if one song out of 10 was a masterpiece, they would be a gold medal composer. With decades of composing, if they had 10 masterpieces, they could be called a big shot in the industry and be highly respected. But Fast Gunner was different. Every song of Fast Gunner was exquisite. Exquisite was his bottom line, a terrifying bottom line. Every time the Fast Gunner released a new song, the singers in the entertainment industry would have a kind of fear of invading the village. Weren't singers releasing albums and music videos for the sake of fame and popularity? However, as long as he encountered a fast shooter, he would definitely be suppressed to the point where he could not even lift his head. It was a tragedy. We'll see. Guo Wenju sighed. A few days later, Huang Yuding's album was released under the eagerness of his fans. Due to the good publicity, the sales on the day of the launch skyrocketed. Not only did fans buy the digital album, but many musicians and singers also bought it tacitly. Then they promoted the single and played the title song, Love Even If You're Dead. Starting with a high pitch. What a joke. Who would sing like that? Was he going to sing a high pitch all the way from the beginning to the end? Many singers and composers were dumbfounded. But soon the high pitch turned soft and low. It was just a change of the order of the climax of an ordinary song. Needless to say, it was super emotional. If I were to sing this song, it would definitely be super emotional. Many singers had this thought in their minds at the same time. Fast Gunner was really amazing. The fans' thoughts were much simpler. Their appreciation level was the first impression after listening, good and bad. In the comments section of the digital album, after listening to all the songs, let's talk about my personal feelings. The other songs are okay, but they're not outstanding. After listening to them, you won't lose anything. In this album, only Love Even If You're Dead surprised me. How should I put it? This song is very explosive, very emotional, and very exciting. I'm looking forward to hearing this song at the KTV because this song doesn't need to test singing skills too much. It's not like some love songs where a lyric has several tones, and it's not like some rock songs where you have to pay attention not to break when you hit the high pitch. But this song is different. You just have to scream as much as you want. The comment got 999 plus likes. Netizens posted below, this song is super exciting and easy to learn. I can sing it after listening to it a few times. And it's very emotional. I feel like I've been brainwashed. My mother looked at me strangely, but I don't care. I'm very high when I sing it. Not bad, not bad. This high pitch is cool enough and the bass part is quite touching. It's very immersive to sing when you're heartbroken. It's really too high. I admire Huang Yuding. He sings love songs, but he can also sing a high-pitched song so vividly. I admire Fast Gunner more. Fast Gunner doesn't need to be admired anymore. Just shout 666 for him. See you at the KTV. A week later. Guo Wenju, no one is discussing my album anymore. His agent, Love Even If You're Dead, is popular and the heat hasn't died down yet. My son sings this song every day. Guo Wenju, don't people hum it every day in our studio too? His agent, MMP. Guo Wenju, I heard that the KTV already has this song. The employees want to go to the party to sing it. His agent, these guys, do you want me to scold them? Guo Wenju, I also want to sing it. Make the arrangements tonight. Let's sing. His agent. Okay. Miss Chin, although this seems pretentious, I still want to thank you again. Huang Yuding couldn't suppress his laughter. One could imagine that he must be laughing so hard on the other end of the phone. You're welcome. Qin Zhe smiled. I'm going to hold a concert at the end of the year, and I'm planning to use the popularity of the album to promote the concert. This album is very successful. Even if the sales are not as high as Guo Wenju's, the topic and popularity are all on my side, ha. Huang Yuding couldn't help but laugh. After hanging up the phone, Qin Bao Bao's voice came from the room. Ace, help me get the express delivery from Uncle Meng at the concierge. With Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe's identities, it was inconvenient for them to have the express delivery delivered to their doorstep. The more valuable things would be sent to the company's address, and some daily trinkets would be sent to Uncle Meng downstairs. Got it? Qin Zhe shouted. A song that was popular all over the country would usually become the hot topic for a period of time. It could be in the top 10 of the hot search list for more than 10 days. These hot topics were the favorite targets of online media companies. Even if no one paid them, they would write some gossip about related topics to attract traffic. Among them, the most famous was the shocking section of a certain browser. In the chief editor's office of a certain online media company, Wang Zijin was wearing a black Dior dress and a pair of slender high heels. Her long hair was tied up on top of her head, and she wore a pair of thin-rimmed glasses. Her long white legs were crossed and her oval face was clean and fair. She leaned against the office chair and stared at the ceiling in a daze, chewing gum in her mouth. In half a year and a month, Wang Zijin went from being an editor to the chief editor's position. Her former opponents were all defeated by her. In the 2 months since she took over as chief editor, no one doubted her ability anymore. The rumors that she relied on the unspoken rules in the workplace to get to the chief editor's position gradually died down. It wasn't that everyone's thinking had changed, but that the few guys who spread the rumors were fired by Wang Zijin with a reason. She also deducted their bonuses and commissions. Since young, Wang Zijin had never submitted to anyone when it came to fighting. But even if Wang Zijin was so smart, some things were difficult to deal with. For example, her best friend who was mentally ill, and her prospective boyfriend who was also mentally ill. Qin Zhe should be considered her prospective boyfriend. Anyway, their relationship definitely exceeded that of ordinary friends. It was just that Salted Fish didn't confess and she didn't reveal her cards. If it was an ordinary man whose relationship with such a hot and beautiful sister had reached the level of friendship, he would definitely kick her hard and enjoy a blissful sex life. But Qin Zhe wasn't an ordinary man. He was a salted fish. A few days ago she tried so hard to seduce Salted Fish. As long as Salted Fish was firm, Wang Zijin would agree to be his girlfriend. But Qin Zhe wasn't an ordinary salted fish. He was the saltiest one. So salty that Wang Zijin felt despair. Every time she saw Salted Fish's tempted and conflicted look, Wang Zijin felt pity for him. At the same time she felt jealous. What? There's a huge forest outside, but you have to stay by your sister's side. Sister can't give you a blissful sex life. She also said to herself, why? There are so many handsome young men waiting for you to hook your finger, and they will run over like dogs, waiting for the queen to come to you. Why do you keep thinking about Salted Fish from the Qin family? But she, Wang Zijin, had lived for so many years and been proud for so many years. Finally, she met a man who made her want to have a proper relationship. She wasn't willing to give up just like that. Ring, ring, ring. The landline on the desk made a loud sound. The bubbles that came out of her little mouth burst and stuck to her little face. Chief editor, what's the matter? Wang Zijin pressed the speakerphone button. Zijin, the song Love Even If You're Dead has become popular again. Many netizens have revealed that this song is being sung everywhere in the KTV. There are many people complaining about it. We have to seize the time to ride on its popularity. I'm not satisfied with the articles written by those little rascals. I'll have to trouble you to do it personally. Got it? It's done. Wang Zijin was concise. I'm not worried about your writing skills. The chief editor laughed and hung up the phone. Wang Zijin cleared all the distracting thoughts and browsed the relevant information on the internet. Then she went to forums, Tieba, and other places where experienced people gathered to read some jokes. In order to survive in an online media company, she had to be familiar with Weibo, forums, and Tieba. She had to understand all kinds of jokes and popular online phrases so that the articles she wrote would not be boring. If she wrote something like a press release, who would read it? Suddenly Wang Zijin saw a post. The person who posted it said that after being married for so many years, he was no longer interested in his wife. The little vixens outside flirted with him all day long. He wanted to move his anchor, but one day he found that a man was sending his wife home. He realized that he could not accept his wife falling into another man's arms at all. He decided to continue living with his wife. Netizens commented, "The OP is so magnanimous. You still want to continue living like this? Hurry up and do a paternity test for the child at home. It turns out that your wife also wants to use the iron rod. OP, are you mistaken? Shouldn't you just get a divorce for this kind of thing?" Wang Zijin joined in the fun and posted a string of comments, ha ha ha. Then she closed the page and focused on writing the article. Chapter 316. On Tieba and forums there were all kinds of funny posts. Regardless of whether they were true or not, they could always make people laugh. After staying in this kind of place for a long time, there would be different kinds of fun every day. After writing the draft, Wang Zijin handed it over to her subordinates to polish and edit. Now that the situation was in a stalemate, she needed to find an opportunity to break out of it. However, this kind of thing was not about fighting for territory. Wang Zijin did not have much experience. As long as the enemy was too strong and the allies were too lazy, Sister Ziwei would be very passive. The phone rang. It was Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao singing Because of Love. Looking at the name of the caller, it was Zhao Biao Zhao Taizhu. Wang Zijin picked up the phone. Zijin, I Huhan-san am back. Zhao Taizhu laughed like an idiot. Why are you in Shanghai again? Wang Zijin never spoke nicely to this childhood friend of hers. Of course I'm here. Zhao Taizhu laughed and said, otherwise, why would I come all the way to Shanghai? Do you want to die? Wang Zijin raised her eyebrows. She was not a naive girl who did not understand the meaning of words. On the contrary, her vocabulary was comparable to an experienced driver. Don't misunderstand. The last time I came to Shanghai, I hooked up with a good girl. Her breasts and butt TSK made me forget to go back. This time, I took the initiative to go on a business trip and come over to have a good time with her. I just sent her a few ellipses. Zhao Biao laughed. Go away, there are no good men. Wang Zijin scolded, young Master Zhao, you have been flirting with women in Beijing. You came all the way to Shanghai just for this? Are you tired? You don't understand, right? This is called fun. Zhao Taizhu said, in this day and age it's easy to get tired of everything. Only young men like to do things recklessly. Old people like us pursue fun. Think about it, I came all the way here, bringing my manners and local specialties, and then I shot a few Italian cannons. After dawn, I had to leave because of business. TSK, how interesting. You didn't see that little girl's tearful expression when she couldn't bear to part with me. It's all because I'm good at martial arts. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I have a lot of things on my mind. I don't want to bicker with you. No, let's go out for dinner tonight. I have a flight tomorrow morning. All right. 7 p.m. at a rooftop barbecue restaurant. The wind was biting cold, but the charcoal fire on the table was blazing. The roast meat on the iron rack was sizzling, and there was also a steaming hot borscht. Wang Zijin crossed her legs and bit the straw in her mouth. She tilted her head and looked at the night view in the distance. Zhao Taizhu sat opposite her. He used a small knife to cut up a whole piece of streaky pork and spread it on the iron rack. A moment later, the aroma of meat filled the air. We've been friends for so many years. I don't need you to leave with tears. At least give me a smile. Zhao Taizhu rolled up the roast meat with lettuce and put it on Wang Zijin's plate. I didn't see you bring Qin Zhe. What's wrong? Did you have a fight? Wang Zijin ignored him and was thinking about this plan in her heart. Zhao Taizhu's eyes wandered around. There was a mature and beautiful big sister nearby who was smiling particularly charmingly. Zhao Taizhu, who was wearing a designer suit that ordinary white-collar workers could only dream of, gave the beautiful big sister a coquettish wink. The mature woman with sharp eyes gave him a wink back. Zhao Taizhu understood and asked the waiter for a note. He wrote down his mobile phone number and gave the waiter 200 yuan to pass to the other party. Before I leave tonight, I can give out a few more ellipses. Zhao Taizhu said to himself. Stallion spirit, you'll die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Wang Zijin said in a tone that expected better from him. Sooner or later I'll die anyway. It's better to die comfortably. Zhao Taizhu was thick-skinned and thick-skinned. As for me, I've accumulated good karma in my previous life. In this life, I've been reincarnated into a good family and have a good father. Since I've accumulated good karma in my previous life, I should enjoy it in this life. No matter how hard and tiring it is, I have to grit my teeth and endure it. That's what a man with a phoenix does. If I don't enjoy it now, I won't be able to when I'm old. Wang Zijin was speechless. This kind of flatterer made sense. She was speechless. If you're unhappy, just tell me. Don't hide it in your heart. Zhao Taizhu lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and exhaled. The smoke was instantly blown away by the cold wind. He narrowed his eyes and his expression became much more serious. When it comes to relationships, women are born to be at a disadvantage. I'm a scumbag. I can't deny that. A leopard can't change its spots. Your sister-in-law may not be unaware of my messy affairs outside. She's a good woman. In this life, as long as she doesn't divorce me, I'll live with her. But in the final analysis, I still owe her and I'm still a scumbag. Although Zijin, you've been smart since you were a child, you'll always meet a man you like. If it was 10 years ago, I wouldn't say a word. Anyone who dares to have ideas about my queen, no matter who he is, he has to die. Now, I just hope you don't meet a scumbag like me. Zhao Taizhu said seriously. He's not a scumbag. He's much better than you. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. He's just too stubborn. Listening to your tone, you won't meet a love rival, right? Zhao Taizhu's eyes flashed with the light of gossip. I'm very confident in you when it comes to scolding people. Don't be afraid. Kill her. Any woman who dares to block Sister Ziwei's way will be trampled flat, crushed, and killed. Wang Zijin sighed faintly. The enemy is too strong. She used to think that the coquettish goods at home were just paper tigers not worth mentioning. Now she found that she had made a serious mistake of underestimating the enemy. So this kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry, can be dealt with one hand. The great god at home is her number one enemy. Her sister is sick and can be rescued. Her younger brother is also sick. She feels that Corinne's Senzabines can't be saved. I'm willing to serve the queen. Zhao Taizhu patted his chest. Do you need me to go? Wang Zijin glanced at him. Taizhu, it's not that sister looks down on you. Although you look tall and strong, I feel that Qinzhe can pinch you to death with one finger. Zhao Taizhu remembered the scene of Qinzhe tearing the glass with his hand. His heart was scared, but he still said, even so, I can go through water and tread on fire for Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin immediately took out her mobile phone. Then you fight with him. I've wanted to beat him for a long time. Don't, Sister Ziwei. Zhao Taizhu panicked. I just said it casually. If I go back to the capital in a wheelchair, you won't be able to explain it to your sister-in-law. Coward. Wang Zijin coquettishly rolled her small eyes. Let's just break up. Men are all cheap bones. They only know how to cherish something after losing it. Zhao Taizhu came up with a crooked idea. Ding. Your IQ has been successfully recharged. Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. She remembered the post she saw in the afternoon. A man who was about to have a change of heart saw his wife and another man walking close together. He immediately became jealous and decided not to leave his wife. Wang Zijin felt that she could cheat Qinzhe. In the art of war that her grandfather taught her, this move is called false and true, passing off the false as the true. Little red guy, don't blame sister for playing tricks on you. Wang Zijin opened her mobile phone's camera function and took a picture of the fragrant barbecue on the dining table. Zhao Taizhu lowered his head and entered the camera. Do you want to take a picture and post it in your moments? How can you miss my handsome face? Can you get out? Don't show your head. Wang Zijin took the picture again. Hey, don't be so far away. Show your hand. Zhao Taizhu's face can't appear in the camera. Wang Zijin hasn't learned Photoshop yet. As soon as he shows his head, he can't cheat the little red guy. After taking the picture, Wang Zijin decisively uploaded it to her moments. Today's dinner was very happy. It was beautiful. Shy. After that, Wang Zijin ate the barbecued meat while checking her social media feed. And Qin liked it. Uncle Qin liked it. They don't think I'm having dinner with their little red guy. Then, Qin bow bow. Applause, 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 hum. The little bitch must be very happy. The wolf finally caught a rich guy. Suyu, where are you eating? I want to come too. Get out of here. I've never seen such a shameless woman. Suyu, hey, this is not Qinzhe's hand. What the hell? What's the relationship between this woman and the little red guy? Even their fingers are so familiar? Wang Zijin's peach blossom eyes burst out murderous intent. Zhao Taizhu on the opposite side was stunned. After many years, Sister Ziwei showed her ferocious fangs again. Just like when she was sitting on the cement slab in the corner of the yard with a small red school bag, pointing at a group of followers below, her murderous eyes were full of murderous intent. A pleasant female voice sounded. It was Wang Zijin's mobile phone. She took it out and looked at it. Suddenly she smiled. Oh, it's the little red guy's phone. Are you anxious? Are you angry? Are you panicking? Are you afraid? Wang Zijin hung up the phone, thinking, I'm ignoring you, I'm not answering your phone. Get angry, little red guy. The little red guy really got angry and kept calling. Wang Zijin raised the corner of her mouth. She turned off her phone. Have you finished eating? Let's go. Zhao Taizhu said. This was because he saw that the mature and beautiful big sister had already left. Before she left, she even gave him a flirtatious look. Zhao Taizhu understood and prepared to send Wang Zijin back quickly. Before leaving Shanghai tomorrow, he could send a batch of ellipses to her. Don't worry. Wang Zijin smiled and said, do you think a man and a woman who are dating for dinner in the evening have to get an hourly room or something after dinner? Zhao Taizhu, degree, he was shocked. What did Sister Ziwei mean by this? This playful and ambiguous smile? Zhao Taizhu hesitated and said in distress, Zijin, although you were my girlfriend in primary school, after all, so many years have passed and I have a family and a career. Even if you regret it now, it's a little late. Alas, this love can become memories, but at that time, it was already lost. Wang Zijin was stunned and sneered, you're looking for death. Zhao Taizhu, even if you're beautiful and excellent, I'm the man you can't get in your life. Wang Zijin sneered again, shit won't be noble because no one cares about it. Even if the charcoal fire was burning, the cold wind was still too cold. Wang Zijin and Zhao Taizhu paid the bill and left. She lay on the driver's seat and rolled down the seat. I'll take a nap for a while. Send me home at 10 o'clock. I've sent the address to your mobile phone. Zhao Taizhu said, oh, and thought that he had a great chance to touch the mature big sister tonight. Set off at 10 o'clock, it would only take half an hour to send her back. The road was not blocked at night, and if he drove faster he would arrive in 20 minutes. He still had a lot of time to do the things he wanted to do. At worst he could change the flight. Dawdling until 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Taizhu rushed all the way to Qinzai's community. He didn't know how many speeding photos were taken along the way, but this was not what young Master Zhao cared about. In less than 20 minutes he arrived at the gate of the community. He woke up Wang Zijin. Just roll down the window a little later. Wang Zijin patted her face and said inexplicably, what are you doing? Zhao Taizhu was confused. Don't talk nonsense, just do it. Wang Zijin got out of the car. The cold wind blew on her face and she shivered all over. According to her understanding of Qinzai, the little red guy must be watching her in a dark place at the gate of the community. Wang Zijin took a deep breath and raised a sweet smile on her face. She went around to the driver's window and waved with a sweet smile, goodbye. Zhao Taizhu shivered, stepped on the accelerator and left. When Wang Zijin just walked into the community, she heard a faint voice in the dark, Sister Ziwei, you're back. Even if she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked. She turned her head and saw Qinzai standing there with his hands in his pockets and his head held high. He stood with a posture of, forgive me for being unrestrained in loving freedom. He was not surprised at Wang Zijin's return at all. Ace, why are you here? Sister Ziwei said in a surprised tone. I came down to get the express from Mr. Meng in the reception office. Where's the express? The express didn't arrive. Qinzai said faintly, I received a 999 critical hit from a knife. Wang Zijin raised the corner of her mouth. Chapter 317. Before doing this, Wang Zijin hesitated because it would be risky to do so. If the little bumpkin was hopeless, he would abandon her and go to his sister's arms. Wang Zijin would cry. But the little bumpkin ran down and waited for her with jealousy. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. Senior White, please bless me. The little bumpkin could be saved. Then let's go up together. Wang Zijin smiled and held Qinzai's arm. Okay. Qinzai quietly took a step back, not letting her hold his arm, and walked straight forward. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. It was the first time she played this trick. Did she use too much strength? She looked at the little bumpkin's angry and depressed eyes. She felt inexplicably distressed. The two kept a distance of half a body and walked side by side into the depths of the community. The community was so quiet that it made Wang Zijin panic. The street lights pulled the shadows of the two people very long. Wang Zijin turned her head to look at him. Qinzai's face was very indifferent. His dark eyes, which she usually thought were very deep, were particularly indifferent at this moment. They passed through the street lights and entered the dark area. Sister Ziwei, who are you eating with today? Qinzai whispered. Wang Zijin's heart was slightly relieved. Since Qinzai asked, it meant that her plan was successful. Although he was temporarily traumatized, as long as she comforted him later, it should be remedied. If she couldn't do it, she could learn from Qin Baobao and cry. The little bumpkin liked it the most. Just a friend. Wang Zijin pretended to be perfunctory. What friend? Sister Ziwei, do you still have friends in Shanghai? Qinzai asked. Well, I didn't have any before, but I will eventually meet them. Wang Zijin smiled. You've been eating for 5 hours? Qinzai stared into her eyes. Wang Zijin sees the deep sadness hidden in Qinzai's eyes. She is moved in her heart. The young man is also an experienced internet user. He must be familiar with the story about the goddess having dinner with the tall, rich and handsome man and coming back late at night. Then her plan must have succeeded. There was no need for too many words. Qinzai had already understood. What's wrong? Is Ace unhappy that I went out to eat with my friends? Wang Zijin smiled faintly as she stared at Qinzai. The little red guy must be very anxious now. A non-existent love rival appeared out of nowhere. He would definitely not continue to be a salted fish. She was ready to accept the little pervert sobbing. Then she pretended to be a big sister and hugged him in her arms. Little fool, I lied to you. Happy. Qinzai looked at her deeply and whispered, Sister Ziwei has been away from home for so long. You must be very lonely. There is someone you like who can accompany you. I'm also happy for Sister Ziwei. After he finished speaking, he forced a smile and said, "It's true." Wang Zijin's mouth was agape and her face was blank. Qinzhe took a deep breath. Sister will also be very happy. You're best friends. If a best friend finds someone she likes, her wandering heart will have someone to rely on. Of course she will be happy. The script was not right. Sister Ziwei considered several possibilities. For example, Qinzhe confessed his feelings to her because of jealousy. She could explain things clearly and then happily accept the little red guy into her arms. Almost, the little red guy yelled at her and shouted himself hoarse. She could also take the opportunity to tell the truth. The little red guy would still throw himself into her arms, sobbing and saying, "Sister Ziwei, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you." But she didn't expect that the salted fish would really give up on her. When they were in the car, Zhao Taizhu asked her, "Aren't you afraid of leaving a crack in his heart by doing this?" Wang Zijin thought for a moment and sighed. Cut the Gordian knot. You don't know that if I don't use strong medicine, this kind of thing will continue to drag on. Zhao Taizhu wondered, what the hell is going on? Wang Zijin did not say anything. She looked at the night outside the car window and remained silent. I'm out of control. Wang Zijin's heart was in a mess. The two stood in the cold wind, speechless for a long time. Qinzhe lit a cigarette. He looked very depressed when he smoked, like a defeated dog. It was easy to imagine the image of a defeated man smoking alone. Wang Zijin's heart seemed to be pinched by someone. I'm really happy. Qinzhe lowered his head slightly. Sister Ziwei is so good to me that I almost misunderstood. Although I'm still very unwilling, I must be happy for Sister Ziwei. I can't cause trouble for Sister Ziwei because of my emotions. Throwing away the cigarette in his hand, he lowered his head, shrugged his shoulders and walked away silently. Wang Zijin stood alone in the same place, her face pale. She watched Qinzhe walk away. 5 steps, 10 steps, 15 steps. Her mind was in a complete mess. In her life, Wily Six had played many tricks. She had cheated many people, but she was rarely cheated by others. She was smart and proud, but she was helpless against Qinzhe. After being frustrated, she finally wanted to play a trick, but it went wrong. In front of this man, her cleverness was of no use. Because she cared too much, she became stupid. Qinzhe, I lied to you. Wang Zijin screamed. Not far away, Qinzhe stopped. Sister Ziwei, what are you talking about? I don't understand. He was a little far away and his voice was not loud, but Wang Zijin heard it clearly. You have to understand. I was lying to you. Lied to me? Why did you lie to me? Wang Zijin, who was mentally and physically exhausted, rushed over. She hugged Qinzhe from behind, like a woman behind a pervert. She hugged his waist tightly and cried, "Because I like A's, I like him very much." After shouting this sentence, she felt much better. The pain just now made her understand that she could not accept being a stranger with Qinzhe. But I don't like you. Qinzhe tried to break her hands, but he failed. She hugged him tightly. You can't not like me. You can't not like me. Wang Zijin cried out, that person is Zhao Biao, not some other man. I didn't mean to lie to you, I was wrong. Is it fun? Qinzhe gritted his teeth. No, it's not fun at all. Please forgive me. Wang Zijin sobbed and said intermittently. In the cold wind, the two stood still. Then Qinzhe quietly took out his phone and sent a message, "It's done." A few seconds later, there was a reply, "Are you crying?" Yes. Ha ha ha. Looking at the chat history, the first message was sent at 9 o'clock from Zhao Biao. Zhao Biao, what's wrong with you, kid? Did you have a conflict with my sister Ziwei? Qinzhe, you saw her WeChat moments too? She's eating outside with another man and no one is answering her phone. I want to explode now. Zhao Biao. That person is me, bastard. She fell asleep in my car and said she would go back at 10 o'clock. Wait, I seem to have seen through something. Qinzhe, F***ck, I'm so angry. This joke isn't funny at all. Zhao Biao, when young couples have conflicts, the most taboo is to sulk. The longer you sulk, the more you'll think. Look, you forced my sister Zian to use such a crooked move, you unlucky child. Qinzhe, I'm F***king confused. What did I do? I didn't quarrel with her. Zhao Biao, anyway, communicate more. Zijin has never had a boyfriend before. She may be smart, but she's immature in some aspects and can't control herself. If my wife is so angry with me, I'll just write a divorce agreement. A woman doesn't know what a man is thinking. Qinzhe, got it, I'll send her a message. Zhao Biao, Wait, I have a bold idea. A few kilometers away in the car by the roadside, Zhao Biao sent the 3 words ha ha ha, and said, Zijin, I can only help you up to this point. How could Wang Zijin hide her thoughts from Taizhu, an experienced driver? When Wang Zijin took the photos and didn't let his face show, Taizhu knew what was going on. He shook his head in his heart. This method wouldn't work. From a man's point of view, if a woman wanted to capture a man's heart, she had to capture his stomach first. Oh, he ignored this point. His sister Ziwei didn't know how to cook. The rest of her methods were nothing more than being gentle and considerate, acting cute, winking and shaking her butt. Pretending to have a man outside not only wouldn't capture a man's heart, but would also make him mentally explode. Wang Zijin was smart, but she had too little experience in love. She was too naive. Taizhu knew everything, but he didn't say anything. A vicious plan formed in Taizhu's heart. Since he was young, it had always been Wang Zijin who tricked him. Student Zhao Taizhu either fell into Wang Zijin's trap or was falling into her trap. In fact, it was the opposite. He immediately sent a message to Qinzai. Not only did he clarify Wang Zijin's trap, but he could also make up for the crack in Qinzai's heart and trap Wang Zijin at the same time. Qinzai, who was full of anger, hit the nail on the head. When Zhao Taizhu returned to the capital, he was going to make a note in a small notebook. On a certain day, Wang Zijin threw herself into the arms of a certain man and cried. She begged the other party not to abandon her and shed tears of regret. Zhao Taizhu started the car and drove into the night. His voice floated in the night sky. How can I not be stabbed when I'm in the martial arts world? You stab me, I'll stab you back. His voice was torn in the night wind. On the other side, Wang Zijin cried sadly. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She had never cried so miserably in her life. She sobbed and apologized in a choked voice. This time it was really out of control. The internet said that Dili creates miracles, but it was all a lie. Sister was wrong. Ace, don't be angry, okay? You can't not like me. Sister likes you so much. She sobbed and sniffed. Wang Zijin hugged Qinzai tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, they would forget about each other. After Qinzai sent the message, he saw that she was still crying. His arms tightened around her waist as if they were going to break. She wiped her tears and snot on his back as she cried. Sister Ziwei's body was so soft. Her breasts were so plump. Felt so good. Sister Ziwei had never cried like this before. Sister Ziwei did so much to make him confess. If she knew that she was tricked, would she explode on the spot? Would she fall over her chest on the spot? It's so convenient for her to be in this position. I feel like I've gone too far. Qinzai hesitated for a while before he summoned his courage. Sister Ziwei, there's something I don't know if I should say. Chapter 318. I'm going to lose this round of emotional manipulation. Qinzai's heart was in turmoil. After tricking so many tears, he saw Sister Ziwei's weakest side under her virtuous exterior. There were so many shameful lines. You can't not like me. You can't not like me. I like A's the most. Sister was wrong, please forgive me. With such a shameful line, even if it was a shameless sister, she would still give him a death hug or a scissors kick before covering her face and running away. If it was really his sister, he wouldn't be afraid. I salted fish Zay, am best at coaxing my sister. But how am I supposed to coax Sister Ziwei? I have no experience at all. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Sister Ziwei exploded on the spot, completing a solo kill. Little fool, I lied to you too. Sister Ziwei threw him over her chest, completing another solo kill. He didn't expect Sister Ziwei to have such a big reaction. He just wanted to punish her a little. You pissed me off. It doesn't make sense that you can trick me but I can't trick you. You can't discriminate between men and women, right? No, in this situation, Sister Ziwei definitely won't be reasonable. She's a woman too. Qinzai thought of some funny gifts on the internet. For example, he tricked his girlfriend to see his butt, then after his girlfriend shrank under the blanket, he farted and covered the blanket to prevent his girlfriend from coming out. For example, when he was sunbathing, he took a magnifying glass and aimed it at his girlfriend's bikini-clad butt. For example, when his girlfriend was sleeping, he put a big snake under the blanket. In the past, Qinzai was overjoyed and mocked foreigners for seeking death. Unknowingly, I had also dug my own grave like the foreigners. Wang Zijin sniffed and choked. I'm not listening, I'm not listening. You're definitely going to say that you don't like me anymore. I already said that I was wrong, what else do you want me to do? Boo. She started crying again. Qinzai's heart sank. She was going to cry like a fool. She would definitely explode later. Let go of me first, then listen to me, Qinzhe said. He couldn't give her a chance to fall over her chest. Wang Zijin let go of his hand. Her little face was a mess from crying. Her nose was red and her eyes were red. She looked at him timidly, which reminded Qinzhe of his sister's eyes when she cried. It was the same kitten-like eyes. She wanted to be close to you, but she was also afraid of being abandoned. Do you know, when I saw your photo I almost exploded. Qinzhe said in a deep voice. I didn't do it on purpose. Wang Zijin sniffled. Her long eyelashes trembled and she almost cried again. No matter how strong a woman was, no matter how smart a woman was, she would still meet a man who made her willing to be a fool. After knowing that it was Zhao Taizhu, I heaved a sigh of relief and felt really happy. Because I also like Sister Ziwei very much. The sudden confession stunned Wang Zijin. Her eyes lit up with joy, bright and beautiful. But I'm still very angry. I can't accept Sister Ziwei being close to another man. I can't accept it at all. Qinzhe's expression was serious. Wang Zijin quickly shook her head. I forgive you for this. Qinzhe nodded seriously. Yes, I forgive you. Wang Zijin was very touched. She threw herself into Qinzhe's arms and said happily, A's is the best. Ding. Player Qinzhe received, Sister Ziwei's heart. This item is not tradable. Confess in leniency? No way. I'm a salted fish, not a wooden club. How could I confess such a stupid thing? On one side was Sister Ziwei's chest throw, and on the other side was Sister Ziwei's little girl snuggling. Even a stinky salted fish knows how to choose. Do I have to be a straightforward boy and say, Sister Ziwei, actually Taizhu and I teamed up to trick you just now? Taizhu was so innocent. Don't sell him out so early. If Sister Ziwei's reaction wasn't so big, Qinzhe would have confessed to her. If he confessed now, not only would he be done for, but he would also get his teammate Zhao Taizhu into trouble. Wang Zijin's heart was racing. She thought shyly and happily, does this count as his confession? Then are we confirmed to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Sister Ziwei's mind was in a mess. There was a sour smell of love in her nose. Wang Zijin didn't suspect that she had fallen into a trap at all. It was mainly because Qinzhe's acting was too good. He played the role of a disappointed and sad boy very realistically. Qinzhe exchanged for the master of best actor. Qinzhe put his chin on Wang Zijin's head and sniffed her faint fragrance. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it while he could. The proud and intelligent Sister Zijin, the natural and unrestrained Sister Zijin, the black-bellied and black-handed Sister Zijin. Wow, I didn't expect you to cry in my arms today. It's so cool just thinking about it. I'll delete the message later. This can't be exposed. Once it's exposed, I'll sell Brother Taizhu out. Sister Ziwei, will you be my girlfriend? Qinzhe whispered. Wang Zijin suddenly looked up. Her face was glowing and her eyes were like stars. She said softly, don't you want to be a salted fish anymore? Qinzhe. Why am I a salted fish? Sister thinks I'm a salted fish. Do you think I'm a salted fish too? Flips table. Don't you regret it? Wang Zijin asked again. I regret, what? Qinzhe's smile was unnatural. Wang Zijin didn't say anything. She looked at him with a deep gaze. Qinzhe had a strange feeling. It was as if the secret in the depths of his heart had been uncovered by her and exposed. I've thought it through, Qinzhe said. After this incident he had thought it through. If you like someone you must say it out loud. Love hidden in your heart has no value. He also told him about Jianghu. You're not Yanghua. There's a little Guxiang who's worried about you and won't marry for the rest of her life. A woman's time flies like water. No one will wait for you forever. I don't want us to end up like, I'm 100 years old when I look back, or, I'm just frustrated at that time. I like you. I like you very, very much. Fortunately you like me too. Qinzhe said, so be my girlfriend. Then bow, don't talk. Kiss me. Wang Zijin didn't say anything because her lips were blocked by Qinzhe. Wang Zijin was like a heroine in a novel. She moaned and softened in Qinzhe's arms. Qinzhe was very experienced in kissing. He had learned it all from his sister. There were 3 steps to kissing. First, lick the other party's lips. The weather is dry in winter. Remember to lubricate first. A lot of things have to be lubricated first. Qinzhe ate a mouthful of fruit-flavored lip balm. Wang Zijin smeared strawberry lip balm on her lips. Second, suck the other party's lips. Suck hard to achieve the effect of kissing until your lips are swollen. He had personally tested it on his sister. Her lips weren't swollen. How dare you say you love her? Third, stick out your tongue, of course. Kissing without sticking out one's tongue was a hooligan. Sister Ziwei's tongue was soft and shy. She was even shyer than his sister and kept dodging. Night, cold wind, street lights. A couple hugged and kissed under the street lights. If it was a domestic drama or a Korean drama, it would be a touching scene. The audience would applaud. If it was a female novel, the readers would send flowers to celebrate the male and female protagonists finally coming to fruition. But in the normal world, the man couldn't control his hands. Qin Zhe looked at Sister Ziwei's slender waist with his left hand and touched her perky butt with his right hand. Although it wasn't as round as his sister's, his hand was very high and there were no flaws in it. Women who persisted in working out all had great figures. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded the whole time. After the long kiss, Qin Zhe let go of Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin wrapped her arms around his waist and looked up. Their eyes met. Even the cold wind at the end of January couldn't blow away the strong sour smell of love. Ace, don't tell Bao Bao about this first, okay? Wang Zijin whispered. Qin Zhe was silent and looked at her. Isn't this what you want? He said. Wang Zijin was speechless. Wang Zijin thought that he was right. He wasn't a fool. Under this salty appearance, there was a very delicate mind. This was what she wanted. At this time, they should go home hand in hand and then show off their love in front of Qin Bao Bao and give her a blow to the heart. The pain would be unavoidable, but then it would be cured. Then, Bao Bao would be able to live a very, very long and peaceful life. But Wang Zijin was afraid. She was afraid that in the end they wouldn't be best friends. She valued Qin Bao Bao so much. She was the woman who had shared a bed with her for more than half a year. When she ran away from home and drifted outside, Qin Bao Bao took her in without hesitation. For her, Wang Zijin was willing to slap the little brother and sister who grew up with her. For her career to be smoother, she didn't hesitate to call the contacts her angry father left in Shanghai. For her, she didn't hesitate to hook up with salted fish. Oh, that didn't count. She wanted to hook up with salted fish. But her best friend's illness must be cured. She couldn't let Bao Bao sink deeper and deeper. Wang Zijin glanced at Qin Zhe. She didn't want to tell him, compared to our newly confirmed relationship, I value our best friend relationship with Bao Bao more. This little chick would probably explode on the spot. Let's go home. Qin Zhe held her hand and walked in the direction of home. Wang Zijin was like a little wife, letting him hold her hand. They walked in silence. When they reached downstairs, Qin Zhe whispered, Sister Ziwei? She didn't speak for a long time. Wang Zijin tilted her head and stared at him with her bright eyes without blinking. For the rest of my life, please take care of me, he said. When I was young, I loved to make empty promises. But now, I regret it so easily. This is the first promise Salted Fish Lake, but I won't regret it. Chapter 319. The door was right in front of them. Qin Zhe held Wang Zijin's hand, stood still, took a deep breath and took out the key. If he held Wang Zijin's hand and went in, as long as his sister wasn't blind, she would know. Next, domestic violence might happen in my Qin family, but I will live on. When my sister's long legs are 0.1 millimeters away from my neck, my body will tremble, and the aura of a bastard will surge out. Wang Zijin slapped his hand away and said calmly, Open the door. Qin Zhe was stunned. Was she serious about hiding it from his sister? What? This was very unlike Zijin. But deep down he was relieved. The lights in the living room were bright, and the TV was playing a certain anti-Japanese drama. Every time his sister watched a drama, Qin Zhe would feel a chill in his balls. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to learn how to tear the devils apart? His sister was sleeping on the sofa, curled up and hugging her chest. She was in a lonely and cold position. After all, it was winter and the air conditioner was on. She would feel cold even if she didn't cover herself with a blanket. She should be watching TV while waiting for them to come home. But she fell asleep while waiting. Don't catch a cold. Wake her up and go back to her room. Wang Zijin changed into slippers and walked over. I'll carry her back to her room. Qin Zhe said softly, Be quiet. Don't wake her up. Then I'll take a shower first. Wang Zijin hugged her pajamas and whispered. Shower? Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Yes, she should take a shower first. He had a feeling that Salted Fish Zhe, was going to make a comeback. Tonight would be an unforgettable night. Wang Zijin went into the bathroom. Qin Zhe carried his sister into the room, carefully placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Her elder sister was snoring away. Sleeping, she was less charming and flirtatious and more innocent and cute. Her face was fair and her facial features were exquisite. His sister's eyelashes were strange, long and curly. He looked at his sister's face carefully. Her rosy lips were tempting. Perhaps it was because she was lying flat, but the pressure on her chest made it difficult for her to breathe. She turned to her side, mumbled, and continued to sleep. Sure enough, Big Sister's little mouth attracted me the most. I really can't be saved. But even if there's no medicine to save me, I still want to try. My sister is like a cancer, corroding my body and soul. It's all your fault. You're such a troublesome little demon. Little Guxiang was ruined by Jianghu for the rest of her life. She rode on her little stove and became a nun on Mount Amei. She was never married. But Jianghu already had his daughter Xiaolong, so his heart could not hold any other woman. His sister was Guxiang, and Qinzai didn't do that because he had Xiaolong as his daughter. He was afraid that Hero Guo would jump into the air and attack him with his 18 dragon-subduing palms. Qingyang have always loved freedom. Even if you, Hero Guo, know the 18 dragon-subduing palms, I can still take out my great Dharma weapon to defeat you. But this Hero Guo was really vicious. He would also use the 18 dragon-subduing palms on Guxiang later. Bao Bao Guxiang was not good enough. She had only learned one move in her life. If she took the 18 dragon-subduing palms head-on, she would definitely die. And Huang Rong, her rolling pin, dog-beating stick, was very sharp. If a man and a woman fought together, even the unrestrained Qingyang and the cute Bao Bao Guxiang would not be able to escape death. Then there was the scholarly sage's etiquette, righteousness, honor, filial piety, loyalty, and trust. Even the eternal fire could not save you. In the end, there was also the battle of words from the melon-eating masses, condemning in both speech and writing. It was guaranteed that one's heart would be pierced through. Qinzai sat on the bed and thought for a long time. He couldn't think of a reason. He only felt that it was more messy. Forget it. Since Hero Jianghu is useless, I will only worship Master Xiaobao in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin came out of the shower. Qin Bao Bao was sleeping, so she couldn't use the hairdryer. She used a dry towel to dry her hair and turned her head. Why are you still here? Wang Zijin asked. I'm waiting for you. Qinzai stared at her. Why are you waiting for me? Wang Zijin didn't understand. She rolled her eyes at him. Go take a shower and sleep later. Yes, take a shower and sleep. This process can't be skipped. Otherwise it will be uncomfortable. Qinzai put aside the matter in his heart and happily went to take a bath. He took off his clothes and put a toothbrush in his mouth. His head was covered with foam. He took a shower while brushing his teeth. If he wanted to pee, he could also pee. After taking a shower, he found that his sister's room was closed. He went into his room and saw that the bed was empty and the quilt was neatly folded. Qinzai thought, this woman is so pretentious. She even wants me to invite her. He secretly opened his sister's door and sneaked in. Both sisters were lying on the bed. One was asleep and the other was awake. The one who wasn't asleep was shocked and said in a low voice, Why did you come in? Qinzai didn't say anything and carried Sister Ziwei away. Wang Zijin kicked her little feet and said in a low voice, A's, don't mess around. As she spoke, Qinzai had already carried her out of the room and into his room. He threw her on his bed. Wang Zijin was stunned. She hugged her knees like a frightened deer and leaned against the bed. She said in a trembling voice, Eyes, don't mess around. I'm not messing around. Qinzai was confused. Didn't you ask me to take a shower? I'm taking a shower before sleeping. Is there a problem? Wang Zijin stared at him and said, Don't you take a shower before sleeping? Qinzai. Was this the legendary playing hard to get? Sister Ziwei really knew how to play around. Qinzai started to take off his clothes. Wang Zijin kicked him in the chest. Okay, this wasn't playing around. Sister Ziwei, you're my girlfriend. Qinzai held her feet and said angrily, Don't you know what a girlfriend should do? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. If I don't use it soon, the iron rod will rust. You're my first real girlfriend. You can't be like the previous two girlfriends of dog leading. Wang Zijin retracted her feet but didn't withdraw them. She could only let him hold them and said softly, A's, I'm not ready. Can you not do it? Sister Ziwei looked timid. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. The third time you took the initiative to sit on me, Qinzai said. In the past he would never have dared to say this. Today Sister Ziwei kissed and touched him, revealing their relationship. His intimacy with Sister Ziwei increased exponentially. What was the saying? Yes, it was sweet. Now that their relationship was clear, if he still acted like a gentleman, it would be easy to cut the iron rod. It's be good. I'm really not ready. Wang Zijin blushed and whispered, Are you going to force me? Qinzai. Wang Zijin was extremely charming. Her body was soft and beautiful, and her eyes were so charming that they were about to drip water. Sister Ziwei was now a feast for the eyes. Okay, then how long do you need to prepare? Qin Zhe said dejectedly. I don't know either, Wang Zijin said softly. Am I your F***king fake boyfriend? We kissed so passionately just now. Wang Zijin composed herself and tried to put on a dignified posture, although her beautiful oval-shaped face was still red. She frowned. We just started dating and you want to carry me to bed. Are you that kind of ace? Qin Zhe, Wang Zijin said righteously, you didn't give me flowers, you didn't even have a candlelight dinner and a movie? Anyway, we can't do it. I'll give you the flowers tomorrow, and we'll have a candlelight dinner tomorrow night. As for the movie, we've watched at least 108 gigabytes, right? Qin Zhe said. Was Sister Ziwei's philandering disease acting up again? Did couples have to have a candlelight dinner with flowers just to have sex? If fireworks were allowed in Shanghai, would he have to line them up in a circle around the neighborhood? Wang Zijin finally retracted her feet. She sat cross-legged on the bed and said softly, I haven't thought about how to face Bao Bao. I mean, it's so awkward to suddenly change from a friend to a younger brother's girlfriend. Also, I'm not ready to have sex with you. Qin Zhe looked at her, and a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. It's like being in love, but I'm afraid of being F***ked. The corner of his mouth twitched. I'm already very happy to be able to confirm my relationship with Ace. Wang Zijin blushed and looked down. She said softly, can we go back to how we were before? I like my current life very much. Before I make up my mind, let's just maintain the status quo. You can't sneak into my room at night. It was hard to imagine that Wang Zijin would say such words. She sounded like a shy and longing little girl. Damn, Sister Ziwei, can you be a little more mature? Who wants to maintain the status quo with you? Qin Zhe felt so tired. What girlfriend? That's all fake. It was so hard to date a beautiful big sister, but the big sister said, Ace, be good. You can't have sex with me. Flips table. Degree? Are you happy? Wang Zijin looked at him carefully, and her feet gently poked his thigh. I'm too impatient, Qin Zhe said softly. Sister Ziwei, this is your first relationship, right? Qin Zhe said, did you have a boyfriend in university? Speaking of which, he knew nothing about Wang Zijin's relationship history. Like many men, it was impossible for them to know how many exes their girlfriends had had. No. Wang Zijin shook her head. Before she met Qin Zhe, her pursuers were all handsome young men. After seeing so many outstanding men, it was inevitable that she got tired of them. That was when she ran away from home and came to Shanghai. She settled down in her best friend's house and got along with this salted fish from the Qin family for half a year. Inexplicably, she fell in love with him. She didn't know the reason. Was it because she enjoyed the warmth of a family? Or was it because she had seen so many outstanding men and met a stinky salted fish? She felt that he was different and fell in love? There were many reasons to like someone. Beauty, personality, figure, family background, etc. There were too many reasons and it was hard to explain. F***ck, that little B***tch has a brother complex. Maybe I have a salted fish complex. A salted fish complex for men? A salted fish complex for men? A salted fish complex with a black heart? Although I've never had a serious girlfriend since we're in a relationship, our relationship should be different from ordinary people. Qin Zhe hinted. I know. Wang Zijin placed her hands on the bed and leaned forward. She pecked him on the lips and rolled her eyes. Are you satisfied? Wang Zijin thought for a while and added, in the future I'll kiss you every day. Be good. Good night. Another peck. She ran away. Qin Zhe touched his lips. The sour taste of love. Happiness, your sister. I've indeed gotten a fake girlfriend. Why are all my girlfriends so doggy? Satisfied my ass. Who wants to kiss you? Doggy girlfriend, you're not even as good as my sister Bao. But Sister Ziwei? That doesn't exist. Tisk, salted fish. The system said. Qin Zhe said, why did you come out? You're also doggy. If the host's determination was just a little bit stronger, the system would have issued a mission. The system said, Tisk, salted fish. Your body is very honest but your heart is resisting. Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked at the raised tent. He slapped it down. Why are you raising your head? What does this have to do with you? You're also doggy. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 320. Reality proved that after a salted fish leaped into the air and did a 360-degree flip, it was still a salted fish when it landed. The person who invented the phrase salted fish turn over a new leaf was simply poisonous. In the end, Qin Zhe, whose iron rod was still a decoration, was both annoyed and sad. In fact, it would be a miracle if he could have sex with Sister Ziwei tonight. Women were too pretentious. They liked to play hard to get and accept things half-heartedly. Therefore, men should keep acting like hooligans. If they couldn't have sex once, they couldn't have sex twice. After a long time, they really couldn't have sex. After a long time, they would definitely have sex. If a man didn't act like a hooligan, he wouldn't have a chance at all. This was what Qinzhe saw on the internet. The internet also said that the bottom line had to be constantly tested and broken. Then, they would be able to have sex naturally. In the past, Qinzhe had all kinds of peerless skills, but he didn't have anyone to spar with. Now he had Sister Ziwei. It was Saturday. After breakfast, the Qin siblings chose to be salted fish at home. They didn't do anything and just rested for the day. 4 white-collar workers and gold-collar workers who lived a fast-paced life and had high work pressure. Being able to wake up naturally on the weekend was the happiest thing. At 10 in the morning, Qin Baobao changed into yoga clothes and practiced yoga on the yoga mat in the living room. Her 2 long legs were straight and well-proportioned, and her feet were white and tender. She was lying on her stomach with her arms on the ground. This posture was impossible for people with weak bodies. Qinzhe and Wang Zijin sat on the sofa. One was reading a novel, the other was watching a TV series. Sister Ziwei had a true love for TV series. She especially liked family dramas and palace dramas. No matter how melodramatic the plot or shocking the setting, she could watch it with relish. In Qinzhe's eyes, family dramas and palace dramas were the same. The male lead was handsome and cold. The female lead was naive and had an eye-catching buff. The male lead was deeply in love with the female lead, and the female lead was deeply in love with the male lead. However, in the early stages, the male lead would hate the female lead because of a misunderstanding. In the later stages, the female lead would hate the male lead for various reasons. Both sides would stab each other with a knife. If it was a period drama, then there was no doubt about it. The male lead must be the female lead's father's murderer. Once Qinzhe asked her, "They're all the same. Don't you get tired of watching them?" Wang Zijin blinked her eyes and thought, "I'm tired of it, but you have to find the highlights yourself. If you look at it carefully, it will give you a lot of inspiration." Qinzhe asked again, "What inspiration?" Wang Zijin pointed to the palace drama she was watching and said, "Look, this Guifei pushed her own daughter into the water. Not only she framed her love rival, she also obtained Huangshang's sympathy. Living in the imperial palace was the same as living outside. It taught us that if we wanted to live well, we had to find a way to kill our competitors. Look at her ending. The emperor discovered her sinister and vicious nature and dragged her into the cold palace. This also shows that things that cannot be exposed must be hidden well. Men all like naive, sweet and innocent girls. She should never reveal her vicious fangs in front of men." Qinzhe broke out in a cold sweat. As he read the novel, Qinzhe's eyes couldn't help but move away from the phone screen and focus on his sister's body. To be more precise, his eyes were fixed on her chest, which looked like a mountain range from the side. The yoga suit was hanging loosely in the air. Her posture was basically revealing her fine hair. Unfathomable, unfathomable. Sister, the scenery is familiar. 36D red surpasses fire, the weapon hidden in the yoga suit. Suddenly he heard the sound of teeth grinding. He turned his head and saw Wang Zijin glaring at him. "Ayaya, I've been cooped up at home all day. I also want to exercise my muscles and bones. Baobao, let me try yoga." "Bullsh *T, we just finished running this morning." Qin Baobao heard this, straightened up and stretched coquettishly. "Then you do it." She sat on the sofa and nudged her brother with her big butt. "Ace, help sister wash some grapes." Sister's little henchman went to wash the grapes. He did not notice Wang Zijin's resentful gaze at all. Qinzhe bought her some Ju Feng grapes when he was running in the kitchen. Sister only ate grapes and did not eat raisins. She said that she could not spit out the skin of the raisins because it was disgusting. After washing the grapes, Qin Baobao leaned on her brother and ate. Her red little mouth spat out the skin of the grapes. "Is it sweet?" Qinzhe asked. "Yes." Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. "Then let me have some." Qin Baobao fed her brother a grape. "Is it sweet?" "Sister's grapes." Qinzhe gave her a thumbs up. "It's sweet." Cough cough. Wang Zijin suddenly felt a pain in her chest and fell to the ground. "Qin Baobao, come and help me," Wang Zijin called out. "He's my boyfriend, but why do I feel like I'm being fed dog food?" "Bastard." Flips table. "Help me press my waist." "I can't bend down," Wang Zijin said. "Oh." Qin Baobao moved over and knelt on Wang Zijin's back with a thud. She pressed her whole body to the ground and her face was on the ground. My waist, it's broken, ah. Wang Zijin screamed in pain. Not like this. Don't kneel on me, help. Sister Ziwei, who was about to fall apart, broke down. Speaking of which, although Sister Ziwei exercised every day, she did not practice dancing. Even when she did a split leg, she felt her thighs burning. Of course, the flexibility of her waist could not be compared to that of Moaning Monster. Moaning Monster knelt for more than 10 seconds before she came to a sudden realization, and pretended to be calm. Oh, Zijin, are you okay? It's all my fault. I didn't know when to stop. Wang Zijin lay on the ground and curled up into a ball. She looked extremely pitiful. Qinzhe suddenly shuddered. He clearly saw his sister looking at Sister Ziwei coldly, just like how a boss would look at a salted fish or a group leader would look at a newbie. Did his sister know something? Wang Zijin, who was exhausted, climbed onto the sofa to rest. Qin Baobao continued to do her yoga. She still did a split. She put the grapes in front of her and ate them while doing yoga. Ace, help me press my waist, his sister said softly. Hurry up. Qinzhe went behind his sister and pressed her down slowly with his palms on her back. Help me time it. 5 minutes. Okay. After a while, his sister started to pant. Her face was red, but she gritted her teeth and held on. Wang Zijin also recovered. She rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something interesting. She got up and crawled to the edge of the sofa. Then she carefully leaned out and kissed Qinzhe on the lips. Then she looked at Qin Baobao from the corner of her eyes. Then she leaned out again and kissed Qinzhe on the face and lips again. This time she stuck out her tongue and licked his lips. Qin Baobao didn't notice it at all. Qinzhe was stunned. Damn, Sister Ziwei really knew how to play. So you're like this tissue. So exciting. It was like having an affair behind his sister's back. As something seemed wrong. Wang Zijin learned this idea from the internet. For example, a couple hugged and the girl kissed the other person. Another example was a couple hugging and the boyfriend was holding hands with another man behind their backs. Wang Zijin had an idea and started an experiment on the spot. It was super exciting. It felt so good to be cuckolding your best friend. Is there something wrong with this situation? Bastard, I'm the real girlfriend. Damn. Qinzhe was dumbfounded. Sister Ziwei seemed to have suddenly eaten a dead fly. I brushed my teeth this morning. I didn't eat garlic. I have a little donkey but I never ride it. His phone rang. Is that my phone? No, it's mine. Qinzhe took out his phone and called someone. It's our spicy old radish. He answered the phone. Dad, are you free today? Grandpa Shin's deep voice sounded. Yes, my sister and I are at home. It's my day off. Qinzhe automatically switched to his obedient son mode. Then come to school and help me with a class, Grandpa Shin said. Chapter 321. Class? Dad, what are you talking about? Why do I have to go to class? I don't have a teaching certificate. The police will arrest me. Qinzhe was confused. I didn't ask you to attend any professional classes. The old man paused and sounded a little embarrassed. I promised the students last week that I would let you attend this week's public class. You're quite accomplished now. The juniors like you very much. Accomplished? Damn, old man, you're so stubborn. It's 3 in the afternoon. Don't be late. The old man said, it's just to chat with the students and impart some of your experience. You'll also remember some of the lessons you learned while growing up. Yes, that's the most important. After that, the old man hung up. No, he hung up the phone. I'll go too. I'll go too. Qin Baobao sat on the sofa like a duck and raised her snow-white wrist. I want to attend the class too. How are you going to cry? Or how are you going to shake your butt at your brother? Wang Zijin said disdainfully. Qin Baobao chopped with her hand. Wang Zijin crossed her arms to block, then turned her palm into a claw and attacked her best friend's 36D. Qin Baobao chopped away her best friend's dragon claw hand and stabbed her nose with her fingers like a sword. Wang Zijin tilted her head and dodged Qin Baobao's attack. At the same time she stabbed her vital point, the waist. The two of them kept attacking. Wang Zijin. In an instant the killing intent was overwhelming. Sword light flashed. Qinzhe, you guys have fun. I'm going to buy groceries. Qinzhe sighed. The house fights were no longer enough to satisfy the sisters' growing hatred. Suddenly he felt that the days ahead were dark. He should hurry up and invite Suyu over for dinner. She was very good at attracting firepower. If he cooperated from the side, the sisters would be able to defend themselves. But wouldn't that be too unfair to Su Taidi? No, Su Taidi might be very satisfied. Ah, the two little bitches hate me every day, so satisfying. I left an indelible scar in their hearts, so satisfying. His presence was overwhelming. Recently, Sue Teddy had been acting coquettishly towards him. From time to time she would throw him a coquettish wink. She was cold and arrogant in front of the employees, but once the door was closed she would become an exceptionally delicate woman. However, Teddy Sue might not be willing to come to their house for dinner. She said that her two sisters were like wolves and tigers, and she was afraid of being bullied. Teddy was also a coward. She liked to cause trouble from afar. She took photos to discuss Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin, but in the end she was the one who got the cold shoulder and he was the one who took the blame. Tieske, these little bitches are not easy to deal with. Qin Zhe left home in melancholy and went to the nearby vegetable and fruit supermarket to buy vegetables. At the University of Finance. Today was Saturday, but some elective classes were still held as usual. In the office, the old man was drinking wolfberry tea while waiting for the public lecture in the afternoon. He had promised the students that he would invite his son to give a lecture today. Senior Qin Zhe's name was like thunder in the ears of everyone in the University of Finance and Economics. Everyone knew him. In recent months, the students had always asked about Qin Zhe during class, especially the female students. The old man asked, "This student, do you have any questions?" Female student A asked, "Sir, may I ask if Senior Qin Zhe has been so outstanding since he was young? Why did I hear from the seniors that they didn't know about Senior Qin Zhe before?" The old man asked, "This student, do you have any questions?" Female student B asked, "Miss Qin, can you help me get Senior Qin Zhe's autograph? If you agree, I promise that I will never skip your class." The old man asked, "This student, do you have any questions?" Female student C asked, "Sir, may I ask if Senior Qin Zhe has a girlfriend? If he does, then I can only skip your class every day. After all, every time I see you I think of such sad things. Can't I just focus on class? *CK. As for similar questions, the male students rarely spoke. The male students were more interested in their goddess, baby Qin, as well as their sexual interest. The students all knew that Professor Qin was a spicy old radish. Who would be stupid enough to ask his daughter's private matters in front of him? The female students could be shameless, but the male students didn't dare to ask. "Miss Qin, does your daughter have a boyfriend? Miss Qin, is your daughter 34D or 36D? Do you want to take the makeup exam? Do you believe that I won't let you pass the makeup exam again and again?" But after a long time, the old man found that it was quite good because the attendance rate of his classes was higher than before. His classmates liked to get close to him, and then the teachers in the school admired him. They praised him as a good teacher and a good father who took 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to nurture people. He was a role model in the teaching world and an inspirational emperor in the father world. The old man was a scholar in his bones, and he liked flattery that didn't cost him a single cent. The reason he agreed to invite his son to his classes was not only to satisfy his own vanity, but also because the University of Finance and Economics had a lot of talented people. Every year, many financial talents were sent to society, and his son happened to run an investment company. These outstanding elites would prioritize his son's company. "Old Qin Zhe is coming to the school to lecture?" Professor Li walked in with a cup in his hand. "How did you know?" The old man was stunned. "I heard it from the students." Professor Li put down his cup and sighed. "When he completed the mathematical model on his own, I said that this kid is not a fish in a pond." Although the line was a little embarrassing, the old man enjoyed it very much. "I'll also inform my students to come and listen and let them gain some experience," Professor Li said. "Keep a low profile." The old man chuckled. "Understood, understood." Professor Li smiled. A moment later, another teacher walked in. After greeting Professor Qin and Professor Li, he sat down and read quietly. The old man waited for a while. Seeing that he didn't speak, he coughed. "Xiao Zhang, do you have classes this afternoon?" "Yes, they're behind you." "What a coincidence. My son is coming to help me teach. You can let your students come and listen. If they're willing, they can come. If they're not, I won't force them." "Ah, your son is coming to school? My goodness, I've even taught him before. I'll let those brats listen. They'll definitely benefit for life. Keep a low profile." "Understood, understood." Professor Li. A moment later, another teacher came in. She said, "Professor Li, let me refer to your lesson preparation materials." Professor Li, "Okay." The old man, "Xiao Su, you don't have classes today, right?" "No, I still have a few topics to prepare. I'll stay in school to work overtime today." "My son is coming to class in the afternoon. You can let your students come and listen and learn." "Ah? Your son is coming to give a lecture? That's great. My daughter likes your son very much. I'll ask for a seat for her. I'll also inform the students. Keep a low profile. Understood, understood. Professor Li, Teacher Xiao Zhang, what a low profile. Thanks to the low-profile publicity of a certain role model in the teaching world, as well as word of mouth among the students, the news of Qinzai is coming spread like wildfire on the school forum and between the male and female dormitories. It spread like a prairie fire. There were all kinds of screams in the female dormitory, as if a young male celebrity was coming to school. Qinzai is coming to his alma mater to give a lecture in the afternoon. Wow, Qinzai is lecturing. How exciting. Is it that Qinzai, the fast shooter Qinzai? Yes, he's our senior, Professor Qin's son. He's coming to give a lecture in the afternoon. I like him the most. He's handsome and talented. What time is it in the afternoon? Which teacher is it? It's 1:30 now. Let's go and get a seat. There won't be any left if we're late. The male dormitory, which was filled with the sound of typing, was also discussing this matter. Qinzai is coming back to give a lecture? So what if he's coming? It's not like he's Qin Bao. I don't like him. It doesn't matter. Idiot, he's a big shot in the stock market. Don't you guys invest in stocks? I can guarantee that if we attend this lecture we'll definitely gain a lot. And I heard from some students that he's a big boss. He opened his own investment company which is in line with our major. Ask him for a business card, mobile phone number or something. After graduation you can apply for an internship with him. That makes sense. I've lost 2 months' worth of living expenses by investing in stocks. I've been borrowing money these days. Let's go, let's ask Senior Qinzai how many stocks he wants. At 2 o'clock the old man's phone kept ringing. He opened the chat app and saw nearly 100 messages. Professor Qin, there are no more seats. We didn't get a seat. What's going on? Oh my god, Professor Qin, the seats in the classroom have all been taken by students from other classes, and from other departments, and people from outside the school are here too. Is my son's lecture so popular? I'm so jealous. Professor Qin, I didn't even get a seat. Those flirtatious sluts are really fast. I want to listen to your son's lecture too. Which female student is this? How dare she send me such a message? The old man went to the class chat group again. They were all complaining. The students who didn't get a seat were cursing. Today was a Saturday. Most of the students were very free, and the seats were all taken early. Letting his son come to the class was just a small promise to the students. Considering that it was a weekend, he was afraid that his son would be embarrassed if there were too few students, so he did his best to promote it. He didn't expect it to be so popular. Other classes, other departments, and people from outside the school were also joining in the fun? They should be from a nearby school. The old man was caught off guard and had to apply for a large open class. The school approved without hesitation. The procedures were simple, and the university was happy to see it. Qinzai was an intern. After he graduated, he would be an outstanding alumnus. The most important thing was his fame. Although he wasn't an artist, he was more famous than many artists and had countless fans. These days it was common to hire singers to teach music, movie stars to teach acting, and celebrities to be university professors. And Qinzai didn't need the school to pay for it. It was a big win. As the class approached, people kept pouring into the large classroom. Professor Su is here. Professor Zhang is here too. Almost half of the professors in our department are here. Everyone in school is here. There are also professors from other departments. I suddenly feel that these professors are here to listen to Qinzai's stock promotion. The students whispered to each other. The group of professors not far away looked at each other and blushed. Chapter 322. That's right, we want to freeload on stocks. What's wrong with being a professor? Don't professors need to support their families? Professors don't earn money from whatever they buy. The professors complained in their hearts. Recently, old Qin always liked to show off in front of people. The professors also had times when they failed. They lamented, this stock clearly has a lot of potential, but why isn't it rising? This stock is not bad, right? It's a pity that I sold it too early. Recently, I've been duped by hundreds of thousands of yuan. I'm wondering if I should sell my meat. Every time this happened, old Qin would say casually, the stock market has been doing well recently. I've earned tens of thousands again. You have to be more careful when you choose your stocks. There are too many bankers. A bull market cannot be predicted using normal methods. I actually touched the upper limit of 2 stocks today. The professors felt as if they had been stabbed in the heart again and again, and their hearts were cold. They asked him, Old Qin, share your experience. You're getting better at trading stocks. Old Qin would laugh and say, I don't trade stocks. I'm just a porter of the stock market. The stocks are all chosen by my son. The professors, F***CK. So what if you have a son? So what if your son is a god of stocks? Your son is also a fast shooter. The professors were sick of it. They didn't talk about stocks in front of old Qin anymore. As long as he came, everyone tacitly changed the topic. Everyone liked to act cool. However, the vulgar people acted cool, while the cultured people acted cool in front of people. The professors were envious, jealous, and hateful, but they couldn't ask about stocks. Old Qin had a rule. He never helped others to trade stocks, nor did he help others to push stocks. Now the opportunity was here. At 3 o'clock, the students were looking forward to it. Outside the door, Professor Qin walked in. He pressed his hand and the classroom instantly quieted down. During the class week, I promised the students that I would let Qin come over to talk to everyone and talk about his personal experience. It will be helpful for you when you enter society in the future. But I didn't expect him to be so popular. To be honest, I'm jealous of him. Every time I have a class, you either take sick leave or skip class. How dare we? We don't dare to skip your class. The students laughed. Old Radish. He never informed them about the test. He fought a surprise battle and then deducted their credits. The students who skipped class would cry. Cut the crap. Otherwise you'll hate me. The old man looked at the door. Qin came in. He didn't dress up too formally. He was dressed casually. Before he went out, his sister had meticulously combed his hair and styled it. Can you bring me along? I always feel that lectures are very fun. Qin Bao said as she shook her butt. What are you going to do? You're a celebrity. Your appearance fees are in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Why should the University of Finance and Economics benefit? Qin said. Then I'll wear sunglasses and a big brimmed hat. His sister hugged his neck from behind and acted coquettishly. You've messed up my hair. Wang Zijin slapped her buttocks. After that, her sister stayed behind to argue with her best friend. After Qin came in, there was a commotion in the office. Screaming and cheering. Qin looked at the black mass of heads. In the corner of the room on the left, there was a group of bespectacled professors. He was a little surprised by the scene. At the same time, he was a little dazed. It turned out that in front of his sister, he was a salted fish. But in the eyes of others, he was a real big shot. I'm a big shot. Salted fish, get rid of my dad. Professor Qin called me this morning and asked me to come over and chat with his students. I really thought it was just a chat. He glanced at the vast crowd. I'm really proud of my dad. Tiske, they're all his students. There was a burst of laughter. The old man shook his head and smiled helplessly. Then let's chat. There's no need to introduce myself. Everyone should know me. Qin said, I'm also studying at the University of Finance and Economics. I'm currently doing an internship and haven't received my graduation certificate. When I first started my internship, I was cooped up at home trading stocks. When I had time, I wrote songs for my sister. She accidentally became famous. The students listened with great interest. Later, when my dad found out that I was trading stocks, he almost beat me to death. He said, if you don't take the wrong path, you'll be useless for the rest of your life. I had no choice but to find a job. At first, I wanted to work peacefully, trade stocks, and write songs. But in the end, I accidentally started a company. There was a lot of booing. The students laughed. Now I want to ask, Dad, is your son promising? Qin smiled and looked at the old man sitting below. The old man's mouth twitched. Ha ha ha. You're insulting me the moment you come up. This time the laughter was even louder. The girls realized that this senior Qin was a very interesting person in real life. The boys also smiled more. I don't know how to make a long and messy speech. You don't like to hear it either. If we want to chat, I'll give you a chance to speak. Qin said, if you have any questions, raise your hand. Whoosh. Pairs of hands went up. The girl in the blue down jacket, you're the prettiest. You ask. The delicate girl with long hair stood up and smiled. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want to meet tonight? Qin gave her a look full of electricity. The long-haired girl blushed. She was about to muster up the courage to answer when she heard Qin say, I'm just joking. Regarding the matter of a girlfriend, yes, I just got one yesterday. There was a lot of booing. The girls were very disappointed. The long-haired girl said, you have a girlfriend, we have hoes. There was a lot of laughter. The second question. That girl you come. Senior, how did you become so outstanding? Everyone knows your talent in songwriting and your ability in trading stocks. You opened an investment company and an entertainment company during your internship for half a year. Can you tell us about your experience? Qinzhe thought for a moment. This is probably talent. The students booed loudly. They were all smiling. This senior was too funny. Next, I'll give you some chicken soup. Listen to what you want to hear and forget what you don't. Qinzhe said seriously, actually, I've not been smart since I was young. My dad can testify for me. There's always a feather duster at home. It's not used for dusting but for hitting me. Before he finished, the students below burst out laughing. My dad can testify for me? I was beaten by my dad since I was young. I actually hate him for this. As the old saying goes, a filial son is born under a rod, but it also produces a talent. This sentence may not be completely correct, but it's definitely true. I know that with my talent, if it wasn't for his rod education and the rules he set for me, I would not only not be able to get into the university, but I would also have given up on myself. Compared to this useless son of mine, my sister Qin Baobao has been smart since she was young. She has a lot of pressure. Let's not talk about songwriting. Everyone has talent, but you haven't discovered it yet. If you don't push yourself, you will never know how trashy you are. Know how outstanding you are. Laughter rang out again. The students could tell that he was deliberately saying this. Senior, are you a crosstalk artist? Let's talk about my personal experience. Let's talk about studying. Everyone is tired of hearing that. Whether you study in school or work outside, you have to remember one word. Research. The era of heroes was over. In the current era, knowledge was wealth. The quality of one's studies was not dependent on one's grades. Instead, it was dependent on whether one knew how to do research. With grades obtained through rote memorization and a diploma, one's starting point was higher than others, but one was destined not to go far. The CEO who marries a rich and beautiful woman will definitely be those who are willing to research and work hard. It won't be those who play games every day. Everyone has seen the small blackboard that I've been circulating. I've written an entire blackboard's worth of analysis for a stock. But you didn't see it. I've written 3 blackboards before. This is research. I started learning how to trade stocks at the beginning of July. Other than eating, sleeping, and occasionally writing songs, I locked myself at home. Every day I studied and recharged. This is research. To solve a question, to analyze its inner mystery and the way to solve it. This is research. But many people will research the small details but not the big questions such as studies or work. The students were deep in thought. Okay, next question. This female student, you're here. Senior, in the video online, you said that you wanted to make 100 million yuan a month. Did you really achieve it? A girl who was dressed especially gorgeously looked at him expectantly. That was my starting capital. With it, I started a company. Qinzhe nodded and gave an affirmative answer. The students were not the only ones who gasped. The professors who were listening also sat up straight at this moment. It was not a joke. It was real. Did he really earn 100 million in just 1 month? Oh my God, it was a sum of money that ordinary people could never make in their lifetime. At first there was silence. Then the atmosphere became heated. In particular, some of the girls looked at Qinzhe with eyes that had changed from implicit liking to aggressive covetousness. This kid, he just loves to show off. The old man's face was glowing. He felt proud. Next question. Protest. Someone shouted, Senior, you keep asking girls to answer questions. You're too biased. The boys immediately echoed the protest. Qinzhe said, Okay, this student, you do it. The boy who raised his hand in protest stood up excitedly and stared at Qinzhe. He was Qin Baobao's fanatical fan. There was a question he had been holding back for a long time. It was a gossip from the internet. Now he finally had the chance to ask. If he didn't take the opportunity today, he would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. The student? Qinzhe said, Is there a problem? Yes, I was just thinking about it, he said. The internet said that Jianghu quit the cast of Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach because he forced Qin Baobao to do a kissing scene, and Qin Baobao refused to do a kissing scene with anyone. So you kicked him out of the cast. The boy pushed his glasses up and a sharp light flashed through his lenses. Then, Senior, why did Qin Baobao agree to do a kissing scene with you after you became the male lead? And why didn't you use a stunt double? Senior, please answer directly. Chapter 323. You didn't even have the slightest bit of defense, nor did you have the slightest bit of hesitation. Qinzhe didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a chill coming from the top of his head. His scalp went numb and the hair on his back stood on end. As it went further down, his anus tightened. I'm done for. That was the only thought in Qinzhe's mind. Then, there were many more thoughts that came one after another. It was especially complicated. Why did I agree to teach? As expected, being a salted fish is the best way to survive. If I just stay at home and be a salted fish, everything will be fine. I'm afraid I've lost my mind at that time. This little pervert, what a vicious knife. Qinze, have brought my sister around for so many years, all kinds of kissing and occasionally having sex. Finally, the boat capsized. The students noticed that after that guy asked this question, the light smile on Senior Qinze's face suddenly disappeared. There was a small noise in the classroom, and the students' eyes were shining as if they were gossiping. However, different from the students' happy attitude, Qinze was keenly aware that a strange orange light flashed in the old master's glasses. He was shocked. That's murderous intent. No, I have to save myself before the old master's murderous intent locks onto me. In just a few seconds, various countermeasures floated through Qinze's mind. If his brain was compared to a CPU, he was already overloaded. This matter was no longer a secret on the internet. It had been spread by people inside the crew. Jianghu didn't refute it, and many netizens took it as a tacit agreement. At the premiere, the reporter asked the siblings why they didn't use a stunt double for the kissing scene. He remembered that his sister was very generous at that time. Filming is an art, regardless of the subject. He remembered that he was also very open at that time. There's no such thing as a kissing scene with Qin Bao Bao. It's all for the sake of art. Why the F***ck did I have to pretend? Just deny it and say that it's a stunt double. Now I'm finished. Most importantly, with the old man's intelligence, he might be able to connect it to the incident where his children tried to stop them from watching movies. Combined with this rumor, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can't explain or argue about this matter. What I need to do now is to dispel the suspicion in my grandfather's heart. My mother was already suspicious. If my father was suspicious too, then there would be no point in playing this game. Sister Bao and I could only raise the white flag and say GG, praying for a better death. This question is very good, very good. Qinze involuntarily raised his voice to attract everyone's attention. Advanced Acting Mastery activate. After the skill was activated, the haze between Senior Qinze's eyebrows disappeared. The corners of his mouth were relaxed and his complexion was normal. Egi smiled. At that time, it just so happened that my investment company was expanding its business. I don't know if anyone has noticed the entertainment news, but during that time, the production team's funds ran into problems. I know. I've seen it before. They said that the investor withdrew their investment, a classmate said loudly. Yes, that was Qin Bao Bao's first time acting in a movie. I quickly contacted the production team and planned to invest in the production team to film the movie. Qinze said, my father said that blood is thicker than water. Broken bones are connected by tendons. Family members should help and support each other. When he said this, Senior Qinze's expression was very excited. It was as if he was praising socialism. From his uncontrollable expression, it could be seen that he deeply respected his father. The students were in awe. The old man nodded in satisfaction. He was also gratified by his son's performance. He temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart. After hearing this, the old man quickly analyzed two key points. 1. My daughter doesn't act in kissing scenes. 2. My daughter only acts in kissing scenes with my son. F***ck, I don't even dare to think about this. Perhaps out of professionalism, Jianghu rejected the substitute for the kiss scene. However, it was Qin Bao Bao's first time acting. She didn't even have a boyfriend, so she definitely couldn't adapt to this kind of kiss scene. There was a small stalemate. Coincidentally, Jianghu's schedule changed, so he took the initiative to withdraw from the production team. It wasn't like the rumors online that I kicked him out of the production team. After discussing it with the director, I decided to act as the male lead. Qinze said in a casual tone. During the filming, I asked her, Sister, do you plan to go into the film and television industry in the future? She thought for a long time and nodded. Yes. I said that you can't always use a substitute. Acting skills need to be honed, not relied on a substitute. So there was this kissing scene. Actually, there was a big psychological barrier to acting in a kissing scene with her. However, since I chose to act as the male lead, I could only accept it. After all, I couldn't find a suitable lead in a short period of time. She resisted even more and didn't do it well several times. But in the end she succeeded. For her, it was a qualitative leap in her acting skills. Yes, it was also a leap in my kissing skills. From the beginning to the end, Qinze's words were reasonable. His expression was calm and composed. His frank and nonchalant attitude was very persuasive and convincing. First, I didn't want to act in a kissing scene with Qin Bao Bao. It was because I couldn't find a male lead for the time being. Second, there are no father and son on the battlefield. There are no siblings on the stage. Everything is for the sake of art. Anything that is covered in the cloak of art will instantly become high and mighty. So that's it. The students thought. So that's it. The old man thought. So that's it. It's all for the sake of acting. Moreover, my son and daughter were very resistant. I was thinking too much. Then, Senior Qinze, will you still act in movies in the future? I really like the movies you act in, a girl asked. We'll talk about it in the future, Qinze said. Next time, I definitely won't act in a kissing scene with my sister. He thought to himself. This fog had to be erected properly and could not fall over. Next, he answered a few more questions and talked about his company with his classmates. He boasted about the strength of the company and encouraged his juniors to come to the company for internships. They would be treated well. He looked at his watch. It was about time. Finally, I'll answer one last question. This time no one raised their hand. The students shouted, Senior, recommend a few stocks. Senior, we want high-quality stocks. Please. Senior, take us to show off and soar. The professor's lenses flashed sharply in unison. Qinze pondered for a moment and looked at the unactivated camera on the ceiling. He smiled and said, Okay, I'll recommend a few stocks that I'm more optimistic about. Those who invest in stocks can use it as a reference. Those who don't invest in stocks can just treat it as a show. He opened a private equity company. It was not like the public equity company that was restricted everywhere. This was not a public platform like Weibo. In fact, it was not a big deal for an individual to recommend stocks. Securities companies also recommend stocks to their clients every day. Qinze picked up the oil pen on the podium, turned around and wrote on the blackboard. Groups of eyes stared at the blackboard. Senior Qinze is going to write stocks. Quick, take a notebook and write it down. Whether we can make a fortune or not depends on this wave. It's really a wise decision to come to the lecture today. It's not a loss. Some students wrote it down on paper. Some students directly took out their mobile phones and opened the stock trading software. They saved the stocks that Qinze wrote down in the self-selected stocks. The professors whispered to each other. Are these stocks okay? A few of them are inflated, right? Who cares if they're inflated or not? Write them down first. Later we'll pick better stocks from them. Yes, quickly write them down. This time we'll earn back the capital and interest. Look at old Qin. He's not writing? Why should he? He's not investing in stocks. He's a porter of the stock market. Hey, this old guy. Qinze wrote down the names and codes of 10 stocks on the blackboard. There were military stocks, infrastructure stocks, agricultural stocks. These were the stocks that he was interested in recently. My personal suggestion is to hold stocks for a short period of time. You can sell them in a week, at most half a month. After a long time, no one knows what will happen, he said. The students nodded and wrote it down in their notebooks or mobile phones. A short period of time, a week at least, half a month at most. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. The first reaction of the students was not to pack up and leave the classroom. Instead, they swarmed over and touched Qinze up close. He was surrounded by people, all of whom were girls. The boys were green with envy and jealousy. Qinze, what's your mobile phone number? Qinze, on the day you come back to get your graduation certificate, you must not sneak away. Qinze, I love you. The girls screamed. Senior Qinze, I love you. Suddenly there was a rough voice. Damn, who is it? Their view of love is too skewed. He looked around. There were too many people and he could not find the guy who shouted just now. Then the female students pestered him for autographs. Qinze signed them one by one. Those who wanted to write on their faces were ignored. Those who wanted to write on their breast. Of course he ignored them. In private he would agree, but in public he had to be careful. Unless he made a mosaic. After getting rid of the students, he followed his old man to the office. Along the way the old man looked at him strangely. Qinze could not understand the strange look in his father's eyes. He began to make wild guesses. This salted fish has really made a comeback. My son is so outstanding. There must be something wrong with this salted fish and sister's kissing scene. When they reached the office door, Qinze's expression was unnatural. Dad, what are you looking at? The old man glared at him. What's wrong with looking at you? Qinze was speechless. Well, you're the old man. You can look as you wish. You didn't let me down. The old man said. Qinze grinned. For the first time in so many years, his father praised him to his face without being pretentious. Qinze, who had been whipped by his father for many years, felt sour in his heart. This cheat was worth it. But I'm still not satisfied. The old man glared at him. Still not satisfied? Do you have to force me to punch the greyhound of the east and step on the black cat of the sky before you reluctantly accept me, this good-for-nothing son? I'm very good. Even my mother praised me for being promising. I'm very good. My mother knows, but my father doesn't know. You and Suyu have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. But even if she is wholeheartedly devoted to you and helps you manage the company, you haven't clarified your relationship with her until now. The old man tapped his son's head with his finger. In fact, you still lack a sense of responsibility. If you hadn't calmly disclosed your relationship today, I would have beaten you to death in front of your mother the next time we go home. Beat me to death in front of my mother, Qinzhe? What's the situation? Suyu and I have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. Dad, what are you talking about? Did you read the wrong script? Qinzhe was stunned. He felt that something had happened that he didn't know. So flustered. My father. When did he know Suyu? Oh my God. Chapter 324. Suyu. When did she hook up with my dad? Qinzhe had a bad feeling in his heart. He remembered that he personally gave Suyu's email to the old man, and he personally opened a door for Suyu to make trouble. Although I don't know what Teddy said to my dad, the old man obviously regarded her as my girlfriend. Dad, my girlfriend is Z. Qinzhe stopped fiercely. According to my dad's temper, once I say this, he will beat me up without saying anything, and then listen to my explanation. I can't be beaten for nothing. Dad, how do you know Suyu? Qinzhe asked. Didn't you give me her email last time? Speaking of Suyu, the old man showed a satisfied smile. Suyu is a sensible girl, smart and capable and knowledgeable. I am very relieved to have her help you take care of the company. Dad, how do you know that Suyu is capable? Bah, now is not the time to complain. Dad, in fact, Suyu and I, the old man patted his son on the shoulder and interrupted him. It doesn't matter if men like to play, Dad was. Anyway, you know it. But you have to know how to take responsibility. Bao Bao said that you like Zijin. Dad knows that Zijin is a good girl, beautiful and virtuous, but Suyu is not bad either. So you want me to marry both of them? Qinzhe's eyes lit up. Bah. A scalp hit Qinzhe's head without warning. The old man's eyes widened and for a moment he suddenly sighed. Dad still understands your idea. Young people always think about it. But the ideal is very full, and the reality is inevitably thin. Since you have a relationship with Suyu, you have to be responsible for her, you know. My God, what did Suyu say to my dad? Can I explain it clearly? And Suyu is also beautiful, no worse than your sister. Such a beautiful girl, it's really cheap for you. The old man smiled. Suyu is really beautiful and her appearance is 666, but I always feel that something is wrong. This, your sister, should be changed to Zijin, right? That was the right style. No, Dad, you haven't seen Suyu. Qinzhe was stunned. If he remembered correctly, his dad only knew Suyu at most. He even knew that Suyu was beautiful? Grandpa Xing took out his phone from his pocket. I've seen her photo. He opened the chat software and showed his son his chat with Suyu. In the chat history, there was a beautiful selfie of Suyu with long black hair, a delicate face, a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, and a peace sign. Other than the fact that her body wasn't as sexy and seductive as her sister's, her looks weren't too far off. Qinzhe was speechless. At the same time, he saw the chat records of the old man and Suyu. Uncle, Qinzhe has been ignoring me for the past few days. This brat, I'll teach him a lesson another day. Uncle, Qinzhe doesn't play with me at night. Don't tell me this kind of thing. Uncle, can you help me build a model someday? Okay. Qinzhe was speechless. He didn't know what to say. I was wrong, really wrong. I shouldn't have given Suyu a chance to be a demon. I'll go to the company tomorrow and let that witch know the power of my iron rod. Punishing evil and promoting kindness like a Buddha. Grandpa Xing took back his phone and said, bring her home for dinner someday and let your mother see her. Your mother will be very happy. Dad, you didn't tell Mom, did you? Qinzhe was taken aback. If Mom knows, Sister will definitely know. If Sister knows, Sister Ziwei will definitely know. He didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Hey, that's not right. Why am I guilty? I'm fine with Suyu. I might as well reveal this to Mom and dispel her doubts, and then explain it to Sister. Killing two birds with one stone. When you bring her home one day, it's not too late to tell your mother. Give her a surprise. Grandpa Xing laughed. That's fine. Qinzhe said goodbye to his father and left the university. In a luxurious office. It was a European-style layout, a full set of Armani furniture, abstract oil paintings hung on the wall, but the coffee table was made of handmade yellow rosewood, carved with dragons and phoenixes. The few gadgets on the coffee table were even more amazing. The teapot was a Yongjing butterfly-patterned lid of the Qing dynasty, and Gu Jingzhou's Yixing clay teapot, revealing a majestic aura. However, the overall feeling was a combination of things like drawing a tiger or a dog, which was neither. Behind the desk sat a man with a dignified aura, handsome, thin, and spirited eyes. Chao Bing, my ex-husband. Chao Bing looked at the information in his hand. Qin Zhe, male, born in 1995. He and sister-in-law didn't know each other for a long time, about half a year. In 2 months he frequently went in and out of sister-in-law's house. I checked and found that he was a tutor for Dong Lai. For the time being, I didn't find out that he has a close relationship with sister-in-law. As for the investment company, there is a woman named Su Yu. She is sister-in-law's friend, or because of this relationship she invested in Baoza. The man in a suit stood in front of the desk and reported. But this can't explain the transfer of shares of Tianfang Entertainment. Nan Man has invested a lot of money and manpower in this company. With her stubborn character, she will never give up without making some achievements. And she doesn't lack 100 or 200 million yuan. Chao Bing put down the information and looked at his subordinate. Baoza and Tianfang are not fat, but they are not thin either. Moreover, have you seen your sister-in-law so closely tied to a business person for so many years? Adong was silent. The relationship between sister-in-law and this guy named Qin Zhe was not ordinary. At least, it was not as simple as a business partner. Boss was on a long journey to reconcile with sister-in-law, and the destination was still far away. At this time, any man who had a close relationship with sister-in-law would be on the list of targets to be killed. He took out a small pistol and started shooting. That day, I shamelessly stayed at Nan Man's place for a meal and happened to meet this guy. Dong Lai and Ziki called him uncle. Guess what Nan Man's reaction was? Chao Bing pursed his lips. She didn't object. Adong, you have been with us for more than 10 years. What do you think this means? Adong hesitated. It means sister-in-law doesn't dislike him. You don't have to be so reserved. Not only does she not dislike him, she has a good impression of him. Chao Bing clicked his tongue. This guy is really outstanding. No matter how outstanding he is, he can't be compared to you, boss. Although Adong said this, he was worried for his boss. A young and outstanding man who was also handsome and had a rising career. He felt that he would be a strong rival for his boss. Most importantly, the other party was very young. A 23-year-old guy. TSK, a 23-year-old's waist was much better than a 32-year-old's. Chao Bing's finger pointed at Qin Zhe's information, and a feeling of confusion arose in his heart. This kid's family background was mediocre, and after following the vine for a long time, he still couldn't find any big information about his background. His mother was a housewife. His father was a university professor. His sister was a popular singer. He ran 2 companies himself. As for the investment company, it only dealt in stocks and futures. Other businesses that relied on background and connections were not doing well. This meant that he was really speculating in stocks and made a fortune in the bull market. Such a young man must be arrogant, but his IQ should not be below average. How did he become tough in front of Nan Man and himself? What was his confidence? It should be known that many young men who were worth more than Qin Zhe could not be tough in front of Nan Man. I want to arm wrestle with this young man, Chao Bing said. Let's see if he is tough or if I am tough. Ah Dong perked up. Boss, do you want to go in the light or the dark? Doesn't he have 2 companies? I want to compete with him first, Chao Bing said. After the discussion, Ah Dong went out to do some work. Chao Bing leaned on the office chair, took a deep breath and exhaled smoke. He became a disciple of a big boss in the north when he was 10 years old. That spring, when the peach blossoms first bloomed, he saw a girl with 2 braids in a deep courtyard hidden by layers of flowers and trees. She was 7 years old that year. Many years later, when Chao Bing recalled the scene, he felt that the only thing missing was an old Cantonese song as the background music. Later, her father was caught and killed because he was involved in too many shady businesses. He single-handedly supported the Pei family's business and gave Nan Man Pei and her sister a backing. The story of a senior brother loving his junior sister had a perfect ending. That was the woman he loved. He thought that he would live a peaceful and happy life with the woman he loved. Later, he became Qin Shimi and destroyed his marriage with his own hands. He watched Qin Zhe's movie, The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. When he finished watching the ending, his ex-husband sat in the movie theater and smoked a pack of cigarettes. The protagonist, Shanji, had the same experience as him. However, Shanji did not know who his true love was until he died. He was different. He only loved one woman from the beginning to the end. However, this woman was too unique. He had tried so hard to win her heart back then. After so many years, he was not confident that he could make Nan Pei stay by his side without any status. He had put in a lot of effort to make this happen. Most of his businesses were in the north and he had a listed company in Shanghai. He stayed in Shanghai for a few months in the name of a business trip and only returned to the north on weekends. What really made him feel hopeless was not the sudden appearance of a local from Shanghai, but Pei Nanman's attitude towards him. She did not hate him, nor did she hate him. She was not sad, nor did she beat her chest with her little fists and scolded him for being a heartless person. It was like they were strangers. Maybe they were friends. Otherwise, she would not have invited him to stay for dinner. But this was what scared his ex-husband the most. I treat you as my true love, but you treat me as your friend? Did she really fall in love with someone else? His ex-husband thought of this sad possibility. Chapter 325. On the way home, Qinzhe was bored, so he pulled out the salted fish system for a chat. System, can you give me a discount on those super awesome skills of yours? It's common sense to leave your sweet dreams for the night. Then give me credit, just like a credit card, and I'll pay back the points slowly. Sorry, this system doesn't have a credit program. A system like you is an obsolete product from 300 years ago. Other people's systems can do whatever they want, completely ignoring the rules. The system simply ignored him. Look at you, you're scared again, Qinzhe said in distress. We've been tied up for so long, and it seems that other than changing a few songs and eating a few skill books, there's not much use. The system was not convinced and retorted, in fact, the things in the points store are enough for you to easily hang on until you have no friends. But your points reward is so little, exchanging for things that are so awesome that you have no friends costs 999 plus points. Are you blaming me? As long as you keep doing missions, you can quickly accumulate a huge amount of points, but why are there so few missions? There was a long silence. Qinzhe and the system sighed in tacit understanding. Let's not hurt each other. Agreed. When a salted fish meets a lowlife, this is a sad story. Host, do you have a dream? The system's voice was doubtful. Yes, to be a CEO, to marry a beautiful and rich woman, to reach the peak of life. Qinzhe laughed. This dream is not a dream at all, the system said. If the desire in your heart is a dream, then I've actually discovered your real dream long ago. I don't even know myself, who are you lying to? Your dream is to be your own brother-in-law. Qinzhe, he really wanted to kill the system to silence it. The weekend passed smoothly and on Monday he drove his sister to work. According to his own wishes, he would first go to Baozi to invest today, find that little bitch Suyu, and spank her until she blossoms. But on Tianfang's side, they had just negotiated a contract last week. The female lead of Shanghai Beach, Li Wei, had already terminated her contract with her management company and jumped ship to Tianfang. Other than Qin Bao, she was the most famous artist in the company. Since Qin Bao wasn't involved in the film and television industry for the time being, Tianfang's connections in the film and television industry were all tilted towards her. This was much more generous than her original management company, so Li Wei wanted to treat Qinzhe and Qin Bao to a meal before she went to the set. This was the agreement after the contract was negotiated last week. The siblings walked into the company side by side. Qin Bao was very careful about her image outside. Occasionally she would hold her brother's arm. Most of the time she didn't dare to be too close. You never know how many paparazzi were hidden around you. Even if they were siblings, if they were too close, it would easily attract rumors. On Weibo they ridiculed Qin Bao as a brother fanatic and a brother complex. It was just a joke and teased her, but too much was as bad as not enough. They couldn't let the paparazzi catch too many foxtails. The two entered the office. Qinzhe sat in the office chair, turned on the computer, and checked the business situation of Tianfang Film and Television. You haven't taken on many commercial performances recently, and you've only shot 2 commercials. Qinzhe looked at his sister who was sitting on the sofa, boiling water and making tea. Qin Bao was dressed in a British style today. Plaid high-waisted trousers, a white lace shirt, a short dark red windbreaker, and a pair of small riding boots. Both enchanting and heroic, coupled with her flawless face, her whole person was exquisite like an oil painting by a master. Really? I feel like I've been working all the time. Qin Bao swayed her hips as she walked over. She took a look and found that her workload had indeed decreased. After winter, people felt especially tired and couldn't muster up any energy. Although our songs bring in a stable income for the company, as a top artist, you have to work seriously. Qinzhe reprimanded his sister. His sister hugged his neck from behind, twisting her body and acting coquettishly. I've been so tired recently. I just want to sleep and don't want to do anything. According to the normal development path of a singer, singing, releasing albums, holding concerts, shooting music videos, these are the main businesses that both make money and increase their fame. But the real money is from commercial performances, commercials, and participating in variety shows. In terms of variety shows, the era of singing dominating variety shows is almost over. Only, I Am a Singer is still relatively strong and you've participated in it. As for the other average variety shows, the company has helped you reject them. What you can do now is to take on more jobs. Qin Bao Bao blinked her long eyelashes, her almond-shaped eyes, and said coquettishly, "Then what about the abnormal development path? Don't tell me you want to sleep with me?" Qin Zhe chuckled and said, "I think sleeping with Li Wei is not bad. TSK, a 30-year-old woman is especially attractive. That figure, that temperament, TSK, it's a must. Why would I want you?" Qin Bao Bao gave a series of karate attacks. "You black-hearted maggot, let me tell you, if you want to sleep with me, I'll clean you up on behalf of Dad." Stop it, stop it." Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's wrist. He would not say such things in the future. Whenever he said it, his sister would explode. It's just a joke. The abnormal development path, of course, is to go against the heavens, the earth, and the aircraft carriers. We have to go against all industries and, if necessary, even the SARFT. We can let you rush out of the country in minutes and go against the whole world. But this kind of technical work can't be done by ordinary people, unless it's a big shot like me. You're the one who's going to be attacked, right? Qin Bao Bao said disdainfully. Qin Zhe poked her waist with a finger, and his sister immediately softened in his arms. There was a delicate fragrance. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Qin Bao Bao immediately got up from her brother's arms and looked at him coquettishly and said, "Come in." The person who came in was her manager, Li Yanhong. During work, the manager and the artist had an inseparable relationship, so Qin Zhe and his sister were almost caught fooling around several times. Therefore, Qin Zhe set a rule for Li Yanhong that she had to knock before entering the office. Something happened. Li Yanhong whispered, "Something happened to Li Wei. I heard that the SARFT is going to ban her." The siblings looked at each other. Qin Bao Bao frowned. What happened? What did she do? Where did this news come from? It was Li Wei's manager who said it. Her classmate works at the SRFT and saw the name list, but it hasn't been announced yet. It's an internal ban list. Li Yanhong clicked her tongue and said, "Now they're going around begging for help, looking for connections to settle this matter." Qin Bao Bao frowned. The company also has connections in the SARFT. Have they gone to settle it? Yes, but there's no news yet. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and looked at her brother. Let's go over and ask about the situation. Qin Zhe nodded. To poach Li Wei, the company had paid a large sum for the breach of contract. If she was banned, it would be a huge loss. The siblings knocked on Li Wei's office door. Li Wei and her manager were on the phone, looking for connections everywhere to ask about the situation. They wanted to use their own connections to try and settle this matter. On Tianfang's side, Nan Manpei had a small number of connections. They knew people in the SARFT, but as to how deep these connections were, they were not clear for the time being. Tianfang's general manager, Jianghu, had already contacted them, but the outcome was still unknown. What happened? Qin Bao Bao asked directly. The SRFT wants to ban me. Li Wei's face was filled with anxiety and shame. She was a mature woman, and her every frown and smile had a unique charm. At the beginning of the year, there was a rumor that I was a mistress of a director and was slapped by his wife on the set. I had a quarrel with the netizens on Weibo, Li Wei said. That's it. Qin Zhe was stunned. He did not know about this. Although it was quite a big deal at that time, it's not to the extent of being banned because of this, Qin Bao Bao said. Li Wei's pretty face flashed with embarrassment. Also, in the middle of the year, there was news of a charity being embezzled. In a moment of impulse, I called on the netizens to boycott this charity. Qin Zhe knew about this matter. At that time, all kinds of news had been pushing the news for a few days. Not to mention whether the charity embezzlement was true or not, Li Wei's actions had crossed the line. Which celebrity did not establish their image on Weibo? Very few celebrities dared to butt in on sensitive topics. This was a minefield. It could not be said or done. Although I deleted the Weibo post very quickly, the fan effect caused this matter to fester for a long time. Li Wei looked disheartened. Now I might be punished. Her agent said anxiously, But this kind of thing is not to the extent of being banned. It's not like it's related to pornography. The nature is very light. Why would they ban you? Then what have you received so far? Qin Baobao asked. Li Wei and her agent shook their heads. They had connections in the SARFT, but they might not be very powerful. Banning an artist required a set of procedures and the signatures of various leaders. Unless one was in a very high position, it would not be easy to deal with. Give Jianghu a call. Qin Zhe instructed his sister. Okay. His sister obediently took out her phone and dialed the number of the general manager, Jianghu. After that, she hung up the phone. Her expression did not look good. I got the cold shoulder, she said. Li Wei's face turned pale. Her agent's face was ashen. Qin Baobao whispered into her ear, Jianghu said you should try to find the big boss. The big boss is Nan Man Pei, right? With Sister Man involved, this is not a problem, Qin Zhe said. Li Wei's ears twitched. If Nan Man Pei was involved, it would definitely be settled. She was the sister-in-law of a big boss in Shanghai. She had been in Shanghai for so many years, and her connections were very deep and wide. But was it worth it to owe Nan Man Pei a favor for Li Wei, who was impossible to have sex with? Qin Zhe noticed Li Wei's watery eyes staring at him. She seemed to want to say something, but she was hesitating. The little pervert's heart skipped a beat. Actually, it was not impossible to have sex with her. As long as he called Sister Man and asked her to settle this matter, he would then smile at her balls and say, Beautiful girl, how are you going to repay me? He might be able to have sex with Li Wei, this pretty sister. Recently the iron rod has been restless and always has some dirty thoughts. This is not my dream. Qin Zhe pondered and said, Leave this matter to me. I'll settle it for you. Li Wei's face was full of gratitude. She looked like she wanted to repay him with her body. Chapter 326. Qin Zhe and his sister returned to the office. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and thought about how to deal with it. He was used to biting on a cigarette when he was thinking. If she becomes a banned artist, we will lose a lot. Qin Baobao wanted to sit on the sofa, but she felt that it was too far away and inconvenient to talk. She sat sideways on her brother's lap, hooked one hand around his neck, and fanned the smoke with the other hand. She frowned and said, Didn't you investigate carefully before you poached her? As long as she's not involved in pornography, drugs, or betraying the country, everything else is not a problem. Qin Zhe said angrily, You didn't even ban her for having an affair, but you banned her just because she insulted a charity? I feel that this matter is very fishy. Yuanfang Baobao, what do you think? Qin Baobao could not stand the smell of cigarettes and put out the cigarette butt in the crystal ashtray. Speaking of which, although his sister nagged him not to smoke, she bought a Versace crystal ashtray and put it in the office. Women really did not mean what they said. Although she said she did not want it, her body was very honest. How can there be so many fishy things? She's just unlucky to have met a narrow-minded person who wants to mess with her. Qin Baobao twisted her butt and said, Hey little red guy, what are you going to do? To be honest, winter clothes were too thick and it affected the touch. Qin Zhe thought about it. I'm asking you a question. If you can't do anything, I'll deal with it myself. His sister bent her white and slender fingers and flicked him on the forehead. What are you going to do? Qin Zhe was interested. As long as he was by her side, Qin Baobao would turn on the role of an elder sister. If she had something to do, she would do it with her brother. If her brother was not willing, she would cry. Look for Wang Zijin. She has a lot of connections in Shanghai. If not her, who else can I look for? His sister said. Can you even ask? Nonsense, she eats and lives on my money. My brother even washes her clothes. What's wrong with looking for her? Qin Baobao said righteously. Qin Zhe, she really is my sister. Qin Zhe thought the same. Looking for Nan Man Pei might not be as effective as looking for Wang Zijin. Shanghai was Nan Man Pei's territory, and Wang Zijin's territory. For Qin Zhe, between asking his friends for help and asking his girlfriend for help, of course he would choose the latter. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll talk to Sister Ziwei so that you won't be embarrassed to argue with her in the future, Qin Zhe said. Ace, you're the best. I love you. Qin Baobao winked at him and kissed him. Qin Zhe enjoyed it very much. He got up and left the office. I really can't be saved. At this time, if his sister owed Sister Ziwei a favor, there wouldn't be so much scheming in the family. However, he instinctively rejected this kind of thing. He didn't want his sister to be unable to fight because she had helped him. Actually, Qin Ma was right. Half of Qin Baobao's bad temper was spoiled by her and her husband, and the other half was cultivated by Qin Zhe alone. That was why Qin Baobao relied so much on her brother. Unknowingly, the beautiful sister was raised by him. I'm a professional who likes to raise younger brothers. I only charge 998 yuan for my classes. In the bathroom, he checked every cubicle to make sure there was no one. Qin Zhe dialed Wang Zijin's number. Sister Zijin, I miss you so much. I want to kiss you and have sex. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Sister Ziwei slowly shivered. Ace, let's talk like a normal person, Sister Ziwei said. Sister Ziwei, it's like this. An artist under my company is going to be banned by the SARFT. Qin Zhe went straight to the point. I heard it from an insider through a special channel. I didn't want to trouble you with this at first, but that artist is the female lead of Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. If she's banned, the movie will be taken down immediately. What's the reason? Wang Zijin asked. Sister Ziwei's personality was more upright. If an artist was involved in prostitution or drugs, she wouldn't be willing to help. It's because she criticized a charity on Weibo for corruption. Someone wants to mess with her. They want to mess with her, Qin Zhe said. Oh, then I'll help you ask about the situation. If the situation isn't serious, we'll withdraw. It hasn't been announced anyway. But, Wang Zijin said playfully, how will Ace repay you, sister? I'll treat you to chicken tonight. Qin Zhe laughed. If it was Qin Bao Bao, she would happily say, this chicken is the best. But Wang Zijin wasn't Qin Bao Bao. She was called Zijin. No, it was new driver, a Zijin. Sister Ziwei snorted. Then I'll cook noodles for you tonight. Okay, you eat chicken and I'll eat noodles. Mwah. Mwah. After Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin's relationship was clear, he could say mushy things without pressure. Tsk, this phone call was so sweet. As soon as he hung up, the phone rang again. Caller, Su Teddy? What's the matter? Qin Zhe answered the phone. Qin Zhe, come to the company, Su said. I'm just about to settle accounts with you. Now my dad treats you as the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Qin Zhe said, yes, I'll come in the afternoon. Come over now. Su hurriedly said, our company was investigated by the CSRC. They froze our account on the grounds of suspected manipulation of the stock market and insider trading. They'll talk to you soon. They want to take me back to the dark room? Qin Zhe was stunned. Baoza Investment didn't do anything illegal. Qin Zhe was sure of this. Then why was he targeted for no reason? Thinking of Li Wei being banned because of some trivial matter, it was easy to come to a conclusion. Is someone trying to mess with me? Who did I offend? Damn it, I'm not a big shot. I'm just a salted fish. How did I offend anyone? Why didn't I know anything about it? Don't worry, I told Sister Man about it. She'll help, Su said. Okay, I'll come over first. Qin Zhe hurriedly hung up. He returned to the office, put on his coat and said to his sister, there's a situation at Baoza Company. I'll go over first. His sister frowned. What's the matter? Qin Zhe said, someone wants to mess with me. I'm going to see what's going on. Don't follow me. Wait for my news at the company, or I'll talk to you when I get home. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and watched him leave. After Qin Zhe came to Baoza, he met two comrades from the CSRC in the conference room. He chatted with them and listened to some warnings. Then the other party left. Qin Zhe and Su sent them downstairs and said, when will my company's account be unblocked? The two comrades said faintly, today is a preliminary interview. The specific situation will be clear after follow-up investigation. Wait first. If you have a clean background, others can't find trouble with you. Tsk, the ability of a thief to shout, stop the thief, has been practiced for 68 years. Qin Zhe nodded, okay then I'll wait for your news. Su gritted her teeth and said, it's too much. If you don't agree with me you will freeze the account. How can it be like this? There's no evidence to catch a thief and catch an adulterer in bed. I've studied abroad for so many years and I've never seen such a thing. Qin Zhe took out a cigarette. The national conditions are different. Su said angrily, give me one too. Qin Zhe gave her one, just bite it. You can't smoke. I'm depressed. Su stubbornly took out the lighter from his pocket, lit it for herself, took a deep breath and spat it all out. The two stood by the trash can downstairs. One smoked and meditated and the other frowned. The smoke didn't reach the lungs. Passing by the small white-collar workers, they all looked sideways at the tall and beautiful Su. Such a beautiful woman, even smoking is a moving scenery, but in the eyes of male chauvinism, they can't help but feel distressed. Hey little red man, did you offend someone? Su looked at him and pursed her lips. Smoking made her mouth dry. Don't call him little red man. That's not what you call him. Qinzhe said. Do you want to call him Great God? If it's so shameful, it's better to call him in private. Su Yu's eyes were soft. Don't worry about this first. I have something to talk to you about. Qinzhe blew a mouthful of smoke at her small face and looked down at her condescendingly. Did you say something to my dad that you shouldn't say? Unfortunately, Su Yu was not standing by the wall. Otherwise, Boss Qin would give her a cabotin and a sharp and majestic look. The masochist would confess everything. No, I just talked to your dad casually. Su Yu's eyes flashed. You don't admit it, do you believe that I will slap you? Qinzhe threatened. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Qinzhe said, believe it or not, I will ignore you. Su Yu immediately compromised and made an aggrieved expression and a pitiful posture. I didn't say anything really. Qinzhe stared at her. She took out her mobile phone from her small pocket, unlocked it and handed it over. Then look at it yourself. I didn't say anything. Qinzhe opened the chat software and looked at her chat history with the old man. Ah, hello uncle, I'm Su Yu, it's Su Yu, please be familiar with me. A very good friend. He often plays with me at night. Every time I play with him, I can sleep happily. Uncle, I'm his secretary. I don't know why, my brain is trembling. Su Yu guiltily quibbled. I didn't say anything. Do you play games with me every night? Qinzhe said angrily. Where is the word game? Was it eaten by you? Su Yu said weakly. It's a rounding. What the F***ck are you talking about? Who helped you press the coffin lid of your math teacher? Qinzhe raised his hand. Don't hit me. Those who hit women are bastards. Su Yu covered her head. Which woman was not afraid of being beaten? She was also afraid, but even if she was afraid, she never thought of escaping from the claws of the little pervert. The palm fell on her head. Qinzhe gave her a smiling and touching dog head, and said helplessly, explain it to my dad yourself some other day. Su Yu reluctantly looked aggrieved. Well, when I'm free I'll take you to my house for dinner and you can tell my dad yourself. Qinzhe added. There was a bright light in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, the ex-husband sat in the office and listened to the report of his number one follower, Ah Dong. It's all done. To what extent is the boss going to do? Ah Dong said. The ex-husband crossed his hands in front of his chest. Give him a warning first. I'll ask him out to talk in a few days. Ah Dong hesitated. Sister-in-law has urged you several times. When will the boss go back? After all, it will be the new year in a month. This sister-in-law was not Nan Man Pei, but Chao Bing's current wife. After dealing with this matter, Chao Bing's expression was impatient. As he was talking, the phone on the desk rang. The caller, Man. The impatient expression of the ex-husband disappeared immediately and was replaced by a gentle smile. He picked up the phone. Man? Come out and meet me. Nan Man Pei's cold voice came. The ex-husband was overjoyed. Well, see you in the evening. I'll make a reservation immediately. It's your favorite Hunan restaurant. Nan Man Pei, you're mistaken. I'm not here to have dinner with you. I'll come out now. I'll wait for you at the tea house on Yuanhui Road. The ex-husband still wanted to speak, but the voice in his ear had disappeared. She hung up. Chapter 327. In a tea house on Yuanhui Road. Outside the private room, Ah Dong, who was 1.78 meters tall, had a strong body and sharp eyes. He gave the waiters a lot of pressure. The tea house was very quiet. There seemed to be a faint tea fragrance in the air. Ah Dong's face was very serious. At the same time, he was also a little nervous. When he was 18 years old, he followed Boss and Sister Man. At that time, they were not married. But the brothers knew that Boss was deeply in love with Sister Man. Of course, the ending was very good. But this kind of life only lasted for a year. The next year, Boss and Sister Man divorced. The next year, he married the daughter of a big official in the north. Sister Man also left the north and settled down in Shanghai. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. To be honest, Boss had indeed let Big Sister Man down. Everyone knew that, but they also knew that Boss had always loved Big Sister Man. In Ah Dong's opinion, other than letting Big Sister Man down in this matter, there was nothing wrong with Boss. Boss had courage, ability, and was deeply in love with you. Even if she didn't have a status, she was still the most important person in his heart. Ah Dong cheered for Boss in his heart. In the private room, Nan Man Pei and brother ex-husband sat face to face and drank tea. Didn't people say that you, Chao Bing, are broad-minded? Why are you arguing with a little boy? Nan Man Pei blew on the tea and laughed. No man wants to see another man get close to his woman, Chao Bing said. After a long silence, both of them drank tea patiently. It said that a good horse does not go back to the old grass. Why are you different from others? In the end, Nan Man Pei was the first to speak. She sighed. If you were a grass, you would be the sweetest in the world. Chao Bing looked at her affectionately. It's almost Chinese New Year. Let's go back. Nan Man Pei sighed. Your son is 6 years old today. Children at this age are always calling for their father. But they are also the most forgetful. After a long time, your son will drift away from you. Don't blame me. Unless you forgive me and we reconcile, I will let that kid go. Chao Bing looked straight into Nan Man Pei's eyes. The response was boiling hot tea splashing directly on his face. I gave you face but you don't want it. Nan Man Pei seemed to be really angry. Her gentle and virtuous temperament suddenly became fierce and flamboyant. She seemed to have changed into another person. Reunite? So that I can be your mistress in peace? Chao Bing, do you think you're Long Outyin? Long Outyin heard it from Qinzhe. It was said that he was a top-notch romantic man. He was surrounded by beautiful women and lived in harmony. At that time, Nan Man Pei had sneered and said that this kind of man was seducing shallow women because he was rich. Qinzhe said, no, Long Outyin's women are all outstanding beauties. There is no difference between them. Nan Man Pei made a mental note of this man's name, Long Outyin. Chao Bing's handsome face twitched, but he wasn't angry. He quietly took out a tissue and wiped his face. Give me 3 more years. Chao Bing gritted his teeth, his cheekbones protruding. 3 years later, I'll divorce her and marry you. Man, after so many years, my feelings for you have never changed. Love is not something you can buy just because you want to. Nan Man Pei said lightly, when you divorced me and hooked up with the golden branch of the Liu family, our relationship was completely broken. You've been living well all these years and I'm happy to be alone. Why do you keep pestering me? After all, she gave birth to a son for you. Don't let her down. He looked at the woman in front of him who was supposed to be with him for the rest of his life. He didn't get angry from embarrassment, nor did he hate her because of love. He only felt melancholy and annoyance. But I can't let you go really. Chao Bing said, you said that I'm uncultured but I've changed. All these years I've worked hard to become a cultured person. I even took the Peking University diploma. I've read many books over the years, and there's a sentence that left a deep impression on me. It's enough for a man to have an unforgettable woman in his life. He loved her, so he took the Peking University diploma for her. She felt that if this spread out, it would become a trending term on the internet. Nan Man Pei shook her head. She felt so tired. But I can't have children. You chose to leave me, a hen that can't lay eggs. Now you have an egg in your pocket and you're back with me. Chao Bing, do you think it's possible? Although so many years had passed, Nan Man Pei still felt a little sad when this topic was brought up. Infertility was the cruelest thing for a woman. My son is very obedient. You'll definitely like him. Chao Bing said. Don't say such impossible things. I'm looking for you today because I don't want to fall out with you. You've cleared your name and I'm not as angry as before. Let's sit down and talk. Nan Man Pei twirled the teacup with her fingers. This matter has nothing to do with him. If you want to find trouble, then let him go. Come at me. Although I don't have a good relationship with my brother-in-law, I'm still his sister-in-law. I'll bring Ziki and Dong Lai to the Li family. You don't have to stay in Shanghai anymore. The northern side is your territory. But my father has a few friends there. I'll be thick-skinned and beg them. I'm sure they'll be willing to find some entertainment for you. Nan Man Pei crushed the porcelain teacup. If you want to play, I'll accompany you. Chao Bing's heart turned cold. For the first time he felt resentment. You care so much about this kid? Speak of the devil. Nan Man Pei's phone rang. The caller was Qinzhe. Good. Let's talk things out. Nan Man Pei answered the phone and put it on speaker. Sister Man, you might not believe me, but I suspect that your ex-husband is trying to mess with me. Qinzhe's voice sounded. Chao Bing narrowed his eyes. Nan Man Pei chuckled. Your reaction is fast. That's true. Qinzhe was silent for 3 seconds. I don't care. You'll settle this for me. You said it yourself. This is Sister Man's fault. Don't worry, leave it to me. Nan Man Pei apologized. I knew Sister Man was the most considerate. I'll go to your house some other day and cook a good meal to thank you. Qinzhe smiled. There's no need for another day. Let's do it today. Dong Lai has been wild recently. Come over and help me discipline him. Nan Man Pei said gently. Okay. Qinzhe's voice was light and cheerful now that he had lifted a huge weight off his shoulders. Chao Bing's heart turned cold. His man's tone was so gentle. She took the initiative to invite him to her house. Chao Bing and Nan Man Pei grew up together, so he knew her character best. Maybe this man called Qin Zhe did not enter her heart, but it was undeniable that Nan Man Pei treated him differently from ordinary people. She even valued him more than ordinary friends. If this man was not eliminated, he would become a big problem. After becoming a cultured person, Chao Bing, who had read a few novels, couldn't help but think of this sentence. Qin Zhe, if you're a man, do you dare to play with me? Chao Bing sneered. Nan Man Pei frowned. There was silence on the other side of the phone. After a while. Oh, brother ex-husband is here too. Nan Man Pei said softly, find him and talk to him. This has nothing to do with you. Don't worry. Qin Zhe sighed. Brother ex-husband, sister man and I are just friends. Don't misunderstand. We're all businessmen. Harmony breeds wealth. You blocked my company's account and blocked my artists. You've gone too far. Let's sit down and talk. I'll give you 5% of the shares. How about we shake hands and make peace? This young man seemed to be softer than expected. But from a businessman's point of view, Chao Bing admired his attitude. Only such a person could make his business bigger. Chao Bing said, Qin Zhe, do you know how animals compete for the right to mate? Nan Man Pei raised his eyebrows. Qin Zhe was speechless. F***ck, brother ex-husband, are you going to talk about something forbidden? I'm young. Can you take back what you said just now? Chao Bing continued, in the animal kingdom, the right to mate is a very important right, second only to territory. Male animals have to pay the price of blood and life. Only the winner can enjoy the right to mate. The survival of the fittest can also be explained here. After a moment of silence, Qin Zhe said, I think I understand what you mean. I've stepped into your forbidden zone, right? So you have to show your claws and fight with me, regardless of whether Sister Man and I are really having an affair. Chao Bing sneered. You can understand it that way. Why bother? I'm just a salted fish. How can I be worthy of such a big fight? Suddenly, a suppressed voice came from the other side of the phone. F***ck, System, why are you joining in the fun? Don't give me a mission at this time. System, are you stupid? Chao Bing? Nan Man Pei blinked. Is it because I, Qin Zhe, can't lift a knife, or is your brother ex-husband too flirtatious? Qin Zhe's style suddenly changed. Okay, you want to play? I'll play with you. Sister Man, don't interfere in this matter. Nan Man Pei was stunned. Chao Bing snorted. Very good, I was waiting for you to say that. Ah, brother ex-husband, what do you think of Sister Man? Qin Zhe asked abruptly. Chao Bing glanced at her. What do you want to say? 2 sentences, Qin Zhe said. Cute, I want to F***ck you. You want to F***ck me? You're welcome to F***ck me. Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched. The veins on Chao Bing's forehead throbbed. Somehow, it became a declaration of war between the two men. Pei Nan Man was confused, but since the conversation had already reached this point, there was no need to continue the conversation. She looked at Chao Bing deeply, stood up silently and walked out of the room. Chao Bing sat there with a gloomy face. When the door opened, Ah Dong saw Nan Man Pei with a frosty face. He turned his head and saw Boss sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face. His heart skipped a beat. He knew this conversation had ended unhappily. Sister Man, Boss really wants to reconcile with you. Nan Man Pei ignored him and walked straight. Ah Dong followed a few steps and said, Sister Man, after all these years, you are too heartless. Nan Man Pei turned around and kicked him. The 1.8-meter burly man was kicked a few meters away. He rolled a few times on the ground and curled up into a ball to complain. Back in her Maserati, Nan Man Pei turned around and dialed Qin Zhe's number. Can you do it? You'll know if I can or can't. From your tone, it sounds like you're blaming me? Nan Man Pei sneered. I said that if Chao Bing wants to play tricks, I'll deal with it. You have to stretch your neck and get closer. I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming the other salted fish. Qin Zhe sighed. Sister Man, now that I think about it, you've been wanting to teach your ex-husband a lesson for a long time, haven't you? You want to use me as a pawn and test my limits? Nan Man Pei was silent and didn't deny it. I've been hanging out with people like you for a long time. I'm really done for. I'm tired of being pestered by him. After today, I plan to uproot his influence in Shanghai. Out of sight, out of mind, Nan Man Pei said softly. I gave you a chance to retreat. But you gave someone an opportunity to stir up trouble. Now I can't retreat even if I want to. I don't understand, Nan Man Pei said. Keep your backup plans. I'll play with your ex-husband. If I don't kneel down, you'll come out and clean up the mess. If I win, TSK, how are you going to thank me? Nan Man Pei smiled charmingly. Cute. You want to F***ck me? Qin Zhe, Nan Man Pei, you're welcome to do it? Qin Zhe. Chapter 328. Qin Zhe chuckled dryly, don't take my words seriously, I'm just trying to piss off your ex-husband. Sister man, I'm hanging up. I'm going to find my friends. By the way, send me a copy of your ex-husband's information. The more detailed, the better. Without waiting for her response, he ended the call. Qin Zhe didn't think he was a troublemaker. At most, he would show off in front of his sisters. It didn't make sense for him to offend anyone. How could a salted fish make enemies everywhere? It didn't make sense at all. After thinking about it, only Nan Man Pei's ex-husband had the motive to make trouble for him. At first, he didn't think of it because he and Nan Man Pei really didn't have an affair. But perhaps in his ex-husband's eyes, that lunch was so cold that he hated him. Male animals would often pay the price of blood and life for the right to mate. F***ck was simply a saying. Since ancient times, whether it was humans or animals, it was just three things: food, clothing, warmth, and sex. Therefore, it was reasonable for his ex-husband to think that he was an enemy invading his territory. If there was a man who was close to my sister and often came over to cook for my sister, then there was no need to say anything. Even my salted fish's big knife would be unable to endure the thirst. After thinking about it for a long time, he was almost clear about it. Sister man probably wanted to fall out with him for a long time. Diske, he didn't know what kind of grudges they had. Coincidentally, he accidentally entered the battle circle. Sister man was very curious and always wanted to find out more about salted fish Zhe, so she pushed him out. Seeing that she didn't use him as a tool in the end, Qin Zhe didn't care. He also wanted to ride on Sister man's coattails. He took advantage of Nan Man Pei in the establishment of Baozi Company and the transfer of shares of Tianfeng Film and Television. She was very loyal, wasn't she? But after being bullied, he turned on his salted fish mode and talked nicely, but the other party still didn't let him go. The salted fish also had anger. At this time the system popped out. Just as he was on the phone, the system issued a mission. Ding. A real man shouldn't be afraid. Just do it. Please fight back against Chao Bing and make him admit his mistake. Success will reward 2,000 points. Failure will deduct the same amount. He felt that the system's voice was very light when issuing missions. 2,000 points was almost all of his savings. Half an hour later, Nan Man Pei sent Chao Bing's background information to his mailbox. Chao Bing, 32 years old, was a famous entrepreneur in the north. When he was young, he was a disciple of a big shot and married the big shot's daughter. Later, he became Qin Shimi and married the daughter of a high official. Although he was clean, he still had some gray businesses. On the surface, there were 3 listed companies and several other industries. It seemed that he was not a big shot that Qin Zhe could afford to offend. Since that was the case, he could only summon his companions. It's decided to be you, Zhao Taizhu. Brother Zhao, have you been busy recently? Qin Zhe asked with a smile. I'm just waiting to die. Zhao Taizhu laughed. Why did you call me? The company ran into some trouble today. Someone was looking for trouble and froze my company's account. Brother Zhao, do you know Chao Bing? Which Chao Bing? It's from the north. Zhao Taizhu thought for a long time. I don't know him. Did he offend you? Then I'll send you the information. Help me think about it. Without hanging up, Qin Zhe packaged the email Nan Man Pei sent him and forwarded it to Zhao Taizhu. There was silence on the other side. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Taizhu said, he's not a tough one but not too troublesome either. Actually, it's better for you to ask Zijin for help. The Wang family is more powerful than the Zhao family. Sister Ziwei and the Wang family are in a cold war. How can I help? Qin Zhe said gloomily. Alright then. We're in the same boat after all. I took a look just now. There are 3 listed companies. The composition of the companies is very complicated and involves a lot of areas. However, the gray areas of the industries are not a problem. It's fine even if they cry for their parents. Thanks. Qin Zhe smiled gently. This was the advantage of being tied to a big shot. When the interests were the same, many things could be solved by just mentioning it. At the end of the month, he would give Brother Taizhu an extra drumstick and more money. Then he would not betray him about the text message. Sister Ziwei's back door was very useful. After returning home from work, Qin Baobao couldn't wait to ask him what was going on. Why were they being targeted for no reason? Qin Baobao cared more about her brother's matters than she did about herself. The only son of the Qin family was finally not a salted fish anymore. She didn't want him to be strangled in the cradle. Qin Zhe explained the matter in detail. His sister's eyes were immediately filled with resentment. Are you also having an affair with Nan Man Pei? Impossible. Sister Man is my friend. We're not just friends in business. Since we're friends, it's inevitable that we'll get hurt. Otherwise, friends wouldn't take the hit for you, right? You're right, but I don't want to hear it. Go to hell, you black-hearted maggot. His sister lay on the sofa and gave him a kick. Thus, Qinzhe pressed his sister down on the sofa and rubbed against her fiercely. Not only did her slippers fall off, but her belly button was also exposed. Satisfied, Qinzhe went into the kitchen to wash the vegetables and prepare dinner. Qin Baobao was left lying on the sofa. Her clothes were messy and her chest was heaving up and down. The lock clicked. Wang Zijin came back from work. She changed into her slippers and glanced at her best friend who was like a dead fish. What's wrong? Did the devil enter the village? Qin Baobao was lying on the sofa. Her clothes were messy and her hair was messy. One of her trousers was rolled up and the other was wrapped around her foot. Her lace shirt was crumpled and lifted up to her belly button, revealing her soft and curvy belly. Qin Baobao sobbed. Ace bullied me again. I want to buy a house. I want to move out. Wang Zijin was overjoyed. Okay, I'll support you. I'll support you from 365 degrees without any blind spots. Qin Baobao sat up and pulled her clothes. With a straight face she said, I'm joking. She kicked her best friend's butt. Go to the kitchen and wash the vegetables. I'm hungry. Wang Zijin bent forward and chopped Qin Baobao's head with a knife. She took revenge and then fled into the kitchen. Wang Zijin closed the kitchen door. She didn't close it properly. If she closed it properly, the little B*TH outside would be suspicious and might come in. If she didn't close it properly, it would be fine. This was called a mixture of deception and truth. Wang Zijin knew that Qinzhe would definitely take advantage of her. Sure enough, Qinzhe hugged Wang Zijin and kissed for 3 minutes. Sister Ziwei was gasping for breath. Stop it. Your sister is outside. Wang Zijin pushed Qinzhe's chest with both hands. Chao Bing wants to deal with you? How do you know? Qinzhe was shocked. Taizhu told me, Wang Zijin said, and I asked him to investigate. Chao Bing is Nan Man Pei's ex-husband, right? Yes. It's not good or bad to act on impulse. It's good for a man to be calm, but he can't lose his temper. Wang Zijin blinked. As long as you and Nan Man Pei don't have an affair, I'll support you. If I say that I'm friends with Sister Man, will you say you're right, but I don't want to listen? Qinzhe rolled his eyes. In fact, without the system's mission, he would definitely back off. If Sister Man wanted to teach her ex-husband a lesson, he would at most help her. He wouldn't be in a let go of your ex-husband and let me do it state. How do you know? Wang Zijin was taken aback. She pouted her lips. Do you understand me so well? She felt that she was a little scheming. Would it make him unhappy? Because Qin Baobao said the same thing. She's like a mother watching over me, Qinzhe said. If that was the case, Wang Zijin was relieved. It was just like the mentality of, everyone is scheming. As for her best friend's perverted desire to control her younger brother, it was actually a manifestation of her lack of security. Wang Zijin could see it. If a man with a net worth of 2 to 3 billion couldn't hold back his restless heart, who could stop him? However, Qinzhe had always been a salted fish. Like other men, he might have messy thoughts, but he wouldn't be like other men indulging in sensual pleasures. He was young and promising enough to beat those so-called top 10 outstanding youths, but he had been a salted fish for 23 years. Before her, he didn't even have a decent girlfriend. It was unbelievable. This perseverance, or rather, stubbornness, was what Wang Zijin admired most about him. Ace, let me tell you something. Wang Zijin murmured in a low voice, actually, I'm your fan. Qinzhe hugged her slender waist tightly and whispered in her ear, Sister Ziwei, I want to become your fan. Wang Zijin slapped him lightly on the head and said, Go cook, idiot. Hey, the salted fish was flirting again. Speaking of which, other than the first day when he took the initiative to come in and take her away, he didn't do anything like that again. Sister Ziwei was in a dilemma. She was relieved and disappointed. After 3 peaceful days, the investment company's account was unfrozen on the second day. It was Zhao Tieju's doing. Li Wei's band didn't come either. It was Wang Zijin's doing. Wang Zijin didn't need to ask her father for help. She had stayed in Shanghai for 3 years and visited her father's uncles, who didn't know the little princess of the Wang family. But yesterday she received a call from Nan Man Pei and learned from her that her ex-husband had rushed back to the north to deal with some matters. I heard that most of the gray industries in the north were closed within a day. TSK he's probably in a terrible fix now. Qinzhe, how did you do it? Nan Manpei was surprised. My power is beyond your imagination, Qinzhe replied. Your business doesn't overlap. If he wants to mess with you, he can only do it through the government. But in Shanghai we have the power. It's just like the old saying that a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake, Nan Manpei said. Be careful. He suffered a big loss and will definitely have a backup plan. You mean he will play dirty? I won't rule it out. Of course this matter wasn't over. He had to stand firm until his ex-husband gave in. Otherwise the mission wouldn't be completed. Even if his ex-husband wanted to stop, he wouldn't be willing. Then Qinzhe waited for a few days. He was prepared to deal with whatever came his way. However, he didn't see his ex-husband's big move. But today, as the year was approaching, something happened in the stock market. Chapter 329. As usual, Qinzhe turned on the computer and looked at the stock market. The charming sister was sitting on Salted Fish Zay's lap, and the sofa was 6 or 7 meters away. It was difficult to talk from such a distance. Therefore, the sister considerately gave her seat to her brother and sat on his lap. The sister liked this sitting position. Not only could she admire Salted Fish's serious work, but she could also occasionally tease him. Everyone knew that the two CEOs of the Qin family used the same office and worked together to build a thriving entertainment company. Thinking about the scene of the Qin siblings working hard, how touching and inspirational it was. But if someone pushed open the office door, they would find that the siblings struggle? It didn't exist. This scene should be called, the siblings' shameless daily work, or, the sister sits on the brother's lap while the brother works without batting an eyelid. Anyway, no matter what, it would be over if word got out. What are we eating for lunch? Qin Baobao didn't know anything about stocks and wasn't interested. Anyway, she wasn't the kind of person who would hang an all over her head for work and study. Otherwise, with her sister's intelligence, her education level would be higher. For example, she could get a PhD or a postdoc. She felt that it would be terrifying if her sister became a postdoc. Chicken, Qinzhe said subconsciously. The chicken outside isn't as delicious as yours. Qin Baobao shook her butt in protest. Up to you. You can eat whatever you want. Qinzhe focused on his stock market and said perfunctorily. I'll eat you. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth. Go ahead. You can eat any part. Qinzhe didn't care. The sister leaned over to his ear, stuck out her pink tongue and licked his earlobe. She smacked it. Tasteless. You're a fake salted fish. Qinzhe, you'd better call me little red guy or black-hearted maggot. I can accept these two more. Wait, who gave me the name salted fish? When did I get the nickname of salted fish? Thinking back, my titles were fast shooter, little red guy, black-hearted maggot, and now there's another salted fish. Why are my titles so low? Flips table. Thus, Qinzhe poked his sister's waist, and his sister immediately softened in his arms. Her face was buried in his neck and her warm breath blew out. Qinzhe felt goosebumps all over his body. That's right, his neck was his sensitive spot. Sob, 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 I'll hit your chest with my little fists. Baby Qin hit him a few times. Qinzhe was about to teach the monster a lesson when he glanced at the computer and was stunned. He pounced in front of the computer, but he did not control the distance. His sister, who was on his thigh, hit the edge of the table. His sister was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. Don't you know how to dote on your sister at all? Qin Baobao pulled his ear. But Qinzhe didn't seem to notice as he stared at the computer. What's wrong? Qin Baobao turned to look at the computer. On the screen, the originally red and rising stock market had turned into the color of grass. The previous index stopped at 49.05. 81, falling by 2%. Why did it fall today? Qin Baobao had an adorable expression on her face. Qinzhe was not in the mood to explain to his sister. His brain was in high gear. His sister was an outsider and didn't understand what this number meant, but he knew. The stock market, which was still popular just now, rose by 1.2%. About half an hour later, it fell by 3%. This was a little scary. It meant that within half an hour, many stocks had reached the limit down, and more stocks had started to fall. Damn. This was not scientific. Qinzhe pushed his sister's big butt away and quickly clicked on the stocks one by one. As expected, many popular stocks had fallen sharply half an hour ago. Their trend was very low, and it seemed like they would never be able to raise their heads again. This was very bad. It was very bad for men to not be able to rise again. It was even worse for stocks to not rise again. Not long after, at 11:30 noon, the stock market was closed. The index recovered slightly and fell by 1.8%. Qinzhe put on his coat and left. He was going to Bao's company. Don't you want to have lunch before you leave? Qin Bao called him. No, you can eat by yourself. Don't eat chicken. Qin Zhe warned his sister and left. His sister said, "Oh," and cancelled the chicken stewed with mushrooms in the takeout app. She found a new noodle restaurant, pouted and looked at the menu carefully. If she didn't eat chicken, she would eat noodles. Qin Zhe rushed to Bao's investment company and held a meeting directly. There were a total of 18 department managers, group leaders and Vice President Su Yu and himself. Now there were more than 40 employees in the company. What do you think? Qin Zhe looked around at the crowd. All the department managers were silent. The sudden plunge made everyone a little overwhelmed. All the people present were veterans in this industry, but the stock market changed rapidly, and experience alone was not reliable. Today's stock market fell particularly bad. Yes, when I came back from the toilet, the stock market plummeted. I thought I went to the toilet in the wrong position. Maybe the banker is selling. What kind of banker can pull down the stock market by 2% in one breath? The banker may be a part of it. Judging from the trading volume, many individual investors have oversold their positions. They are all playing with leverage. The managers talked at once, and the group leaders occasionally interjected. Bao's investment company was not large, but its funds were particularly strong, enough to make some small financial institutions ashamed. With the chairman of the stock market, the managers did not panic at all and were very calm. Qin Zhe looked at Su Yu again. Vice President Su, what do you think? Su Yu, Boss Qin, there must be something wrong with this matter. Qin Zhe, I think so too. In the end they decided to wait and see. The old shareholders knew that it was taboo to chase high and sell low. Of course, they would not sell their stocks because of a temporary plunge. Maybe they were destroying the bubble stock? After this, the stock market was even more healthy. Maybe it would rise back in the afternoon. Then at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the market opened. The index came out of the crooked wavy line. The trading volume was in and out very violently and lasted for a few hours. When it closed, it was weak and fell in an arc, falling 3.21%. On this day, Bao's investment company lost more than 5 million yuan. Qin Zhe, Su Yu, the stock market. His heart hurt. It's okay, it will rise back tomorrow. I think we can buy the bottom. Let's wait and see for a few days. What a unique way to fall. I feel that the stock market has floated, damn it. The managers of Bao's investment company talked with relaxed expressions. At most, they complained that the bonus at the end of the month might decline. They were still optimistic about the stock market. But the next day, Thursday, the stock market opened. The opening was still down and the index was green. From 9 to 11:30 in the morning, it came out of the fluctuating electrocardiogram until the market was closed. When the market opened in the afternoon, there were individual investors buying the bottom. The index was firm for a few minutes and barely saw red, but it quickly turned down. It began to plummet. At 3 o'clock, the index plunged by 5%, and at least 100 stocks fell to the limit. Qin Zhe's eyebrows jumped. Without looking at the company's account, he calculated that he had lost more than 8 million yuan in a few days. What's the situation? This fall is without warning. I have been abroad for so many years, and I have never seen such an inexplicable plunge. This is not scientific. Su Yu was at a loss. What do you think? The national conditions are different. The foreign stock market is called investment. In China, it's called stock speculation. The word speculation explains everything. Qin Zhe scratched his head. Then what do I think? What can I think? I'm also confused. If the system was more powerful and could predict the future, Qin Zhe could confidently say, full stock by the bottom. Or, cut off the meat and throw it all away. But his stock speculation level was achieved by using skill books, plus his own efforts. Although he was awesome, he belonged to the category of human, not a cheat. At this time it was very painful. The stock market had collapsed like this. If he didn't throw it away, it would fall to the limit tomorrow. If he threw it away, what if it rose tomorrow? System, help me, I'm a little nervous. Qin Zhe said. Calm down, you don't have the calmness of other protagonists. The system said. Who told you that I'm the protagonist? Everyone who has a system is the protagonist. But if this system is you, I'm very skeptical. Qin Zhe said. Didn't you upgrade? Did your computing power improve? Help me calculate whether the stock market will fall tomorrow. Calculation is not equal to fortune telling, host, I don't think so. I think it's okay. You can calculate the data. As long as the data is large enough, through calculation, it can reach a level similar to fortune-telling. Who told you that the stock market in this country can be calculated through data? Qinzai, my fault, I shouldn't have pinned my hopes on you. What a painful realization. Wait until tomorrow. Qinzai gritted his teeth. Suyu nodded, looking sad, and then leaned her head on Qinzai's shoulder. With the right time and place, Suyu strengthened her intimacy level. She couldn't let go of this opportunity. If the stock market fell tomorrow, she would consider crying a little, and then throw herself into Qinzai's arms like a swallow in the forest. After work, the employees came back silently. The atmosphere was heavy. Not only did the company suffer heavy losses, but they also suffered heavy losses. Qinzai went home with a heavy heart. He ignored his sister's coquettishness and even brushed off Wang Zijin's shy kiss. Friday. In the morning, the index fell by 3%. Compared to yesterday, it was another strong rise. But half an hour after the market opened, the index fell by 6%, and hundreds of stocks fell. In the office, Qinzai dialed Zhao Tieju's number. Hello, what's the matter? I'm busy. Brother Tieju's voice was a little out of breath. What did you mean when you called me last time? Qinzai said in a low voice. Oh. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm exercising and I'm exhausted. Brother Taiju said. That time when we went fishing, Qinzai said. Oh, just chatting. Nothing interesting. Brother Tieju's breathing became heavier, and a woman's scream could be faintly heard. I'm dying. Okay, I'm going to exercise for a few more minutes. What? Zhao Taiju said and hung up quickly. Qinzai threw his phone, rushed to the stock department and shouted, Liquidate all stocks. Liquidate stocks. Everyone was stunned. Li Linfeng said, President Qin, we can't liquidate stocks. Qinzai was shocked. He pushed the trader aside and took a closer look. Except for 2 stocks that fell by 6%, the rest, all fell to the limit. This day was called Black Friday. Thousands of stocks fell to the limit. The index changed its rising trend and fell from 5,100 points. In 3 days it fell by a few hundred points. It was the first time in the history of the bull market that it was so tragic. There was no warning or warning. One moment it was rising and the next moment, it fell to the ceiling. After the market closed on Friday, the internet exploded. No one expected it. No one thought it would happen. Not only the shareholders but also some financial institutions were dumbfounded. Chapter 330. The stock market started to warm up at the beginning of the year and slowly climbed until the middle of the year. The news of the stock market's arrival spread all over the country, and then it kept going up crazily. Until today it had never fallen so badly. In the past half a year or so, many people were like Qinzai, becoming rich overnight. It was a true reversal of fortune. A true reversal of fortune. But in the past 3 days many people had lost a lot of money. Over the weekend the internet was in an uproar. F***CK, who can tell me what happened? Is the weather going to change? Is the stock market still okay? Please tell me. My WeChat moments have been flooded with stock market news these days. Many people have lost a lot of money, but I'm not happy at all because I also lost money. Haha, I also lost money but I feel inexplicably happy. Seeing a group of people like me, I feel better. I still have tens of thousands of shares in my hands. Should I sell them next week? What should I do? What should I do? This plunge did not cause too much panic, but it was enough to make people feel pain. On forums, Tieba, Weibo, and other major social media platforms, there were discussions about the stock market. Many of them were playful. All kinds of posts were accompanied by funny pictures, such as a picture of a certain old man waving his hand. In the past, there was a caption, "Don't talk to me about technical analysis. I only want a full stock." Now it was like this, "Don't talk to me about technical analysis. I only want a full stock." Another example, in the past the dog ate whatever I ate. Now I eat whatever the dog eats. Wait. Unexpectedly, Qinzai was popular. He was infuriated, inexplicably so. Because someone posted a small video on the internet. Yes, it was the video of his lecture at the University of Finance and Economics. It was just a short video, the part where Qinzai promoted stocks for everyone. In the video, Qinzai wrote 10 stocks on the blackboard. As the famous god of stocks, everyone should have focused their attention on the stocks, but they didn't. After they heard the god of stocks say a few words, they couldn't stay calm anymore. My personal suggestion is to hold stocks for a short period of time. You can sell them in a week, at most half a month. No one knows what will happen after a long time. Qinzai said so in the video. He had been lecturing at the University of Finance and Economics for 13 or 14 days, which was about half a month. The timing was just right. The video went viral on the internet. Taking advantage of the stock market boom, it crushed countless national goddesses and little fresh meats gossip news. On Saturday night, it topped the trending list. After the Black Donkey Technologies' godly prediction, he made another godly prediction. Qin Zhe's Weibo exploded instantly. Quick shooter, no god of stocks, did you have a premonition? Stock god, do you think the bull market is over? Although I don't invest in stocks, I'm still here. I'll give you 666. *CK stock god, say something. Is the bull market over or not? It's urgent. We lost hundreds of thousands of yuan in the stock market. Tell me, is there any hope for the stock market to recover? Since Qin Zhe did not respond, the netizens were very anxious. Some people began to scold him, saying that he was manipulating things behind the scenes, or that he had run out of ideas, and that he was probably crying at home because of the loss of blood. These were probably the individual investors in the heavy warehouse, and they were about to collapse. As many people on your Weibo are scolding you. Why don't you talk to them? Qin Baobao was also anxious and frowned. Her face was white and tender, but her eyebrows were thick and dark, which made her look especially beautiful and spirited. At this time at home, the young lady from the Wang family was sitting on his left, and his sister was sitting on his right. Wang Zijin said, "What are you talking about? Say that the stock market is collapsing and that everyone should run. Do you believe that your brother will be caught and thrown into a dark room? Uncultured wastrel." She suddenly realized that recently, her sisters had been pinching each other for no reason. They had completely lost the love between best friends. If you're cultured, then do you think the stock market will rise on Monday? Qin Baobao retorted. How would I know? Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Oh, uncultured wastrel. Qin Baobao was sharp-tongued. At this time the phone rang. It was Grandpa Shin. How's the company? Grandpa Shin's voice was steady. It's a big loss. Qin Zhe sighed. Be careful. The internet said that it's a good opportunity to buy at the bottom, but I think it's far from the bottom. I suggest you cut it first. She didn't know why, but she felt that the old man's voice had a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Baobao snatched the phone and cried, Dad, it's a big loss. 5 million on the first day, 8 million on the second day, and more than 10 million on the third day. As she spoke, her sister's eyes glistened with tears. Losing more than 20 million in 3 days, ordinary people would have to line up to see them on the rooftop. Qin Baobao's heart was aching, but she did not dare to cry in front of her brother, for fear of pressuring him. Don't cry, don't cry. How old are you? You're crying after losing some money? Grandpa Shin comforted her and wondered, you don't have to cry like this when your brother is losing money. The crying stopped abruptly. His sister's big teary eyes turned. You're so annoying. I have shares in it too. Boo-hoo. She found a new reason and continued to cry. Qin Zhe thought, fortunately, I didn't lose money from my wife. Otherwise, how would my sister answer? You're so annoying. Because Aza's wife is my money. Was that an answer? He was done for. Qin Baobao did not want to cry in front of her brother, but she had no pressure to cry in front of her father. Hence, the phone call turned into Grandpa Shin comforting his precious daughter. Oh no, Grandpa Shin had forgotten why he called his son. What are you going to do? Wang Zijin was paying attention to this matter instead of watching TV. She knew that Qin Zhe's investment company was his main source of funds. Escape first, then think about making a big move. Qin Zhe smiled bitterly. Actually, Iron Pillar has already hinted to me. His words were vague and vague. It's my fault. I didn't react in time. His words were sharp. If I wasn't in the business world, I wouldn't have been able to react in time. Iron Pillar's words were terrifying when he thought about it now. When fishing, one has to reel in the net. But this time it seems that we've gone overboard. I thought about it. Actually, that hand started to control the risk last month and removed a lot of leverage intermittently. However, the market was crazy beyond imagination. The stock market this time was not healthy to begin with. Bubbles were popped one after another. The 3 consecutive days of plunging were because there were too many people playing with leverage. Their positions were overloaded. Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao looked at each other, their faces full of worry. Although they believed in their brothers' boyfriends' ability, there was a saying that went, if you walk by the river often, your shoes will get wet. Just like this time, they lost more than 20 million in 3 days. An ordinary small company could declare bankruptcy. At night, the stock market plunge was reported on the news. For example, CCTV mentioned that the stock market had plunged and the market value had dropped by more than 10 billion renminbi. But the experts said that the bull market was still looking good. They hoped the public would not panic. On the financial channel, an expert said, "The rise and fall of the stock market has always been normal. Friday's plunge had made many people panic. It was because of this panic that the stock market had plunged for 3 consecutive days. The bull market came with a vengeance. Seeing that there was profit to be made, the masses flocked in. However, 80% of the individual investors did not have their own opinions. They were used to following the crowd, just like how 3 people make a tiger." Friday's plunge not only removed some of the bubble stocks, but it also made some fence-sitters leave the market. The stock market will be in a healthier state. Although everyone mocked the unreliable people these days, when an authoritative figure jumped out to maintain stability, in a situation where they were out of their wits, the individual investors were like children who had left home and found their mother. Their hearts were at ease. He had been waiting for a long time, but Monday came. That day the index fell by 6%. Qinzhe sold 1/3 of his shares. Tuesday it fell by 4%. Another 1/3 of his shares escaped. Monday it fell by 2%. The clearance was successful. Qinzhe lay weakly on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his body was hollowed out. Damn, this drop in the volume made him lose about 50 million renminbi. Bao, at least the death penalty was not a loss, but the stock market was a blood loss. Su Yu weakly lay next to Qinzhe and leaned his head on his chest. Oh, this time it's a big loss. Smelling the good smell of the great god, he felt great. Qinzhe finally breathed a sigh of relief, logged into Weibo and posted, "Finally escaped." This was posted at lunchtime, and then in the afternoon the stock market warmed up. Today it rose by 2%, and the shareholders immediately rejoiced. It's time to buy the bottom. Brothers, follow me. Tomorrow's millionaire will be me. Kill the big knife to the devil, the banknotes to the stock market, charge. Fortunately, I didn't sell. I praise myself for being quick-witted. 2 managers and 4 team leaders knocked on the door of Chairman Qin's office. Their faces were ugly. Li Linfeng said, "Chairman Qin, we cut a loss." Another manager, "Chairman Qin, 50 million renminbi is really lost in vain." 2 team leaders sighed, "Chairman Qin, let's go back. Now is a good time to buy the bottom." A few minutes ago, the company's employees were privately discussing that Chairman Qin's legend of the stock god was finally broken, and Chairman Qin suffered a big setback. If he had held on for a few more days, he would not have lost so much. Unfortunately, Chairman Qin was too young after all. He was scared and cut the meat. This was good, not only cut the meat but also sprinkled a handful of pepper. Qinzhe looked at Suyu. Suyu sat upright next to him and said, "I will listen to you." At this moment, Suyu felt that his skill of seducing men was pointed, because he saw a strong affection from Qinzhe's eyes. Then the next skill point, Suyu's point, was the harem skill. Qinzhe thought about it and did not answer the eager expectations of his subordinates. He turned on his mobile phone and clicked on Weibo. The content of the first dozens of posts on Weibo, "The stock god also cut the meat? What the hell, the stock market just warmed up, is it still not enough? I was scared to cut it quickly. Oh my god, is the bull market really over?" Then it became like this, "Bullshit stock god. Damn it, I just cut the meat and the stock market warmed up. It's so red that my heart hurts, liver hurts and lungs hurts, damn it. Stock god? What the hell, stock god, does this face hurt? I feel like I'm going to be in the headlines again." The stock god Qinzhe cut the meat painfully, and the stock market suddenly became popular. Ah, it's so interesting. Hey, I know I shouldn't be superstitious. There is no god, the stock god signboard is ruined. Still not deleting Weibo? Waiting for more people to slap your face? Am I going to be on the hot search again? Last time it was praising 666, this time it was mocking and slapping the face? In the evening there will definitely be such information. The legend of the stock god is broken. The fall of the stock god. Stock god? Just a lucky man. Qinzhe exited Weibo, looked at his subordinates and smiled. "Next, we are going to play big. Are we going to fight back?" Everyone's eyes lit up. "No, I'm going to short it, but before that I'll make a phone call first." Qinzhe was full of pressure. Qinzhe watched the stock market get hot, watched the whole people speculate in stocks, and now he wants to watch the stock market collapse. His subordinates looked frightened. Chapter 331. Short. A feeling of panic rose in the hearts of Li Linfeng and the others. Then in their minds the word short turned into seeking death. After the stock market recovered, after the individual investors vowed to buy at the bottom, And the bull market still didn't come to an end. Qin said that he wanted to short the stock market? Did he not know how to spell the word death? I've made too much money and I want to seek death. Was this the mentality? Boss Qin. Could it be that he lost his mind? Boss Qin, you can't play like this. Boss Qin, it's not good to seek death like this. Boss Qin, it's too risky to short. Even if you're not optimistic about the stock market, I suggest you wait and see for a while. The subordinates panicked, really panicked. They came in from the beginning of Baoza investment and watched it grow step by step. They worked hard together and couldn't bear to see it destroyed. Qin waved his hand and listened to the phone attentively. Everyone was helpless and had to look at Suyu for help. Except for Boss Qin, Suyu was the second in command of the company, and her words carried more weight. Suyu said lightly, I'll listen to Boss Qin. Boss Su today was particularly flirtatious. No, today's Boss Su had lost his mind. The subordinates' hearts were in despair. Sister Man, what's the situation with brother ex-husband? Is he in the north or Shanghai? Qin called Nanman Pei. In the north, what's wrong? I just want to ask if he has any thoughts of admitting his mistake. I don't understand what you mean. Oh, then I understand. Qin hummed and said, Sister Man, next, watch my performance. Before that, I hope you can send him my mobile phone number, I think he will need it. After that, he didn't explain, leaving Nanman Pei confused. He hung up the phone. Qin was ready to make a big move on brother ex-husband. If the mountain didn't come to him, he would go to the mountain. If the mountain didn't come to him, he would go to the mountain. He wanted to force brother ex-husband to bow to the big boss in front of him. If it weren't for the stock market crash, he might have had to pay a high price to make his ex-husband bow his head. 3 listed companies. I will let your share prices fall to the bottom of the drain and let you suffer losses. Let's see if you will lower your head. Most listed companies will mortgage their shares for loans. Once the share prices collapse, the banks will call for repayment. At that time, her ex-husband could only cry and admit his mistake to her. The news that Chairman Qin was going to short the stocks quickly spread throughout the company. The employees felt a chill in their hearts. They felt that they were done for. Could it be that after the reputation of the stock god was ruined, Chairman Qin took things too hard and ran further and further on the road to death? The employees felt that a storm was brewing and were prepared for the worst if the company went bankrupt and left. Shorting is when you predict that a certain stock will fall in the future, so you sell it at a high price and buy it back at a low price. Practical operation. Borrow shares from the broker, sign a contract, and promise to return the corresponding number of shares within a certain time. For example, when a share is 10 yuan, borrow 1,000 shares from the broker and sell them and get 10,000 yuan in cash. Before the contract expires, buy back 1,000 shares and return them to the broker. At this time, if the share price falls to 8 yuan, spend 8,000 yuan to buy 1,000 shares and earn 2,000 yuan out of thin air. If the share price rises to 12 yuan, it will cost 12,000 yuan to buy 1,000 shares and lose 2,000 yuan. The science lesson is over. The key point is the final exam. The subordinates left with ashen faces. Li Linfeng, who was the most senior, opened his mouth and sighed silently. He chose to be silent. Suyu, we have to make a few more trips these days. If we want to short, we will start from some general void technology stocks, the growth enterprise market, and concept stocks. In addition, there are 3 listed companies. We need to borrow as much as we can. Qin wrote down the 3 listed companies of his ex-husband on the paper. Chao Bing's company. Suyu raised her eyebrows. She was Nanman Pei's best friend. She knew about the feud between Chao Bing and Qin. That's right. My ex-husband is bullying us. If I don't turn around and stab him in the back, where can I put my face? If he doesn't know how to fight back after being bullied, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? His phone rang and a cute child's voice interrupted him. It was Qian Shirshir. Shirshir? President Qin, I just saw on the internet. Did you cut it? Qian Shirshir's tone was concerned. Yes, I did, Qin said. Qian Shirshir was silent for a moment. After a while she said, May I ask, how much did you lose? It's not convenient for me to tell you the total loss of the company, but the loss of the product you bought is about 30 million, Qin said. There was another moment of silence. 30 million, it was her quarterly income, and it was under the condition of continuous work. Qian Shirshir felt her heart clench. Then do you plan to continue watching? It's not convenient for me to disclose this. All right. As soon as she hung up, Huang Yuding called. President Qin, how's the company's loss? The loss of the product you bought is about 30 million, Qin went straight to the point. Although I don't have the right to speak, I think we should wait and see for the time being. When the market stabilizes, we'll enter the market again, Huang Yuding suggested from the perspective of a friend. I know what to do. After that Weibo post was posted, he received 7 or 8 calls from celebrities one after another, asking him about his plans or suggesting that he should wait and see. In fact, they just didn't want Qinzhe to continue using the funds because the product would expire in a week. Even if they lost 30 million, the celebrities still made a lot of money, multiplying it by several times. However, although they were the buyers, according to the rules of private equity, the company had the right to decide how to use the funds and how to invest it. No one else had the right to interfere. There were also people who supported him, such as Huang Yuding and Su Yunhan, who were close to him. There were also some singers he wasn't close to. They even called to comfort him and expressed their loyalty. No trust. These guys are all scared. They are afraid that I will lose everything. Qinzhe sneered. People are like this. You help them earn millions and tens of millions. They can't wait to be grateful. Once you lose, of course they will panic. Su Yu said sweetly, but they are not qualified to tell us what to do. We can play as we want. What about you? Aren't you afraid that I will lose everything? You have 6% of the shares of Baozi Company. Qinzhe laughed. Su Yu wrinkled her nose. Anyway, I have nothing. I only have Baozi's investment. It's better if I lose. You will owe me for a lifetime. Qinzhe was speechless. Bullshit, we are in a cooperative relationship. If we go bankrupt, we will divide the money and go our own way. No one owes anyone anything, okay? Su Yu bit her lip aggrievedly. Do you want to kick me away? I have fallen out with my family and followed you. How can you be so cruel? Qinzhe, listening to these words, it seemed that Qinzhe had hooked up with a rich young lady and was going to abandon her. The point is that we are not in a mess yet. Be good and I will take you to show off and fly, Qinzhe said. A week after Black Friday, the stock market went up for 2 days. After that, it pulled out 3-day lines. The plunging index rose by half. Looking at the momentum, it would climb back to the peak of 5,100 in another week. It was expected to set a new high. In these days, Qinzhe became the topic of conversation for netizens. There were many jokes on the internet that ridiculed him, such as "Stock God fell into the sewer," "Stock God's IQ plummeted, not as good as individual investors," "Stock God is a layer of window paper that can be blown away," and so on. Qinzhe waited for a week. Finally, today he informed the traders to start selling shares in batches. First, sell the shares of Hair Pharmaceutical, Shanfu shares, and Flux Heavy Industry, 2,000 lots each. The traders sold according to his instructions. The 3 companies' plates were not big, with a total of 200,000 lots. It fell like a cliff. The range was not big, but it was very steep. The 3 companies were sluggish for half a day. The individual investors bought in and the price rose again. The next day, Qinzhe sold 6,000 lots, 2,000 each. The stocks of the 3 companies were hit hard and the trend was low. Under the general rising environment, they walked out of the green color. On the 3rd day, he stopped selling the shares of his ex-husband's 3 listed companies. Instead, he sold other shares. The time was not right and he also wanted to make money. He sold slowly and when it rose again he could make a lot of money. Baozi Company had more than $1 billion in capital, and he played with 10 times the leverage. He wanted to play with 20 times the leverage, but recently, the CSRC strengthened the market control, and the people who played with leverage died. No one dared to play with 20 times the leverage with him. During lunch, a few managers of the company gathered together to eat. They were silent and they were in a bad mood. Li Linfeng chewed the food, but it was like chewing wax. "Boss Qin, you will go bankrupt sooner or later if you do this." A manager sighed. "By the way, doesn't our company have a major shareholder? Why haven't I seen him?" "I've already reported it, but Boss Pei doesn't care. He told us to just listen to Boss Qin. The stock market is rising well now. Boss Qin will be in trouble once the contract expires." "Sigh, I haven't been eating or sleeping well recently. We haven't been in this company for long, but we've been running it together for so long, and it's getting better and better. I feel uncomfortable now." There was a sigh. Li Linfeng suddenly said, "Maybe the bull market has really come to an end. Haven't you thought about it? Although the bull market is bubbly, it can last until next year. Old Li, you're thinking too much. After a few drops, the bull market is equivalent to extending its life for a while." Many people thought so too. The individual investors and some small and medium-sized financial institutions thought so. However, some individual investors and financial institutions were so anxious that they were sweating, or rather, their hearts were dead. They played with leverage. The craziness of this bull market could be seen from the stock market. Leveraged funds were everywhere. 10 or 20 times could no longer satisfy the sour pleasure of becoming rich overnight. Some people even played with leverage of 100 times. This bull market was unhealthy to begin with. From a policy perspective, they wanted to invest excess funds into the market. However, the market chose to invest their funds into the stock market, and thus the bull market rose. In a year's time, the unhealthy stock market bubble had been blown bigger and bigger. The bubble would eventually burst. Leveraged accounts would be forced to liquidate once the warning line was reached. The key was that too many people played with leverage. This formed a domino effect. Today, one person would burst, and tomorrow another person would burst. The stock market would collapse. Tuesday 1 p.m. When the stock market opened today, it was sluggish. It switched between red and green. The half-dead trend made many people anxious. When the market opened in the afternoon, the stock market showed everyone what fun is fun meant. It plummeted like a cliff. It kept going down and down just like it did more than a week ago when it plunged in despair. Jianghu also contributed to this. During this period of time, he had been crazily selling his stocks. Chapter 332. Countless individual investors were dumbfounded, and most of the financial institutions were caught off guard. However, the extent of the chicken dinner was far more than that. This time it was really like pushing a mountain to topple a jade pillar. Even 10 cows wouldn't be able to pull it back. The stock market plunged for a week. From the limit down of 100 stocks to the limit down of all time, in a week, the news said that the market value of the stock had evaporated by hundreds of billions. At this moment, not only were the individual investors panicking, even the financial institutions were panicking and frantically fleeing. Later on, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Because every day when the market opened, they would find out in despair that their stocks had fallen. There was a lot of crying on the internet. Everyone was lamenting the fact that they had been poor all their lives in the stock market. Everyone was half joking and half bitter as they teased, "See you on the rooftop." In fact, there really were people who jumped off the building. For example, those who crazily played with leverage. Not only did they return to the time before liberation, but they also owed huge debts that they could not repay. First, all sorts of experts jumped out to appease the people, telling them that the stock market was very healthy and that the drop this time was to get rid of the bubble. These words sounded very familiar. Forget it, the people are easy to fool anyway. Then, the national team announced that they would enter the market to save the market. All the major media companies pushed the good news to calm the panic of the shareholders. However, if there was a first, then there was a second, then there was a third. This time, everyone was so scared that they pissed their pants. They didn't believe it. It's over. It's really over this time. Last time, I thought that it had fallen to the floor, so I should have searched the bottom. Now I know that it was the ceiling. It's okay. This time it's the sewers. Brothers, hurry up and search for the bottom. Don't be a coward, just do it. *CK your mother. My underwear is already in the stock market. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll just sit on the rooftop and finish my last cigarette. Wait for me upstairs, let's meet on the rooftop. Celebrities all came to take advantage of this incident and posted pictures of "See you on the rooftop" or "I beg you, return my hard-earned money" on Weibo. It wasn't pure ridicule. Celebrities also speculated in the stock market, and they definitely invested more than individual investors. If they were to lose money, they would lose millions or even tens of millions. Compared to the wailing of the people, Bauza Investment Company was jubilant and cheering. Just a few days ago, the employees of the company were still secretly sighing about Jianghu's ambition. Now they could only shout 666. If Jianghu were to say, "I lack knees," all the employees of the company would enthusiastically offer their knees. This month's bonus is exploding. I can finally take my wife out to play. Once I get the bonus, I'll have enough for the down payment. It's a wise decision to follow President Qin. I didn't expect the stock market to collapse. Although I've lost all my private savings, this month's bonus is dozens of times more than my private savings. I'm already looking forward to the year-end bonus. Wow. President Qin really knows how to show off. We all thought he was doomed. Acting tough? How can the affairs of cultured people be considered pretentious? Everyone burst into laughter, and the office was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In the meeting room, Chairman Qin gathered everyone for a meeting. It was mainly about showing off. Boss Qin sat in the main seat with a domineering and arrogant look on his face that said, "I've never tasted defeat in my life." The officials below him were convinced. They bowed and said, Boss Qin is awesome, the most awesome. Su Yu, who replaced herself as the imperial concubine in her heart, had a bright smile on her face and felt honored. In the end, Li Linfeng sighed, there are still some shares in the account that have not been sold. The stock market collapsed too early. Yes, it's too early. We must find a chance to throw the blame out. We can't let it fall in our hands. In fact, Baoza investment had made a lot of money. With 10 times the leverage, the stock had fallen to the floor. It was estimated that the stock would fall to the bottom of the sea. At that time they could buy the stock back and return it to the broker at a small price. But the manager's obsessive-compulsive disorder was acting up. They wanted to sell all the stock. Especially Li Linfeng, who was scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. He had no choice. He was a Virgo. No hurry. The national team has entered the market. The stock market will recover slightly in the next few days. But my dear officials, don't worry. At most, it's just a momentary recovery of the bull market. Let's make another wave of profit while it recovers. The managers came to their senses. By the way, our first product has expired, right? Su Yu, let the finance department count the profits and then close the product, Qin Zhe said. Su Yu nodded. Then Qin Zhe announced the end of the meeting. Oh, the meeting was over. Everyone went to do their own things. By the way, President Qin, we plan to organize a celebration party. You must come, Li Linfeng said. Qin Zhe was stunned. How come I didn't know? Are you kidding me? My officials want to drink and have fun, but they didn't inform me? Oh, we've applied with Vice President Su, Li Linfeng said. Well, let's have a meal tonight. During this time, everyone has been quite depressed, Su Yu said. Is that so? Okay then. Qin Zhe nodded. Forget it. Since the officials and my beloved concubine have applied, it's the same. Are you going? Su Yu asked. I'm going. Of course I'm going, Qin Zhe said. He couldn't let the officials and his beloved concubine play alone. In recent days, the dark clouds that shrouded the hearts of the employees dissipated. There was no work in the afternoon. The employees chatted in the big office, and the managers chatted and smoked in the small conference room. Qin Zhe returned to his office and asked the finance department for the recent performance report. Then he took a photo and sent it to his sisters. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were worried about him for a long time. After the stock market crash, they were very happy. Wang Zijin replied, My A's is amazing. I'll give you a verbal reward. Wang Zijin grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. She didn't think much of money. She was really happy for Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao, seeing A's make so much money, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Zhe replied to his sister, When I get serious, even I'm scared of myself. Oh. Qin Baobao sent an aggrieved emoji rubbing its nose. I bought a few bags a while ago and then I also bought one for Wolf in the house. I also bought a lot of luxury goods. You know all about it? Qin Zhe sent a puzzled emoji. Didn't you say they were all cheap goods online? There's a reason. My sister's money is with Tianfeng. The company's funds are tight recently. Qin Baobao replied weakly. Oh, then you don't have to lie to me. Wait, where did you get the money? Qin Zhe had an ominous premonition in his heart. Well, it's all your money. 3 million all gone. Qin Zhe, my money was squandered by my sister again? Why did I say again? Sure enough, my money is actually not money. It should be renamed Sister's Private Money. Flip the table. I haven't seen what my money looks like and it's gone. Flip the table. My wife's money has nothing to do with me at all. Flip the table. Sister Ziwei, I'm sorry. Okay, the income is sorted out. I asked the finance department to transfer the money. The money of those stars will soon be in their accounts. I'll send you the income report. So you sent him a message. Soon Huang Yuding called. What the F***ck that many? Qin Zhe smiled and said, I shorted the stock market. I recently made a lot of money. Huang Yuding, you're awesome. I'm convinced. It's more than my annual income. Su Yunhan's call followed. Ah, President Qin, did you transfer the wrong money? Qin Zhe was stunned. Really? Then you should give it back to me quickly. Su Yunhan whined, so many notes I can't bear to part with them. Just pretend you forgot and I forgot too. Let them lie quietly in my bank account. Qin Zhe, haha, don't joke, it's yours. Qin Shishir, President Qin, I love you, I love you. Qin Zhe, speak human language. Qin Shishir, are you sure you didn't transfer the wrong money? Are you sure this is my final income? Qin Zhe, yes. Qin Shishir, it's not scientific. Why is it so spicy? Qin Zhe, shorting the stock market. Almost every star who received the remittance notification called Qin Zhe in disbelief, suspecting that he had transferred the wrong money. They didn't have the right to tell him what to do, but every month the company would send them the performance report. This month's income was simply better than last month's. Although everyone was acting, after seeing the series of numbers on the text message notification, they couldn't help but sigh that life was like a drama. Huang Yuding posted on Weibo online, "Thank you, boss." Qin Zhe few minutes later, Su Yunhan reposted, "Thank you, boss." Qin Zhe Chen Shishir reposted. Guling reposted. Lao Yao reposted. Li Rongxing reposted. More and more stars reposted this Weibo post. When they got off work at 6 p.m., there were more than 20 stars who had reposted. They were all stars who had bought Qin Zhe's products and received the money in the afternoon. Even for the celebrities who made a lot of money every day, this was a huge amount of income. After they had money in their hands, they had made a lot of investments, investing in shops, investing in real estate, starting their own companies, opening their own shops, and so on. However, none of the investments were as good as today. They had only transferred a sum of money to Qin Zhe, and this sum of money had multiplied several times in 3 months. This feeling was as if they had received a scam message and the other party said, Qin Shi Huang, transfer money. Their brains went haywire and they transferred 3,000 yuan to the other party. Then, 3 months later, Qin Shi Huang came with thousands of soldiers and horses, wanting to bring them to show off and soar. The nosy netizens commented below the stars' Weibo posts. What happened? Dumbfounded. Did you all jump ship to Tianfang? Become artists under Qin Zhe? At this moment, if Qin Baobao saw this, she would definitely cry in the toilet. Tianfang's major shareholder should be her, right? How is that possible? Tianfang can't take in so many big shots. I keep feeling that there's some kind of shady deal going on. I really want to know. I'm so anxious. Forget it. The stock market is suffering losses. I'm not in the mood to pay attention to entertainment gossip. No one could get an answer. The stars maintained their silence and did not say much. The netizens who could not get an answer went to Qin Zhe's Weibo to ask. Of course, Qin Zhe did not reply. He sent a message to his sister. Sister Bao, go on Weibo and say something. Say what? Say that I'm going to bring everyone to show off and soar. Say it yourself. This kind of thing needs to be said by others. If I say it myself, I'll lose my cool. Sure, but I have a request. Say it. I owe money to my wife. Quickly top it up. MMP. Chapter 333. Asking me for money again? It's natural for other women to ask their husband for money. You, as an elder sister, always ask me for money. What do you mean? If Qin Zhe is right, his sister has been a star for so long and earned tens of millions, where did the money go? You don't spend your own money, but spend my wife's money with peace of mind. My sister is also a black-hearted maggot, and she always calls me a maggot. No money, I'm short of money. Qin Zhe refused. Rich, you earn so much money, but you are not willing to spend it on your sister, black-hearted maggot. I love you for nothing. His sister said in a coquettish and aggrieved tone. You finally admit it, what wife's money? You just want to cheat me of my money. Qin Zhe said. No matter if the wife's money is gone, you have to recharge. How much do you want? Oh, 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers are always love, just give as you see fit. Qin Baobao said. This scheming, it's like a master fortune-telling saying that money is a worldly possession, just give as you see fit. In such a case, giving less will make me stingy. I don't have money, but your brother has a project of more than 1 billion here. Are you interested? Qin Zhe was serious. Then I'm not interested. I don't understand the project. You can discuss it with Suyu. Qin Baobao was very self-aware. Don't change the subject, give me the money. Look for Suyu? Don't regret it. Qin Zhe said faintly. After the call, Qin Zhe asked the finance department to transfer 5 million to his sister's bank card. Hand in the public grain. No, recharge the wife's money. His sister was very reliable. She took the money and soon locked on a female star who had shot an advertisement together. This female star seemed to have lost a lot. She posted several Weibo in a row. See you on the rooftop, give me back my hard-earned money, my body is emptied, and other series of pictures with the caption. Once you enter the stock market, you will be a passerby from now on. Qin Baobao replied on the other party's Weibo, it's our fault that we met too late, or I would introduce the products of my brother's company to you. In an instant it was pinned to the top, and the netizens replied to Qin Baobao, introduce your brother to her? Wake up, your brother's legend as the god of stocks has been shattered. Does it hurt when your brother cuts his flesh? Goddess, your brother is already dead. In the blink of an eye there were thousands of replies. That female celebrity also replied to Qin Bao Bao, I've been tricked by the stock market and so has your brother. I'm in the same situation. Tears streaming down my face. The netizens immediately gave her a like. Qin Bao Bao replied, luckily he cut it quickly. It's a small loss but it's nothing. If you don't cut it you will suffer a great loss now. The reply building suddenly fell silent. Then the female celebrity replied with a, I don't want to live anymore crying emoji. The netizens also exploded. Wait, I suddenly thought of something. Qinze has already cut off his flesh and fled. Although he cut it off a little early, he still managed to escape a calamity. His foresight is amazing. That's right. Previously, after he cut off his shares, the stock market immediately recovered. We only cared about laughing at him, but it seems like he did the right thing? No wonder so many celebrities posted on Weibo. I should have thought of it earlier. Hey, this is interesting. So many people complained about Qinze a while ago, but now they have been slapped in the face. Ah. The last one to know the truth is crying. It suddenly dawned on them. No wonder so many celebrities posted on Weibo to thank Qinze. They finally figured it out. The netizens were shocked. All of them took screenshots, posted on Weibo, Tieba, and forums as if they had caught an exclusive news. Unique foresight, escape unscathed. This is the difference between a stock god and an ordinary person. The stock god is still the same stock god. The little scum can only hit 666. All kinds of headlines appeared. Qin Bao Bao manually showed her brother's divinity in front of the masses, and it was very effective. She was smart enough not to expose the fact that she was short-selling. Otherwise, the public's admiration would have turned into jealousy. Qinze looked at the screen in his office and grinned. He liked this kind of, I'm not in Jianghu, but Jianghu has legends about me mode the most. Some time ago there were all kinds of trampling on the internet, and the internet media all kinds of heckling. Sister Ziwei wrote several articles to help him brag, but it didn't work. Now he was proud and elated, so cool. In online literature this is called suppressing first and then rising. He felt that he could be on the hot search list again. Recently, as long as there was major news related to stocks, it could be on the hot search list. Qinze had a feeling of I, Huhan-san, am back again. Qinze, it's time to go. Let's go to dinner. Suyu opened the door and came in. It was 6:15 and the night was dark outside the window. Suyu just changed her outfit in her office. Her thin stockings were replaced with thick winter stockings, her high-heeled shoes were replaced with snow boots, her office suit was replaced with denim shorts, a knitted sweater and a blue windbreaker, and she wore a light green woman's hat on her head. Beautiful, delicate, and elegant. With this appearance, she was the focus of attention wherever she went. Your hat is very unique. Qinze flicked the brim of her hat. It's expensive, 30,000 yuan. Suyu straightened the hat that was flicked and wrinkled her nose at him. The managers had already booked seats in the restaurant. Of course, President Qin and President Su didn't need to deal with this small matter. They were now ready to meet everyone. But Qinze received a phone call, a strange phone call. Qinze didn't answer at first. Since he registered the company, he had received a lot of spam calls today. Some were issuing invoices, some were recommending stocks, and some were selling Wui Mountain to Hongpo. But this phone call was very stubborn. One after another, it seemed that if Qinze didn't answer, he would call until the end of time. Qinze's heart moved and he answered, Who is it? It's me. It was the voice of Chao Bing, his ex-husband. Are you going to beg me to let your company go, or threaten me to be sensible, or you'll teach me a lesson? Qinze smiled happily. His ex-husband finally couldn't hold back and came to him for a showdown. I'm in the restaurant opposite your company. Room 6 on the 3rd floor. Do you dare to come? Chao Bing said in a deep voice. Wash your ass and wait for me. Qinze hung up the phone. Chao Bing? Suyu frowned. Well, you go first. I'll meet him. Qinze put on his clothes and patted her on the shoulder. Why do you care about him? We don't need to care about him at all. Suyu didn't understand. He hasn't bowed to me yet. Qinze said. Suyu didn't understand and couldn't understand. Was it so important? A dispute between men? Qinze wouldn't tell her. No, it's the system's task. Then I'll go too. Suyu said. The other party used to be in the underworld, and now he's half black and half white. Qinze threatened. Maybe a group of big men will rush out and kill you. Will they protect me? Of course I can fight 10. What are you afraid of? Go. Qinze said, I like you, a brainless fan who has no ambition. Suyu took his arm and smiled like a flower. I like your shameless confidence. Across the street, without driving, Suyu took Qinzai's arm and walked out of the office building. Anyone who saw it would think that they were a couple. She was a little happy and Qinzai didn't push her away. However, Qinzai felt that if there was a big beauty, it would be more imposing and more exciting. Since Chao Bing asked him to meet instead of shooting behind his back, it meant that he didn't want to be entangled with him. In fact, even if the ex-husband wanted to be rough, Qinzai's current skills and physical strength could easily solve more than a dozen big men. The second set of radio gymnastics for primary school students, The Times Are Calling, was an upgraded version of the first set. It couldn't be used to kill people with leaves, jump over roofs and vault over walls, but if Qinzai punched with all his strength, it was enough to break the skull of an adult. The sixth private room of the restaurant was a large private room, enough to accommodate a small company party, decorated magnificently. Chao Bing sat alone, with 3 men in black standing on both sides, including the number 1 follower at Dong who was kicked by Nan Man Pei. There was a steak and a glass of water on the round table. Chao Bing held a knife and fork, chewing slowly, his eyes unfocused. He was thinking. That day he declared war on Qinzai, but the next day, some of his gray industries in the north were raided and closed for rectification. His subordinates didn't work, so Chao Bing had to take a flight back to the north. Running around and relying on his own deep connections accumulated over more than 10 years, he settled it. Following the vine to the melon, he found out that the Zhao family in the capital, even in the powerful capital, was a family that could speak. He thought that this was Qinzai's confidence. He was a little surprised, but it was not impossible to resist. Moreover, his father-in-law's connections were not used, and the fire was extinguished. But a few days ago when the stock market crash came, he couldn't calm down. The 3 listed companies under his name fell for 2 weeks in a row, and the company's assets shrank by hundreds of millions. Not only was the financing greatly affected, but the bank stock mortgage loan was a huge trouble. Chao Bing checked it and finally found that Qinzai was shorting his company's shares. The little red guy deliberately revealed to him through Nan Man Pei that Qinzai still held a lot of shares in his hands. Even if the stock market recovered, he would continue to short his company's shares. His company's shares would not be able to raise his head. He had already hurt his muscles and bones. He wouldn't be able to recover within 5 years. Qinzai didn't let him wait long. After receiving the call about 10 minutes later, the waiter let him in. Suyu, who was like a little bird, was beside him. Suyu and Qin Baobao were 2 completely opposite types. Suyu's cold temperament made her have the refined temperament of Lao Zhou's, pure ripple but not seductive. As for Qin Baobao, looking at her, men would think, "Hey, this little goblin." Women, this coquettish slut. Qinzai and Suyu sat down. Chao Bing also put down his knife and fork, took a sip of water and wiped his mouth. "What do you want?" Chao Bing stared at him sharply. Chapter 334. Chao Bing had obviously come prepared for this meeting, or rather, the negotiation. From the moment Qinzai came in to the moment he sat down, Chao Bing raised his head and looked at him. Then he slowly chewed his food, drank his water and wiped his mouth. Naturally, he created a steady as Mount Tai atmosphere. He had experienced the same feeling from Nan Man Pei. This was the capital accumulated from a certain amount of social experience and life experience, commonly known as the aura of a big shot. The only thing that could be suppressed was the aura of the protagonist. But Qinzai himself was a salted fish, and the aura of a big shot did not exist. Qinzai smiled and did not reply. Suyu next to him understood and smiled. "Mr. Chao, we are businessmen and we don't want to do anything." Chao Bing consciously ignored Suyu and stared at Qinzai. "As long as you stop shorting my company's stock, I am willing to pay a certain price. How about 50 million? Qinzai was silent. Chao Bing narrowed his eyes and exuded a dangerous aura. "The price is not enough? TSK, I have checked your information. Whether it is the father of a university professor or the mother of a housewife, it seems that they are not qualified and impossible to connect with the Zhao family. At first, I thought that you were a money-making tool of the Zhao family, a puppet placed outside to deceive others. Later I found that you were not. I admire you very much. From a college student with nothing, you have come to today's position in just half a year. Excluding those second generations who rely on their ancestors, no one is better than you. This is the truth. For this, I spent a lot of effort and used some of my connections in the government to investigate your parents' ancestors. It's actually very simple to investigate a person's family background. It only needs to be within 3 generations. Any further, even if you're a remnant of the Manchu Qing dynasty or a descendant of a tycoon of the Republic of China, it's meaningless. Your grandfather is a poor teacher. He does not have students all over the world and does not know any big shots. Your mother's ancestral home is in Jianghu province. Most of the people of the same clan are bumpkins. However, there is a big businessman in Wenzhou called Su Yao, who is of the same clan as your mother. He is a little related but has nothing to do with the Zhao family. In just a few words he had revealed Qin Zai's background. Those with poor mental fortitude would show their cowardice now. Su Yu frowned. She knew that Qin Zai was more like a genius technical talent, rather than an experienced businessman. He was not good at this kind of negotiation tactics. He turned his head to take a look, only to find that Qin Zai's gaze was deep and unfazed. There was no reason not to appreciate such a man, Su Yu thought. I also know a little about your background. You're not very clean. When you were young you were working under Big Sister Man's father. You did a lot of shady things and were often chased by people like a loser. In your line of work you're like a mouse in front of a cat when you see an official. I really can't see through scum like you. What's the point of money? Money is a bastard. You're willing to shed your blood for a bastard. Aren't you stupid? Qin Zai shrugged. I'm not targeting your ex-husband. I'm targeting everyone here. The corner of her ex-husband's mouth twitched. The 6 men in black had ominous looks in their eyes. Su Yu whispered, "Why did you bring me in?" I accidentally hurt an ally, sorry." Qin Zai lit a cigarette for himself, and his domineering arrogance burned. "Is it difficult to earn money? Do you need to risk your life for him?" "I've never touched money. I'm not interested in money." Qin Zai felt that his expression and tone were in place. He said it more lightly than a certain big man, and there was no one around him who was holding back their laughter. "But you're smart, you know how to clean up. Unfortunately, your ambition is also big and you're too attached to the gray industry so you can't clean your ass. To put it bluntly, you're still brainless. Money is so easy to earn. When I didn't pay attention I earned nearly 10 billion yuan. I don't know how to spend it." Su Yu swallowed his saliva and said in his heart, "The great god is too pretentious. What if he gets beaten later? You see, I slightly shorted your company's stock and earned hundreds of millions. Money is just a string of numbers for me. What I value more is to provide jobs for society. This is a good thing that really benefits the country and the people. On the other hand, for a few 100 million yuan, you can't sit still and jumped out to negotiate with me." At this point, the aura that the ex-husband painstakingly created finally couldn't hold. His face was gloomy. 80 million. Qin Zai shook his head and looked like he deserved a beating. "I said, I don't care about money." Chao Bing gnashed his teeth. "What do you want?" Qin Zai put away the acting emperor, and said word by word, "How to bow to the big man, you're in the underworld. You don't need me to teach you, do you?" The 6 men in black almost wanted to rush up and pinch the kid to death. Su Yu looked at him with admiration. Chao Bing silently stared at Qin Zai, his pupils sharp and cold, and slowly said, "After so many years in the underworld I have learned 2 truths. Cut the grass and pull out the roots. People should leave a way out. I use different methods to deal with different people. Everyone has a family. No matter what you do, don't be too ruthless. Don't you think so?" Although he tried to wash his hands for many years after so many years in the underworld, his means of dealing with things and ordinary businessmen were different. "Are you threatening me?" Qin Zai revealed a rare dangerous aura. "Boss, don't talk nonsense with him. If he doesn't know how to appreciate it, we will. Kacha." In the quiet room, suddenly there was a crisp sound. "Sorry, this cup is really brittle." Qin Zai casually threw the fragments of the bone porcelain cup on the table. Chao Bing's eyelids twitched fiercely. The 6 big men, Sigma, LLL. This was a bone porcelain cup. Although it was brittle, it was also very hard, very hard. How could it be crushed with one hand? Chao Bing and his henchmen were all in the underworld and they all had a few tricks up their sleeves. They had never seen anyone with a grip that could crush bone porcelain. Was it an illusion? Was it a fake? It was actually a prop just now. When they were not paying attention, it was replaced by this kid. At this time, Qin Zai picked up the bone porcelain cup in front of Su Yu, and his palms silently exerted force. Kacha. The bone porcelain cup was broken again. The tea spilled down his palm or flowed into his cuffs. Chao Bing, the 6 big men? Su Yu, Heartsuit Omega Heartsuit, if you want to play then let's fight right now. How about it? Qin Zai sneered. Chao Bing and his henchmen were silent. One of the guys swallowed his saliva. One of the guy's legs went soft. "Over there in the north you can do whatever you want. Shanghai is my territory." Qin Zai sneered. "In terms of official contacts, I definitely have more than you. You've hit a wall twice, you know that. There's also Sister Man's help. You can't play with me. If you want to use underhanded means, I'll just make a trip to the north and kill you. Are your bones harder than a cup? Then I'm better at finance than you. Are you sure you can keep your 3 listed companies? During this time, the bank's phone should have blown up your office's landline. You'd better think about how to raise money for mortgage. 3 companies are enough to keep you busy. Chao Bing was silent. Qinze got up, walked around the table and patted his ex-husband on the shoulder. Solemn and stirring expressions appeared on the 6 men's faces at the same time. Qinze whispered, "Finally, I also warn you, everyone has a family. Don't think that others are the only ones who wear shoes and ignore the shoes on your feet. Your son is only 6 years old, right?" No matter what kind of ruthless character Chao Bing was in the past, since he wanted to whitewash his family business, he was destined to not dare to fight to the death. If his heart was not enough, his hands would not be black. What he said just now, in fact, was to scare Qinze. Chao Bing's forehead veins jumped, his cheeks bulged, and he struggled for a while. Finally, he raised his eyes and stared at the young man who made him capsize. "I was wrong," he said. The next moment, Qinze received the system's task completion prompt in his mind. He breathed a sigh of relief. If his ex-husband was too stubborn, he would consider beating him and then forcing him to admit his mistake. It would be very troublesome. Maybe he would have to ask Sister Man to clean up his mess. "You should have known." Qinze laughed. "Okay, I'll hold your shares first. When the stock market dust settles, I'll sell." "Suyu, let's go." Qinze strode out of the private room. But Suyu did not follow. Suyu and Chao Bing had met several times. She knew how annoyed her ex-husband was. Usually when she saw Chao Bing, Suyu would stare at her fiercely and kill her with her eyes. After all, she was even afraid of Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin. But today, with Qinze as the man behind her, she was particularly courageous. Suyu strode over, took off the beloved hat on her head, and put it on her ex-husband. "Don't pester Sister Man in the future, hum." After that, her courage ran out, and she turned around and ran into Qinze's arms. Qinze. Chapter 335. Qinze was shocked and turned to look at his ex-husband's face. Although he could fight 10 scums like his ex-husband, he was desperate. Things had been negotiated and the task was completed. He didn't want to cause more trouble. He also underestimated Su Teddy's ability to make trouble. His ex-husband's face was ugly, but he held back. He didn't know if he was shocked by his own strength or because Suyu was a woman. If Qinze did this, it was estimated that his ex-husband would fight with him. "Let's go." Suyu took Qinze's hand and walked away quickly. "What you did just now amazed me," Qinze said. "Yes, I learned it from watching pictures on the internet. It felt very exciting. I will try it again in the future." Suyu was overjoyed and her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. "Don't do this if there is no deep hatred. You will be beaten." Qinze thought about it and added, "Unless I am by your side." Suyu rolled her eyes and smiled with dimples. "Okay." For no reason, Qinze poked the dimples on her cheek. Suyu blushed. The two came to the restaurant where the reservation was made. There were 6 tables in a luxurious large private room. At this time the employees had already eaten, toasting and laughing. Suyu didn't know that the negotiation would go so smoothly. She was ready to be absent, so she informed the company's employees and let them eat first. This hotel was good. It was specially used for large-scale gatherings. Many companies nearby chose this place for their annual meetings. The private room next door was decorated like the Great Hall of the People. "Boss Su." "Boss Qin." Everyone got up and greeted. Qinze pressed his hand and motioned everyone to sit down. Among these people, some successfully brushed their faces in front of him, but some were very unfamiliar. He was not the kind of boss who talked very much with his employees. Except for a few managers, team leaders, and the girl at the front desk who helped them order, he had no extra communication with other employees. So in the hearts of the employees, he was a little more mysterious as the boss. Like the Mona Lisa's smile, mysterious. After Qinze and Suyu came over, the atmosphere in the private room cooled down a little. Several managers at the same table were cautious when eating. The boss's aura was oppressive. It couldn't be helped. It was the same everywhere. No matter how active and lively the employees were in private, eating at the same table with the boss, no matter how good their mentality was, would still be stressful. But under the effective leadership of Qinze, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Chairman Qin bragged to everyone that when the company grew bigger, everyone would be given an Audi A8. Whoever won the sales championship for 3 consecutive years would be given a house. Boss Qin's nonsensical bragging finally lifted the mood of the room. He wasn't bragging. He would definitely receive these benefits in the future. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Linfeng said drunkenly, "Boss Qin, I really admire you. I've been in this business for so many years, but I've never seen a boss as bold and courageous as you." Xiao Qin replied humbly, "You're too kind." Li Linfeng stood up and shouted, "Let me toast to President Qin and President Su. Brothers, do as you see fit." Then there was a wave of toasts and the employees took turns to toast. "President Qin, I'll drink. You can do as you please." "President Su, I'll drink. You can do as you please." Suyu was a light drinker. After drinking a few glasses, her face flushed and she looked charming. But she was in high spirits and didn't refuse anyone. A group of female colleagues squeezed over with a smile. The leader was a beautiful girl who used to work at the front desk and later transferred to the finance department. She held a glass of wine with a smile in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. "President Qin, I just made a bet with them," she said. "What bet?" The beautiful girl replied shyly, "Bet if I dare to say that I love you. Qin Zhe." The beautiful girl took a deep breath and shouted, "President Qin, I love you." The girls behind her cheered and laughed continuously. Then the whole room cheered. In the laughter of the whole room, the smile on President Su's face gradually disappeared. Li Linfeng, who had followed her from Juli to Baoza, wiped his sweat and silently prayed for the girl. He hoped that she could live through this year and at least get the year-end bonus. These little girls were really looking for trouble. They even teased the man who was the head of the company. Suyu was the nominal head of Baoza Company, and she handled all the affairs. Alas, when the time came he would come forward to ask for mercy. The dinner lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. Everyone was high from drinking, but they were not satisfied yet. Someone suggested that they go for karaoke. The famous CEO Qin, the fast shooter, naturally became the target of popularity. Everyone clamored to hear his dolphin voice. Qin Zhe didn't participate and let them play by themselves because Suyu was drunk. Suyu was in high spirits today. She drank 4 bottles of beer alone and was falling in the arms of Qin Zhe. Her eyes were hazy. During the period she went to the toilet and vomited 3 times. So, people who wanted to sing karaoke went to sing karaoke, and people who were drunk took a taxi back. The taxi fare would be reimbursed by the company tomorrow. Qin Zhe helped Suyu to leave and took a taxi on the side of the road. He drank a lot of wine and relied on his strong kidney function. The alcohol was broken down quickly. Now he was half drunk and half sober. His head was slightly swollen and his spirit was particularly excited. Qin Zhe half hugged and half supported Suyu, came to her door, found the key from her bag and opened the door. The light in the house was on. "This silly girl, don't you know to turn off the light when you go out? My sister Bao has more common sense than you." Qin Zhe put Suyu on the bed and turned to the kitchen to boil water for her, but found that the thermos flask was full of hot water. He carefully observed the kitchen. The windows were bright and the plates were neatly placed on the shelf. She never cooked, but the plates were very clean and there was no dust. Every place in the kitchen was very clean. It was not like a woman who did not do anything. Instead, it was like someone had been using the kitchen, so it was so clean. Qin Zhe's heart moved. He walked out of the kitchen and came to the living room. The TV in the living room was also on, playing advertisements. There were snacks and fruits on the coffee table. It seemed that this lonely house often had guests. He turned to the bedroom again. The computer screen was black, but the display light of the host computer was on, indicating that the computer had been on. Qin Zhe stood by the bed and looked at the drunk woman. He suddenly felt very sad. She didn't turn off the lights, not because she was an idiot who had forgotten about life, but because she didn't want to come home from work and face a dark and empty house. So she turned on all the lights in the room. It was as if there was someone waiting for her at home, so she wouldn't be alone. Including the snacks and fruits on the coffee table, the hot water in the thermos flask, the spotless tableware in the kitchen, the computer that was always on standby. What was the point? What was the point? You deliberately created a vibrant house, but it can't change the fact that you are alone. It's ridiculous to deceive yourself. Silly girl, your little nest is not warm at all. Suyu opened her eyes and stared at him with hazy eyes. After a long while, she felt wronged, cold. Qin Zhe helped her take off her snow boots and coat, covered her with the quilt and whispered, "Go to sleep." "What about you?" "I'm going back," Qin Zhe said and belched. His temples were slightly swollen, and the alcohol stimulated his nerves, bringing excitement and tingling pain. Suyu grabbed his hand and acted like a little girl. "Don't go, okay?" Her parents divorced when she was a child, and her father married a vicious stepmother. Her life was not even as good as that of a child in a single-parent family. Her father's indifference, her stepmother's supercilious eyes, and the illegitimate brother's hatred. She was like a lonely and pitiful little beast, curled up and grew up carefully. Then one day she finally went abroad to look for her mother, eager to find the motherly love from her mother that had been lost for many years. But sadly she found that her mother's love had been given to her new husband and son. There was only a small amount of love given to her, so little that she couldn't feel the slightest warmth. She wandered outside the two families, living alone year after year. But in fact, in her heart, she still longed for a trace of warmth, and hoped that one day someone would come from the sky and reach out to her. If this person really exists, she hopes it is Qinzhe. Do you still want to vomit? Qinzhe frowned. I don't want to vomit, but my head hurts. Suyu muttered and pouted. Then hurry to sleep, I also have a headache and I want to go back to sleep. Qinzhe patted the back of her hand and wanted to retract his hand, but Suyu held it very tightly. He was about to scold her with a straight face, but he heard Suyu's soft voice. I like you, Qinzhe. Qinzhe's face was stiff. Suyu liked him. He could feel it. When he bought the car that day, Qinzhe knew it. Usually Suyu's behavior, eyes and tone of voice all revealed the same message. I like you. But she never dared to say the words, I like you. Suyu didn't dare to say it for fear of being rejected. It would make the two very embarrassed. Maybe the great god would not be the great god anymore and there would be a gap between them. Today she drank wine and her brain was not clear. Wine made people brave. Many things she usually didn't dare to say, but now she can say it without thinking. You just drank too much and you'll be fine after a sleep. Qinzhe said softly, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Suyu's soft eyes looked at him obsessively. But I just like you, and I have never liked a man as much as I like you. Can I ask why? Qinzhe was tangled. Do you need a reason to like someone? God's arrangement is the biggest. Suyu muttered. God's arrangement is the biggest. Because I took you to play games and there was no man to take you to play games before, so you like me? Qinzhe asked. Suyu's face was slightly red and her hazy eyes flashed with shame. Of course not, maybe this is just a very small reason anyway I like you. Chapter 336. Seeing this scene, Qinzhe was a little absent-minded. He was already half drunk, and he only felt that his eyes were blinded by the white light. Unexpectedly, the first one to be honest with him was Suyu. For the first time, seeing Qinzhe's beauty, he couldn't take his eyes off her. According to his salted fish nature, he should run away at this moment, but he didn't know if it was the effect of alcohol, but he felt that he was ready to move. Or I actually like Suyu? Thinking of this, Qinzhe suddenly panicked. He swore to keep his chastity for his sister. Sister Ziwei. But it didn't matter. According to the past, there must be a call here, whether it was his sister or Sister Ziwei, they should have called to urge him to go home. But no. Too capricious, too capricious. Can you do whatever you want just because you're beautiful? Then a little stalemate? Maybe she will fall asleep after a while. Well, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Suyu's face was burning. Her pretty face, which was a little red from drinking, was now red. Her eyelashes trembled slightly and she lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him. She had already given such an obvious hint. Could it be that Qinzhe was not moved at all? The point was, she was frozen to death. She wanted to cover herself with a quilt, but she couldn't. If she covered herself with a quilt, he would definitely say, sleep well, see you tomorrow. So the two were in a stalemate. Qinzhe knew that an inevitable test in life had appeared. It was like flying immortals in the sky to the west wind blowing snow. Should I take advantage of her? Or should I retreat? At this time he hoped that Suyu would be drunk and fall asleep first. But Suyu blinked her bright and watery eyes and refused to sleep. So, wait for the system to give him a task? Forget it, he was so entangled now that he didn't know what task the system would give him. Maybe it was, ding. Please play a Forbidden 18 game with Suyu until dawn. Then he could smile and type GG with both hands. Moreover, countless experiences have proved that at critical moments, don't expect help from low-level people. Qinzhe felt like an ant on a hot pan, so anxious. His heart was against it. He wanted to save the first shot for that person, so he had been holding back. But his body was much more honest than him. No, it felt like there wasn't much resistance to it. Qinzhe thought to himself, damn you. Even if I'm a salted fish, I'm a salted fish with dreams. Do you think I'm a saint? Suyu's heart collapsed at this time. Her attitude was very obvious. She liked him and wanted to be with him. She also felt that she was quite beautiful and had a good figure. She usually paid attention to her exercise, but even so, he was still standing by the bed in a daze. Is it that you, Qinzhe, have high standards, or is it that I, Suyu, am not flirtatious enough? I like you. Suyu made a seductive pose on the bed. Such an enchanting beauty. Qinzhe was at a loss for words. Her sister's call didn't come, and Suyu didn't fall asleep. It seemed that it was God's will. Heaven's arrangement was the greatest. Suyu said weakly, "Do you want to take a bath?" Qinzhe thought very seriously for a moment. "I'm not bragging. I'll enter the sage mode after taking a bath." Suyu, finally they took a bath in batches. Suyu took a bath very quickly, probably afraid that Qinzhe would slip away. Qinzhe also took a bath very quickly. He stood on the edge of being a coward and not a coward. He was afraid that after taking a bath, his mind would be clear and his courage would be gone. Qinzhe said, "Then I'm coming." Suyu, wait a minute, Qinzhe, I also think we should talk for a while." Both of them were terrified. "I remember the first time I saw you, on the day of the interview at the elevator you came up, I went down. At that time there were other interviewees with me. The look in their eyes was particularly amazing." Qinzhe said without any head or brain. "What about you? Were you amazed?" Suyu's face was flushed and her eyes were like water looking at him. "Of course." Qinzhe rubbed his swollen head. Taking a drunken bath was not a good experience. "I was thinking, who is this girl so beautiful? If she could be my girlfriend, my life would be worth it." Suyu smiled brightly and was about to say, "I promise to be your girlfriend." Qinzhe said again, "But it's just a thought. We don't know each other. At most we are passers-by. When I see other beautiful girls I will also fantasize about them. Later, I found out that you are the general manager of Julie Company. Iske, have you heard of my beautiful president?" Suyu laughed, "I've heard of it. There's hope again. Many employees are talking in private. Whoever can catch up with President Su will be rich. Not only will they have to work less for decades, but they can also think about women. Do you remember Yang Jian?" Suyu seriously recalled and shook her head. "Who?" "That kid entered the company with me. He wants to have something with you every day and even blocks you in the girls' bathroom." Qinzhe laughed. Suyu frowned. "I don't even bother to look at this kind of person." Qinzhe sighed. "Then why do you like a person like me?" Suyu said with infatuation. You are different from others. At least for me you are different." Qinzhe nodded and continued, "After getting along for more than a month, I felt that you were very cold and not my type. Slowly that thought faded. Until that time when we met, it turned out that you were Kanto man. Fate is a strange thing. Maybe it's fate." Qinzhe's fingers brushed Suyu's skin and he sighed. "Who would have thought that we would have today?" Suyu bit her lip. "After saying so much, are you coming or not?" "Coming." Qinzhe took off his clothes, lifted the quilt and covered him and Suyu. "I finally graduated. Mom doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore." Tonight was the day of Qinzhe's graduation, and it was also the day of Suyu's graduation. It didn't last long. After finishing, exhaustion surged like a tide. Under the influence of alcohol, the two hugged each other and fell asleep. That night, Suyu slept particularly well. No, particularly peacefully. The next day, early in the morning, the fields that were not damaged by plowing had already woken up, and the tired cows were still sleeping. Suyu opened her sleepy eyes. Her hair was messy. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling for a few minutes. She remembered the out-of-body pleasure last night. She was snuggled up to a hot and strong body. It was very warm and very reassuring. There was no air conditioning in the room. She used to sleep alone. If she didn't turn on the air conditioning, she would wake up in the middle of the night. She turned her head and looked at the sleeping face close to her. Sleeping on the same pillow, she could feel each other's breath between breaths. Great happiness swelled in her heart, making her want to cry. Suyu's trembling fingertips stroked Qinzhe's face, from the handsome eyebrows to the handsome nose, sliding along the contours of his cheeks, and finally, her fingers pressed against his lips. This mouth last night sucked her little mouth wantonly. The kissing skill was skillful and full of aggressiveness. The soul that had been wandering for more than 10 years was comforted. The happiness made her eyes red and choked in a low voice. The crying was very small, but it woke up Qinzhe. He opened his eyes, his pupils were unfocused and slowly restored focus. Then he looked at Suyu, who was sobbing in a low voice. The salted fish looked confused. It was not that he drank too much. In the situation last night, at most he was half drunk. There was no possibility of waking up and not remembering anything. On TV, those men and women who had sex after drinking would scream at a high decibel when they woke up, for fear that others would not know about their affair. It was nonsense. If he really drank too much, it meant that the brain could no longer control the body. The only ending was to lie on the ground like a corpse. Where did he get the strength to have sex? He was afraid that he was the scapegoat. He was confused because Suyu cried. What did it mean? After having sex, did she regret it? Last night, she took off her pants because she was empty and lonely. She took advantage of the alcohol to boost her courage. Now that her mind was clear, she felt that she had sex with a salted fish. Was her life too desperate? Or did she like me or something? Just a very slight liking and did not intend to have sex with me? Do you regret it? Qinzhe said in a low voice. Suyu shook her head and sniffled. Then why are you crying? Qinzhe was depressed. Suyu still shook her head. Was she happy because she had sex with you? This kind of words, the degree of shame had exceeded the limit of her masochism. Then am I your girlfriend now? Suyu said expectantly. Girlfriend? Qinzhe looked at the ceiling and was in a daze for a long time. If it was a girlfriend, Sister Ziwei was his girlfriend in name. The relationship between the two was very stable. So far, except for kissing, they had not even touched a little white rabbit. It was more stable than a tank. Did he make Sister Ziwei a cuckold? She said that drinking would make things worse, but you didn't listen. Alcohol can strengthen people's courage, but it can also strengthen salted fish's courage. What should he do next? He smiled and said, we are all adults. It is normal to have sex. Forget about it later. Then pull up his pants and deny it? He could not do this. Then should he confess to his sisters? Yesterday was his graduation day. Today might be his death anniversary. Qin Baobao's profound meaning, deadly scissor kick. Wang Zijin's profound meaning, high kick to explode eggs. Salted fish say, dead. This book ended. Chapter 337. As the salted fish host of the low-level system, Qinzhe is very self-aware. He doesn't have the unique personality charm of Long Outyin, who controls the harem of 3,000 beauties and lives in harmony. He doesn't have the aura of a king like Zhao Ritian. When he shakes his body, all the beauties worship him. He doesn't have Yi Liangqin's 100 ways to make you unable to stay. I'm not reconciled. I can't say it. My salted fish Zay can't die so quickly. Let me think about how to solve the trouble at hand. What the hell? Speaking of the sisters, they didn't call me? This doesn't make sense. With his sister's possessiveness, he usually comes home late and she will be jealous. Can Qin Bao bear to stay out all night? I'm afraid she has already sharpened her knife to salted fish. Sister Ziwei is now my girlfriend. My boyfriend is completely not back. Can Sister Ziwei bear to fool around outside? I'm afraid they are brewing the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty in their hearts. But why didn't they call me? Qinzhe leaned over to pick up his pants and took out his mobile phone. The screen was black and it didn't light up. It turned out that the mobile phone was out of battery. Qinzhe's mind inexplicably appeared a song. If everything is heaven's will, everything is fate after all, it is destined. Okay, this blame will be thrown to the mobile phone. Today's smartphones are good to look at but useless. When Qinzhe was in high school, a Nokia was on standby for a week, charging for 5 minutes and talking for 2 hours. Suyu saw his silence and her heart was cold. We're already like this. You don't want me? Qinzhe shook his head. Suyu's eyes flashed dimness and she said with a smile, then you sleep for a while? I'm going to take a shower and I have to go to work later. Qinzhe looked down and saw the reaction of all men in the morning and sighed, I just can't sleep. Suyu glanced at him, blushed, kissed him timidly and ran out of the room naked. Qinzhe pondered for a long time. It seems that this is really a matter of the future. Clothes and trousers were scattered on the ground, some of Suyu's, piled together in a mess. After picking up the clothes one by one and putting them on, Qinzhe walked out of the room and into the living room. He opened the door and slammed it shut. He didn't notice that there was no sound of running water in the bathroom. His mind was in a mess right now, so he couldn't notice these details. In the bathroom, Suyu stood in front of the mirror in a daze. She listened to his footsteps as he walked past the bathroom door and into the living room. Then the security door slammed shut. He left. Suyu's heart was in pain, like a lifeless paper flower, and her eyes were dry. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so nosy and asked that question. Do you think that just because you love him, he will love you back? You were the one who seduced him into bed, and now you want him to take responsibility? Look, you've been abandoned. You're just a pitiful creature that your grandmother doesn't love and your uncle doesn't love. Suyu turned on the tap and the hot water flowed. She hugged her knees, squatted on the cold tiles and burst into tears. She cried heartbreakingly like a homeless cat, like a little girl who has been wronged. It turns out that love is not something that you can get in return for how much you pay. She cried until the sky turned dark. For a long time she vaguely heard a knock on the door, one after another, and the sound kept coming. Suyu put her face in the hot water and washed it. Her shivering body dispersed the chill. She turned off the shower head, wrapped in a bath towel, and walked to the security door in a daze. Looking out of the peephole, she just saw the handsome face. At this moment, there was a kind of surprise that was called, "Mountains and rivers have no way out, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel," in her heart. Suyu opened the door. "Why do you take so long to take a shower?" Qinze, who was holding a bag of breakfast, stood at the door and said unhappily, "I knocked for a long time and didn't open the door. I'm ashamed." Suyu burst into tears and hugged him tightly. She cried, "You dead man, didn't you leave? If you leave, don't come back. Do you think it's so easy to enter my house?" Suyu cried out, "You dead man, didn't you leave? Don't come back. Do you think it's so easy to enter my house? Oh, I'm scared to death, Bao Bao." "Qinze. I almost thought your name was Qin Bao. Why are you crying for no reason? Are you sad that you have been guarding for 27 years? Don't you want me anymore? I bought breakfast, girl. Then tell me, I thought you didn't want me and didn't want me to be your girlfriend, woo-woo?" Suyu's eyes were red and the tears couldn't stop. Qinze really thought about it for a long time, but he didn't figure out what to do. What he couldn't figure out was that feelings he still couldn't figure it out from adolescence until now. On the way back, the system saw that the host was so anxious and jumped out to say, "Host, your brain waves are very strong. Are all animals like you after mating? Let me think of a word, butterflies in the stomach. Get out of here, don't make a move when you should. I don't need you to complain." Qinze said angrily. "From an animal's point of view, you don't need to be too entangled with this one this spring and that one next spring." The system said, "That's an animal, not a human. Don't think too highly of humans, they're even worse than animals. You can have sex with this one tonight and that one tomorrow night. I really don't understand what you're entangled with. What you said is very reasonable and I have nothing to say. So you'll always be an emotionless system." Qinze sighed, "How do I put it? You can think of me as a pervert. I want to have sex with this one this spring and that one next spring. If others want to have sex with her, I'll explode. Understood? This is the possessiveness of humans. Let time deal with it. Time to deal with it. Things that you can't figure out for a while don't mean that you can't figure it out for a lifetime. People are always constantly disturbed by external factors. In fact, human beings are always compromising with the outside world from birth to growth." The system said, "I don't understand what you mean. I have a more concise statement here. Let's talk about it later." Qinze sighed. "Maybe you compromised, maybe your sisters compromised, time will give the answer." The system said. Qinze hooked the door with his foot and walked into the room with the shivering Suyu. He didn't turn on the air conditioner last night and didn't bother to turn it on this morning. The weather at the end of January was cold to the bone. "Get dressed and have breakfast," Qinze said. I haven't finished taking a bath yet." "Wait." Suyu tightened the bath towel and ran to the bathroom with light steps. Ups and downs, great sadness and joy, let her feet soften and stagger. Qinze reached out to support her and the bath towel slipped down. Qinze glanced at her, long legs and slender waist, graceful figure. Suyu's face turned red, and her slippers clattered and she ran into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Suyu raised her head, and the hot water flowed down her slender neck and spread over her whole body, bringing warmth. It turned out that she didn't see the wrong man, and her insecure heart finally returned to her stomach. Suddenly she heard the door lock click. Suyu was shocked and looked back. Qinze came in naked. She subconsciously covered her chest and trembled. I'm taking a bath, don't come in. Let's take a bath together." Qinze walked into the shower and put his arm around Suyu's waist. Since he had done all the things that men and women should do last night, taking a bath together doesn't seem to be worth making a fuss about. Suyu couldn't let go and her heart was beating wildly. "I want to take a bath alone," she whispered. "Take a bath together." Qinze's tone was overbearing. Suyu immediately followed. Qinze did the man behind Suyu again in the bathroom. But at the last moment, Suyu's legs were soft, the ground was slippery and she almost fell. When Qinze reached out to catch her, it was empty. After taking a bath, Suyu ate the breakfast he brought back and Qinze rested. Half an hour later the two came again. This time there was no time and the world became dull again. 10 minutes later he was full of energy again. You're coming again?" Suyu's little face was panicked. I'm going to be late for work. I'll give you a holiday today. Aren't you my secretary?" The secretary has nothing to do today and then, Qin Zhe pinched her face. But I'm so tired. Su Yu's pitiful expression. I already know your depth, but you don't know mine. Qin Zhe said, don't talk nonsense, come up. Oh. Qin Zhe slapped her ass. Come up. Su Yu whined and climbed up. Hold it. Oh. The two ended in the lotus position. Both climbed to the peak and hugged each other tightly. Su Yu was soft in his chest, crying and calling her husband. Qin Zhe didn't speak, gently stroking her hair. Wang Zijin is your girlfriend. Su Yu whispered. Qin Zhe nodded. Then what are we? A dog couple? Are you going to kick her away with me or kick me away? I don't know. Qin Zhe said, truth. Then did you sleep with her? Qin Zhe shook his head. Is there any other behavior? Well, you men have seen the film. Qin Zhe still shook his head. Su Yu smiled happily. Wang Zijin is a big idiot, she deserves to be robbed by me. Qin Zhe suddenly felt that what happened today seemed to be an unintentional coincidence. It could barely be said that drinking made a mistake, but maybe it was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. With Wang Zijin's character, he was afraid that she would really give herself to him after the engagement. The other black-hearted maggot was complicated. When she dared, Qin Zhe didn't dare. When Qin Zhe dared, she didn't dare. Only Su Yu was different. If she liked someone, she would enthusiastically and boldly pay. Like is like. Love and hate are very simple. Su Yu hugged his neck and happily called him husband tentatively. Seeing that Qin Zhe didn't frown, the corners of her mouth curled up happily. I won't force you, I won't pester you, and I won't be rude and unreasonable to trouble Wang Zijin, Su Yu said with a pitiful and eager expression. As long as you spare a little time to accompany me, I will be very happy. Not much, just a little. She stretched out her little finger and seriously gestured in front of Qin Zhe's eyes. In her heart, she thought that as long as the hoe was waved well, there was no corner that couldn't be dug. Su Yu felt that he actually had victory in his hands. Su Yu also ordered the palace fighting skills. Qin Zhe was shocked. He suddenly remembered what the old driver Huang Yizong said. A woman said that she didn't want anything, but in fact she wanted everything. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, I Am the Great Demon King, a book by a high-quality old author. Chapter 338. After Su Yu finished, she went to the bathroom to take a shower. Qin Zhe charged his mobile phone, waited for 3 minutes and turned it on. There was no missed call notification on the mobile phone, but there were dozens of missed call notifications in the text messages. During the period when the phone was turned off, his sisters actually persistently called him so many times. But he didn't turn it on. Qin Zhe opened the chat software with trembling heart. Messages, 99 plus Qin Bao Bao. Ace, when will you come back? I'm going to lock the door. It's 11:30. Are you still outside? Did you drink too much? I'll drive to pick you up. Turn it on. It's 12 o'clock. Where are you? The wine should be finished. What are you doing? Or you with? Wow, little red guy, you dare to turn off your phone. Don't come back if you dare. I'm going to sleep. If you don't turn it on, I'll really be angry. You black-hearted maggot. I'm going to break your legs. The messages were sent from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning. His sister's thoughts were concern, anxiety, suspicion, anger. Then there was Wang Zijin's message, where is Ace? When will he come back? Turn off? Is the phone out of battery? Hey, Bao Bao is very angry. Hurry up and turn it on. I can still help you. Otherwise Bao Bao will go crazy. Oh, Bao Bao said that I'll hang you up and beat you tomorrow. Why don't you turn it on? Little red guy, I'm angry too. Sister Ziwei's thoughts were concern, murder with a borrowed knife, murder with a borrowed knife, anger. My sister is a scheming woman. My girlfriend is a two-faced woman. My secret art is a troublemaker or a cuckold? Qin Zhe's liver was in pain. Once upon a time, he had a sincere wish to marry a graceful, gentle, and virtuous daughter-in-law. Later, Sister Ziwei appeared. Sister Ziwei had an oval face and long straight hair. She was the kind of gentle and generous sister. But he never expected. From being black-bellied to being gentle, how many killings had she experienced? From cheating people to being virtuous, she had experienced so much darkness. You lied to me, it was all a lie. Her eyes were red from crying, and her heart was broken. Qin Zhe almost couldn't help but sing. Qin Zhe dialed his sister's number and heard Qin Bao Bao's voice. Hello, who is this? Qin Zhe was stunned and almost thought that he had accidentally taken Su Yu's mobile phone. Sister, it's me. Who are you? Qin Bao Bao asked coldly. You're a loyal follower. Qin smiled cheekily. I just woke up. I slept in the office last night. I'm afraid he slept on the belly of some little demon for a night. Qin Baobao sneered. F***ck, his sister knew the truth. Yo, you even know about this, Qin said deliberately. Little pervert. Qin Baobao screamed at the other end of the phone. At this time, Suyu came in wearing a bathrobe and holding a hairdryer in her hand. Qin made a silent gesture to her. She put down the hairdryer very obediently, wiped her hair with a towel, sat on the edge of the bed, leaned against Qin and raised her 2 crystal white ears. I drank too much yesterday and my mobile phone happened to run out of battery. It was my colleague who helped me send it back to the company. Qin pretended to be tired. I just got up and called you back. Qin Baobao's tone suddenly improved a lot and said angrily, if you don't believe it, you can take a photo for me. Of course, Qin couldn't take out the photo and pretended to be angry. Where is the most basic trust between people? Suyu quietly snorted. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth and said, okay, I'll go to your company now. Qin was scared. Wait a minute, I'll take a photo for you. He hung up the phone. He called Li Linfeng and asked him to go to his company to take a photo. Then he passed it to his sister. His sister replied, well, I'll let you go this time. Next time you don't go home, remember to write a report, but I will definitely not approve it. Qin hugged Suyu in his arms and replied, oh. Well? Qin Baobao snorted, sister went to the business cave today and I'll find you in the evening to settle accounts. Coincidentally, I also went to the business cave several times today. The second call was made to Wang Zijin. Qin repeated the same words. Wang Zijin said considerately, drinking is not good for your health. Drink less next time, you know? Qin nodded and said that Sister Ziwei was good. Sister Ziwei was considerate. Suyu pinched his waist hard, full of jealousy. Wang Zijin smiled softly and said, by the way, let's make a video call. Sister wants to see you. Qin's back was covered in cold sweat. It's not convenient now. I'm working. Let's video chat at noon? Wang Zijin nodded and didn't pester him endlessly. She said, then take a photo. Sister wants to see if you slept well tonight. Hurry up. Qin's forehead was covered in cold sweat. At the critical moment, Suyu said loudly, Boss Qin, the stock has fallen. We can't sell. What should we do? Su Tidy, 666 Qin said, Sister Ziwei, do you want to wait? Wang Zijin smiled and said, forget it. It's the same when you come back from work. After the call, Qin was exhausted. Suyu lay in Qin's arms and giggled. Sister Man said that Wang Zijin is a shrewd and scheming woman. She is a smart and dangerous woman. It makes sense. If it weren't for her conservative thinking in that aspect, I would be afraid of her. Qin rolled his eyes. You are not easy to deal with. Suyu narrowed her eyes and raised her beautiful face. Qin, I'm more curious. Why is the first call not to your real girlfriend but to your sister? Without waiting for Qin to answer, she sighed. So Sister Man said that Qin Baobao is a woman who competes for favor. In her heart she said, fortunately she is your sister. Otherwise I have no hope at all. Qin leaned on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. He thought about some messy things and his thoughts flew. When he opened his eyes, he found that Suyu was flipping through his mobile phone chat history. There were Wang Zijin's and Qin Baobao's. Qin slapped her little but that all the male employees in the company coveted. Suyu screamed, raised her beautiful and refined face and smiled charmingly. Husband, do you want to do it again? From elegance to charm, she experienced 5 times of sex. Qin, I have to protect my waist. The system said that when he practiced the primary school radio gymnastics to a high level, his waist would grow and his energy would surge. Don't make trouble. I can do it 3 more times but you can't. It doesn't matter if your mouth is swollen, but that place is also swollen. How can you walk? Qin refused her angrily. Suyu hit him, propped up her body and took off her bathrobe. Inside was a light blue lace underwear. In women's underwear, black lace was the king, and its position was unshakable. Because the black lace and the woman's white and tender body, the color contrast would describe a huge visual impact. Qin had no resistance to black lace. The second was his sister's white swimsuit, which was tied with a rope around the waist. His sister wore that swimsuit, which was particularly enchanting and seductive. Suyu sat on the edge of the bed, bending over to put on black stockings. A beautiful woman, whether wearing stockings or taking off stockings, was extremely sexy. White hands, the stockings along the white slender legs, a little bit up to the thighs. Qinze was not a stock in control, but when he saw this scene he couldn't stand it. After Su Yu finished breakfast they left together and drove to the company. Once last night, once in the bathroom and 3 times in bed. Su Yu walked a little unwell and she always felt that her legs were burning. Moreover, she felt that her body was weak. Su Yu used to see a joke on the internet saying that women were fields that could not be plowed. Now the stock market has collapsed like this. After the entry of the national team, another wave of money-making business opportunities was ushered in. Qinze asked Li Linfeng and several managers to pay attention to the stock market's movements at all times. They took 2 billion yuan of funds into the market and made a wave of bottom diving, but they couldn't stay in it. At most, a week they must withdraw and earn a wave of price difference. Whether it rises or rises in the future, they won't touch the stock market until next year's spring festival. According to the urinary nature of the stock market, it will take a period of time to determine from the bull market to the bear market. During this period it is not wrong to stay on the sidelines. The bear market represents no money, but it is not like the bull market where you can earn whatever you buy. The stock market will become more rational, and it is still one of the company's important ways to make money. Qin Baobao attended commercial performances, mainly in the Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai area, occasionally running to Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou, and basically not going to other places. These places almost include all the developed provinces in China. The economy is developed, there are many commercial activities and many endorsements and advertisements. It is enough to arrange her schedule densely. No matter how hard she works, she will be a model worker. Some stars are filming, shooting commercials and commercial performances for 360 days a year. This kind of work is actually not cost-effective. It is easy for people to become haggard, and their families will also be affected. She can't go too far and she can't give the wolf in the house too much time to spend with the little red guy. Qin Baobao thought so. This afternoon, after shooting a cosmetics advertisement in the studio, Qin Baobao lay on the chair and babbled, stretching her small waist that countless male comrades in the studio coveted. She was as lazy as a fox spirit with clean fur. Oh, I am so tired. When I go home I will ask the little red guy to massage me. She bent down and knocked on her elastic thigh a few times. Li Yanhong sat next to her and sighed silently. This little girl is probably the most lazy star she has seen in the 8 years of her career. Every time she has to go to work, she will frown her eyebrows that break men's hearts and look bitter. The happiest thing is to curl up in the office to eat snacks and play with her brother. They try to find ways to make more money while a woman is still young. She said, "Then I will practice dancing and singing every day. It is all so tiring." Li Yanhong said, "No matter how tired you are, you still have to work. Otherwise, how can you make money?" She said, "It is enough that my brother can make money." Li Yanhong was speechless. Yes, it is great to have a brother who can make money. It is really great to have a brother who can buy a company and give it to his sister. But you can't count on your brother forever. Qinze is your brother, not your husband. Li Yanhong didn't say this and sighed sadly. "Sister Li, has my bag arrived?" "No." "What about the high heels?" "I just bought them last night. How can it be so fast?" She lay on the chair and sighed. Like most women, she likes to buy designer bags, designer clothes, designer shoes, and all kinds of expensive cosmetics. She doesn't have a boyfriend, so she doesn't know who she is dressing up for. Li Yanhong sighed again. Her phone rang. It is Qin Qinghong. Qin Baobao tucked her hair behind her ear and answered the phone. "Qinghong." Crying came from the other end of the phone. "Baobao, help me." Qin Baobao frowned and sat up straight. She said gently, "What is it?" "What is it? Qing Feng bullied you?" Chapter 339. Chu Feng is missing. Qin Qinghong sobbed. "Missing?" Qin Baobao was stunned. "What happened? Should we call the police?" "I can't explain it clearly. Let's meet somewhere, okay?" Qin Qinghong cried. After setting a place, Qin Baobao took her bag and said, "I'm going out. You don't have to follow me." Li Yanhong nodded. She couldn't leave yet. She had finished shooting the advertisement and she needed to stay behind as her agent to deal with the follow-up matters. Qin Baobao met Qin Qinghong at a Western restaurant. She was wearing a blue down jacket and black pencil pants. She was a beautiful and cold girl, but she looked extremely haggard today. No, she had been haggard recently. It could be seen from the dark circles under her eyes. Looking at her carefully, her hair was tied up casually. She didn't have the time or the mood to take care of it. Qin Baobao said softly, "What's wrong? Look at you. Did you break up?" Qin Qinghong shook her head. When she saw Qin Baobao, her tears flowed down again. Chu Feng lost a lot of money in the stock market. He disappeared yesterday. His phone was turned off. I can't contact him. To hell with the stock market. Qin Baobao was irritated when she heard about the stock market. A while ago she was also worried and scared like Qin Qinghong. Tell me slowly. What's going on? Qin Baobao said. Qin Qinghong nodded and told her everything. This matter was more troublesome than Qin Baobao imagined. The last time they went to Hangzhou, Qin Qinghong's boyfriend and Zhang Ye's boyfriend traded in the stock market. Chu Feng was addicted to the stock market and couldn't extricate himself. He held his phone every day to look at the stock market earnings. The earnings in a week was more than his company's earnings in a month. This was even better than getting a windfall. Encountering a crazy bull market was really like getting rich overnight. He couldn't extricate himself. Unknowingly he had earned 300,000 yuan. Chu Feng's mentality was about to reach the moon. But the good times didn't last long. It only lasted for 2 to 3 months until the stock market plunged half a month ago. A week's worth of losses had caused Chu Feng's profits to shrink by 50%. Of course he couldn't accept it. Half of the money that he had painstakingly earned over the past 3 months had evaporated in a week. Chu Feng didn't feel good. He borrowed money from his relatives, friends and classmates to invest in the stock market. Originally Zhang Ye's fiancée Qing Yi also wanted to invest the money from the down payment into the stock market, but Zhang Ye stopped him. Zhang Ye trusted Qinzhe very much. She said, "Since Qinzhe has already cut it off, why aren't you running away? If he lost half of it then so be it." He had earned at least a few 100,000, which was excellent. Qingyi thought about it. He was going to get married next year. After the new year he would have to make the down payment to buy a house. He couldn't take the risk. As expected he was terrified. Chu Feng, who was not afraid, invested in the stock market without hesitation. Coincidentally the market bounced back after the crash and made a huge profit. This was not the end. Chu Feng not only played with leverage but also borrowed money from the finance company and coaxed Qin Qinghong to borrow it. Let's make a profit and leave. The stock market will not collapse. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am doing this for our future. With our salaries, when will we be able to buy a house in Shanghai? I am doing this for our future. These few days Chu Feng kept saying this to Qin Qinghong. This time the good times were even shorter. The stock market plunged again. Countless men who climbed the mountain of the stock market were buried under the ground. This time Chu Feng was overjoyed. His efforts were in vain. He owed his relatives and friends, but he owed 4 million renminbi to the loan sharks. He was finished. The situation now was that his car and house were all mortgaged. It belonged to Chu Feng. And the loan sharks belonged to Qin Qinghong. They come to the company every day to ask us to repay the debt. They follow us every day. Every day when I go home I see them at the door asking us to repay the debt. Qin Qinghong sobbed. We were fired last week and Chu Feng disappeared. Bao, what should I do? I can't repay the debt. The loan sharks no longer liked to fight. Of course they would still beat people up. For example, they would come to the company to collect the debt. They would make the company unable to work, and they would be gossiped about by their colleagues. How can you be so muddle-headed? You even borrowed money from loan sharks. Do you have the ability to repay it? The compound interest will drive you to death. Qin Baobao was upset. But seeing her best friend crying, she couldn't bear to scold her. Chu Feng abandoned you and let you bear the loan sharks alone. Damn it, he deserves to go bankrupt. She took a sip of lemon water and frowned. What about your family? Last time he borrowed 100,000 renminbi from my dad. Last year my mom was sick and hospitalized. We don't have much savings left. We don't even have enough money to pay the interest. Qin Qinghong cried until her eyes were red. Bao, help me. I'm going crazy from the debt collectors. How much did you borrow? 800,000 renminbi? Qin Qinghong choked. 800,000 renminbi was nothing to Qin Baobao. She just needed to make a phone call and say, I, Qin Baobao, transfer the money. 800,000 renminbi. Within 24 hours, the money would be transferred to her account. Qin Qinghong was her best friend. The two of them had known each other since their second year in university. They had been very close. Together with Zhang Ye, they were an iron triangle. There was no reason not to help her best friend when she encountered such a terrible situation. But Qin Baobao remembered two things. In September, not long after her record broke the sales record, her grandfather's younger brother, the brother and sister's great-uncle, borrowed 200,000 renminbi for the down payment. He said he would return it in December. Of course he didn't return it. Her great-uncle's son complained, we are already big stars. The The siblings have earned so much money. What's wrong with sharing a few hundred RMB with us? The second thing was the brother and sister's uncle. Not only was he a playboy, he was also a prodigal. He squandered all the savings left by their grandfather. Their family had been cleaning up his mess. When they couldn't clean it up anymore, they asked their mom for help. Their mom loved her brother so much. Of course she had to help. Then, after cleaning up his mess, their savings of several years were gone. They even had to sell the house. This was the resentment of Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao when they were young. It was said that the debt had not been paid off. Their uncle had not been home for several years. Qin Baobao thought if her mom and dad had not helped him back then, would her uncle have changed? According to the social order back then, her uncle probably would not have had the chance to change and would have been forced to death. But because someone had been cleaning up his mess, it was hard for her uncle to change. On second thought, she couldn't blame her mom. If it was that little punk who owed so much money, Qin Baobao would have thought of ways to clean up his mess. As for Qing Hong, she definitely couldn't afford 800,000 renminbi. It was meaningless to waste 10 or 20 years. But if she helped him, she would reconcile with Chu Feng. What if Chu Feng treated her like an ATM machine? Chen Qinghong might be beautiful and educated, but she didn't have her own opinions. Other than being good at studying, she wasn't as knowledgeable as that little b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** there, but A's has money. I'll help you ask. Qin Qinghong nodded with red eyes. Qin Baobao took out her mobile phone and typed, "Super invincible adorable beauty Qin Baobao's great summoning technique. Little punk, come out." Qin Zhe, what are you doing? Do you still want to take photos? Wait, I'll give it to you. Qin Baobao, who wants your photos? I have something to discuss. Chu Feng lost everything in the stock market. Qin Baobao typed, Qinghong asked me to help. Before she finished the second paragraph, she saw Qin Zhe send a question mark. Who is Chu Feng? Qin Baobao. Idiot, Qin Qinghong's boyfriend, at least we played together in Hangzhou for many days. Qin Zhe, I remember you were pestering me at that time, so I didn't have much communication with them. By the way, I haven't figured out who Qing Yi and Chu Feng are. Qin Baobao, she told Qin Qinghong's experience and said in distress, I haven't decided whether to lend it or not. I always feel that being so generous will cause a lot of trouble in the future. But Qinghong is my sister, I can't help her. Where are you? Leave it to me. Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao shared the location. Qin Zhe arrived at the Western restaurant 15 minutes later. It was not far from his company, and there was no traffic jam on the highway. He saw Qin Qinghong at first sight. In his impression, Qin Qinghong's temperament was somewhat similar to Su Yu's. Before knowing Su Yu, Qin Zhe did not have a good impression of Qin Qinghong's type of beauty, but he had a good impression of Zhang Ye. In the final analysis, it was probably because Zhang Ye was Qin Baobao's side account. The password of the main account was lost and the appeal was far away, so he thought it would be great if he could use the side account. Ace. Qin Baobao waved to her brother happily. She told Qin Qinghong's experience again and then gritted her teeth. I didn't expect Chu Feng to be such a person. Sure enough, whether a man is reliable or not can only be seen when he is down and out. Qin Qinghong wiped her tears. Qin Zhe nodded at her and quietly gave his sister a look. His sister understood. I'm going to the bathroom. Watching his sister's figure disappear around the corner, Qin Zhe frowned and said, You and my sister are friends. I won't treat you like an outsider. I'll say some things directly. No one's money is blown by the wind. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts. 800,000 yuan is not much, but can you pay it back? Qin Qinghong whispered, Qin Zhe, I will pay it back, I will pay it back. Oh. Qin Zhe said gently, I remember my sister said that your annual income is about 200,000 yuan. After deducting daily expenses, it's very good to save 100,000 yuan a year. 800,000 yuan and you still have 8 years? In fact, I even lost my job. Qin Qinghong was depressed. She pleaded with her eyes, Qin Zhe, please help me. Once she thought that Qin Baobao's younger brother was mediocre and ordinary. He was unwilling to go out to work even though he was an intern. She didn't like her best friend. In just half a year, Qin Zhe became a man that she had to raise her head 90 degrees to look at. Qin Zhe thought about his sister's meaning. He must help. His sister had always been loyal to her friends, and it was because of her loyalty that she attracted the wolf in the house. His sister wanted him to help Qin Qinghong. Some things were not convenient for her to say as her best friend, but it didn't mean that she wasn't angry. What if she did something stupid after helping her get through this difficult time? Chapter 340. 800,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for ordinary people. I'm not generous enough to give it away. Qin Zhe said, from my personal point of view, I don't recommend my sister to help you. You're so stupid. You borrowed money from a loan shark just because your boyfriend said so. What if there's a next time? Maybe you don't want to drag her down, but when you're cornered, you'll definitely look for her again. Qin Qinghong was silent. After a moment, she raised her head and stared at him sadly. What do I have to do for you to help me? I can help you. The IOU is not enough. You have to sign an agreement and pay me 15,000 yuan every month until you pay off all your debts, Qin Zhe said. Qin Qinghong's body swayed. 15,000 yuan a month. Not to mention that she was unemployed now, the highest salary she had received since graduation was 30,000 yuan a month. That was when business was at its peak. Look, you still don't want to come out, Qin Zhe said. My sister told me about your family situation. You have another annoying boyfriend. I'm a businessman. If I throw 800,000 yuan into the Huangpu River, I can float for half a day. Qin Qinghong looked desperate. Did you break up with Chu Feng? Qin Qinghong did not speak. Look, you're still thinking about that kind of man. If there's a first time, there will be a second time. Why should I lend you money? What if you bring him to my sister to ask for money again? Of course we broke up. Qin Qinghong cried. But he ran away a long time ago. I can't contact him either. Qin Zhe raised his chin with the back of his hand and looked at her meaningfully. He did not say anything. He had to give her a little more pressure to let her know that 800,000 yuan was not easy to come by and that she should cherish it. I used to think that you had good taste. Who knew that it was useless? That kind of man caused you so much trouble. Qin Zhe sneered. I remember when my sister was in university, you didn't even like to look at me. Now look, compared to your boyfriend, isn't there a world of difference? Qin Qinghong's heart went cold. She understood. She knew Qin Zhe's plan. Looking at his green eyes and wolf-like eyes, she, who had been in the workplace for 2 years, immediately understood. She thought about her family, which wasn't rich, and her parents, who were sighing in despair. Because of Chu Feng's matter, what little savings they had was almost emptied. Qin Qinghong struggled for a long time in her heart. She gritted her teeth and stared at Qin Zhe. Okay, I promise you. Nanny? Promise me what? Qin Zhe was stunned. He saw Qin Qinghong was furious and ashamed. She looked like she was ready to throw caution to the wind. I can be your woman, but I won't return the 800,000 yuan. Qin Zhe, I'll sleep with you for a year, but only for a year. After the new year, I'll be 26 and I'll get married. Chu Feng was my boyfriend when I was in university. He was also my first love. I'm not a virgin, but I've only had one boyfriend. The debt collectors caused me to lose my job. They even threatened me that if I didn't pay them back, they would be rude to my family and force me to sell myself. Since I have to sell myself no matter what, I might as well sell myself to you. Qin Zhe, dumbfounded, no, the script wasn't right. I didn't want to sleep with you. How did you know that Qin Zhe wants to sleep with me? Message. Qin Qinghong said sadly, this year I won't be with any other man. I'll only sleep with you. Tomorrow I'll go look for a place where no one knows. I'll give you the address and the key. Don't you men like to hide women in a golden house? I won't let you take responsibility and I won't pester you. You don't even need to wear a condom. I'll take birth control pills. I just beg you not to tell Bao Bao about this. Leave me some dignity. After saying that, Qin Qinghong took a deep breath. The expression on her face could be summed up in 4 words. You're welcome to sleep with me. Qin Zhe, dumbfounded, thinking about it, he just stepped on Chu Feng's foot and compared himself with Chu Feng. At this moment, it was easy for people to misunderstand that he was trying to facilitate some kind of shameful deal. No, it was an illegal deal. He couldn't let this woman continue to do it without limits. His sister's original intention was to give her a warning so that she could use her brain and not be a silly girl in the future. What if she came back and found out that her brother had kept her best friend as a mistress? Life and death, the cycle of reincarnation is endless. His sister lives and the little pervert dies. I just escaped a disaster this morning. I can't fall into Qin Qinghong's hands. You misunderstood. Qin Zhe waved his hand. I don't mean to sleep with you. Qin Qinghong gritted her teeth and said, 1.5 years, at most 1.5 years. You want to be my mistress so much? Qin Zhe pondered. After a moment, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Host, you don't have to wait. You don't have this kind of desire in your heart. The system won't give you a task. I know whether I have a desire in my heart or not. You don't have to come out and show your existence. Qin Zhe scolded it in his heart. F***ck off. Son of a b***, you've changed. The system imitated Qin Bao Bao's voice and cried, "I still remember when we were on the basketball court that year. You said to me affectionately, 'Thank you, system.' I never thought that one day I would be able to blow up the entire court." "Did I say that?" "You did," Qinze recalled. Indeed he did. At that time he blurted it out. He sighed and said, "That's because I thought that you were a cheat system that could destroy the heavens, the earth, the air, the gods, the Buddhas, and the witches. I felt that my life had turned on the Long Out Yin mode. But later on I realized that you're not a cheat. You're a lowly one. Other than exchanging basic skill books for me, exchanging a few songs and giving me a set of, 'The Times Are Calling,' your style is completely different from what I thought of the system. You're actually a defective product, right? Or perhaps the first generation of the system. Now the system world has developed to the nth generation." The system said, "The host's words have left me speechless. Let me think for a while. I must think of a rebuttal." A few seconds later, the system sent a picture to Qinze's mind. It was not seen through his eyes, but a picture that Qinze could not help but think of. The picture was like this. Two dogs were having sex and the male dog crawled down and vomited. The system said, "Facts have proven that no matter what you do, you'll get tired of it after a few times. The human brain will become tired. Don't be fooled by those cheaters who bring the host around to show off every day. Actually, the host is suffering in their hearts. All they do is show off from day to night. They haven't even seen a real B*TC. Life should not be too hopeless. But you're different. With my help, you can freely change between a salted fish and a long out yin. Moreover, you just had sex with a girl yesterday. You've already grown up, graduated, and opened the door to a new world. You're much better than those hosts who look good on the outside but are actually virgins." Qinze was silent. He said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. I can't think of a rebuttal at the moment. You win." The system snorted and disappeared. "Promise me two things and I'll lend you the money." Qinze retracted his thoughts and went straight to the point with Qin Qinghong. "Say it." Qin Qinghong bit her lip. "First, 3,000 per month. This is the bottom line. Considering that you don't have a job now, I can postpone this date to next year." This would let her know that money was not easy to come by. There were plenty of examples that needed to be eliminated. Qin Qinghong nodded. "Second, completely break up with Chu Feng in the future. Don't let me know that you two are still together. Also, don't let my sister know about our loan agreement." Qin Qinghong nodded again. "Okay, come to my company tomorrow. We'll sign the agreement," Qinze said. Qin Qinghong hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Is that all? You really don't have any thoughts about me? Which eye of yours saw me having thoughts about you? If it was before today, maybe it would be a biological desire. But I won't have it in my heart." Qin Qinghong looked at him for a long time and said stubbornly, "If it was Jianghu, would you agree?" Qinze's face darkened. "Why do you say that?" He had a bad feeling. "You have a good impression of Jianghu, right? I can see it and Bao Bao can see it too. Jianghu knows it herself. Sometimes I think that if you had started earlier, maybe Jianghu would have been yours." Qin Qinghong added, "We don't have a deep friendship, but I can also see that Qinze is your sister complex. Jianghu and Bao Bao are somewhat similar in temperament." Qinze looked up at a 45-degree angle. At this moment, Su Yu's words appeared in his mind. "Qinze, are you a sister complex?" Li Donglai's words. "Master, are you a sister complex?" Qin Qingyuan's words. "Qinggu, Li Donglai said that you are a sister complex." Cousin Jiang Cheng's words. "Brother, you are actually a sister complex, right?" Zhang Ye's words. "Qinze, you are a sister complex. Why does the whole world know that I'm a siscon now? I didn't kiss my sister in front of everyone. I didn't have sex with my sister in front of others. Who was the one who leaked the news?" Qinze was panicking. Fortunately, he and his sister pretended to be good in front of his parents. His father didn't know it at all, and his mother was already suspicious. Speaking of this, Qinze thought of Su Yao. His mother's social circle was not big. There were two ways to find one or two unusual people from her life circle. The first was to check her past in Shanghai, and the second was to check her past in Zhejiang province. One carried his mother's childhood and adolescence. One carried his mother's youth and middle age. In Shanghai, if he had the chance, he could talk to his trash uncle. It was almost the end of the year and he had to go home. Qinze had a way to get some information from his uncle. In Zhejiang province, the gentle and beautiful auntie was a good candidate, but she left early. Now there was Su Yao, who was from the same clan as his mother, and he could start with him. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao walked over from the bathroom. His sister pretended not to know anything and said in a coquettish voice, Qinghong is my best friend. You have to help her. Qinghong forced a smile. Bao Bao, Qinzhe has already talked to me. I will go to the company to find him tomorrow. Thank you for helping me. Qin Bao Bao saw her best friend's slightly ugly expression and knew that it was done. She smiled and said, Okay Qinghong, you have to be careful next time. Don't think too highly of love and don't think too highly of men. Qinghong nodded reluctantly. She chatted with Qin Bao Bao absent-mindedly for a few minutes, then said goodbye and left. Qin Bao Bao's expression immediately changed. She grabbed Qinzhe's ear and said with a straight face, Tell me, where did you fool around last night? I didn't fool around. I just got drunk and slept in the company last night. Qinzhe said, Didn't I take a photo for you to see? Qin Bao Bao rolled her charming eyes and curled her lips. There are photos but there are no people. Who knows when you took them? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Qin Bao Bao poked his head with her finger. Next time you can't stay out all night. Otherwise I will skin you. Qinzhe's entire body felt unwell. He felt very panicky and guilty. Qin Bao Bao leaned lazily on her brother's shoulder and said softly, Hey Ace, we should buy a house.